Futures back in negative territory here as we kick off a Friday, heading into a long weekend, extending declines that started late in the day yesterday on some more hawkish talk from the Fed. Back to the downside we go. Tech led the way late in the day yesterday. Tesla specifically relatively weak versus the overall market. We're seeing the same, more follow through to the downside today for both, even though there are some headlines to help things out a little bit in the tech sector. We'll talk about that coming up. We're going to get more Fed speak coming through today. Barkin, the one that kicked off the selling yesterday, going to make some more comments starting right now, in fact, and then a few others to come later in the day. So we'll keep you updated on that. But overall, it should be an interesting day. There isn't very much in the way of economic data today. We will get the Conference Board's leading indicator index reading, which is coming up at 10 o'clock. Can be a market mover if it's one way or the other outside what is expected, but otherwise setting up to be a pretty red Friday. Let's get into it. It is Friday, February 17th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. And there we go. Look at how things are setting up right now. It is the NASDAQ once again leading the way to the downside. 0.91 in the red, 0.41 there for the Dow, 0.684. The S&P 500, big move for crude oil. It was 3.3% when I sat down, now 2.9. 3% for Bitcoin back to the downside after a couple of days. Nicely higher, as we've been talking about, 1.25 for Ethereum. Welcome to a Friday that's going to get a little bit interesting here, it feels like. Anyways, Sharif here as always. We had Barkin that kicked off this tank that ended up being the afternoon yesterday. Tech led the way to the downside. We get Barkin coming through right now, in fact. Or supposed to be. I haven't seen any comments yet, but let's see what happens here on a Free Fall Friday.
Yeah, holy Fed speakers, Batman. It's been a lot yesterday, too, and today, two more. Yeah, granted, the two yesterday, Bullard and Mester, were not voting members, but, you know, they are quite persuasive. Bullard saying that he supported a half rate point hike at the last meeting, implying that, you know, may be appropriate going into the next one. So the market not taking that in stride, Brendo.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, we still have a couple weeks to go here before we get to the next FOMC meeting, so we don't get the quiet period for another, I think, 2 or 3 weeks even. So get used to this steady stream of Fed speakers coming through. Sean enjoying a extra long weekend. Hope Sean's having a nice Friday. Arun in the building. We're always happy to have him here to give us some insight on not only what happened yesterday, maybe we can jump right into it, Arun, because that was pretty violent to the downside yesterday to end the day. Here we are again off better part of a full percent here.
Yeah, I mean, we've been going sideways for a little bit now, and that kind of movement, wasn't expecting it. So here we are with a huge move to the downside. All it takes is one Fed move, 3 o'clock going into the end of the day. I figured there'd be some volume, but not that much volume. That's quite a bit there. Today now, that opens the door up today. I figured today would be somewhat more quieter, but now with all of this on the table, I think you do have to open the door to potential big moves. Either, we're going to talk about this when I go through the levels, but it's going to be either to the...
Keep going, keep going.
Mike, there we go. It's going to open the door up for trades on both sides there, and we'll talk about it when I get through the levels, but it at least opens the door for some volatility, and as traders, that's all we really need, right? So some volatility coming on the table. We got Fed talk on there as well, and this market has taken out some key levels that I've been looking at, so let's see if we can actually work with some levels there, Brennan.
Yeah, some dude just got, well, I shouldn't say, somebody just took a serious fill on Tesla selling it. They sold 250 cents, that is. They took a 30K fill, just plopped it on the order log and said, I'll take my 30,000 shares. What they could be getting out of a long position, maybe they're initiating short, but Tesla, look, it was, I think there was like a trifecta of things that sort of happened. You know, there was the recall. You can whatever you want to think about the recall or no recall. Tesla was a bit under pressure because of that. Then you had Mester and Bullard speaking, which shocked the markets to the downside with talks of maybe more rate hikes. And you know, the bond market didn't like that at all, obviously. And then the third thing is you get the U.S.-China tensions kind of sprouting itself again, and you know, Tesla kind of falls into all of those categories, and it was a pretty big rollover. Like it was one point in the morning where we're thinking, Are we going to see a 220 breakout on Tesla and look for that 230 level? And by the end of the day, you're breaking 200 in the aftermarket and we're testing 200 again. So that's how quickly this stock is going to move. It feels like it's a healthy pullback coming in for this. Microsoft, Meta both look weak. There's some good earnings out there. DraftKings had a good report. Good on them. DoorDash was actually not that bad. So there's a couple of ideas for some longs that are certainly out there. But man, the market looks weak. To me, I want to play into the weakness until I'm not. All that said, some of these names, like Tesla's already fallen so far. So I want to be very patient in catching. It's not really catching a falling knife, but shorting something that has a lot of room to get to even like a first reasonable resistance level. You know, like there were shorts at 10, there were shorts at 7, there were shorts at 5, and all of those levels to me are going to be valid today if Tesla pops. And definitely have that one on my mind. The chips will be there as well. So going to be a fun day for activity to be sure. We'll see if the market can do any kind of a pullback. It is also third Friday, so keep in mind you have a little bit of extra volatility at the open and close, given it's the third Friday.
Yeah, not a lot of range on Tesla to kick things off, but volume notably high here in the pre-market so far. First segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million, keep 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, whatever you want. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use that promo code on screen right now. TTV will get you 10% off. This was late in the day yesterday. As we said, Barking comes out with more hawkish talk, saying essentially he would have supported a 50 basis point hike in the last meeting. And let's see what happens going into March. I just double checked. It's 21st, 22nd is the next Fed meeting coming up in March. So we still have a few weeks to go here. And a few, I assume anyways, a few more Fed speakers to get through before we get there. But yeah, more hawkish talk taking the market back to the downside.
I got to tell you the truth. I was kind of surprised with the market's reaction yesterday. Yes, it was a higher print, but we've heard the Fed say over and over in the past few weeks that we've seen disinflationary pressure with respect to goods and more inflationary pressure or more stubborn inflation with respect to services and wages. So input costs, PPI, is directly related to the goods side of the equation. So to me, you know, I guess I didn't really fully understand it. Maybe I need to learn a bit more.
Yeah, higher print in PPI as we saw yesterday late, or I guess before we came on at 8:30 is when we got that. But indicating that there's still that kind of stickiness in the aspect of manufacturing side of things, in addition to employment and housing as well. I want to mention this one, Moderna, just popping back to the upside here a little bit on volume, back above that 163.5, which was the initial high. There's some negative data out this morning on there. If you remember back to the end of last year, they were working on developing a flu-specific mRNA vaccine, so similar to their COVID vaccine, but for the flu on a yearly basis. And some data came back suggesting that was the efficacy wasn't great. So down 5% here on decent volume, guys, but trying to bounce already from Moderna.
Yeah, Moderna's got the old, my favorite term out there is the flat bottom breakdown that I coined several months ago. And 163, it's not perfect, it's more of a double bottom, and we've already gapped through it at 163. And I would look to see, okay, if it gets back beneath that price, you got room to the 50s or the 200 period moving average there at 157. That's going to probably come into play, but that's that line. You know, you hold beneath this, and we've seen Moderna rally before. So a lot of times when I'm trying to short Moderna and it makes a move like that, I'm like, okay, well, let's let it get up to 165 or let's let it get up to 170, have it show that it's breaking back up and finding support, and then find a place to short it. I think the way I would rather approach this is if it's just an immediate dumpster fire and it can't hold 163, then find the shorts beneath on the bottom end of that range, and then look for the target all the way down to that 157.5 at the 200 period moving average. That way, I'm not just floating against the grain. I want to see it failing and then join into the party, as opposed to fighting the stock on the way up. And you could see, if you watched Coinbase yesterday, it's kind of like the perfect example of that. Like, you know what? As a matter of fact, I'll just go right to it right now, because in Coinbase yesterday, I actually sniffed out that I didn't want to be sitting in the short and thought it was a bit of a long. However, my tendency to say, well, I think 70 is a short, and that's the first thing that was on my mind, got me out of the long trend early. and then missed out on the rest of the move up, and then missed out on the actual high, which ended up being 73. Now, that being said, the up-down close at the low has me thinking lower highs today on Coinbase, but yesterday that was the wrong approach. So with Moderna, I'd rather have the shorts at the bottom, and then if it plunges, great. And then if it breaks that consolidation like it did in Coinbase, I'd want to be getting out of it. So I kind of learned. You learn lessons every single day in the market, and when I look at Moderna down here, I don't want it to do the same kind of thing where it pops up and all I'm thinking about is where I want to go short. I think it's valid underneath 163, and then if it breaks out of that range, to me, all bets are off. And I won't be sitting there hunting for a mythical short up there. I'd wait to see it actually make a turn.
Yeah, I'm going to be in the opposite direction of that one there. I actually think that if we can get back above 166 and stay, this could be a long back towards the low 170s. So for me, I've got the alert set out. This is a zone that we need to clear here. It doesn't matter what the bars are actually looking like. I just care about the structure, and the structure tells me that there should be some resistance through here. If we can get above here and stay above here, that's going to be the critical thing. If we can stay above that 166, I'm going to start looking for some longs here on Moderna. Yeah, it's down quite a bit from those low 170s. So why not see if we can get back up there? As long as the volume is there to support the long, then I'm open to the idea of taking it. It's just going to take some time to set it up. When you go against the grain like this, as Neil was talking about as well, when you go against a grain like this, you need some confirmation. Some confirmation of volume, confirmation of what you think you see. Once you get that, then you go for it. And for now, it's still on the short side, so I'm not going to go for the long, but I am looking for the idea of a long once it passes the few check marks. And I think 166 is going to be the very first thing to do.
That was yesterday, though. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we were just going to mention, we were just talking about Man U. A few people mentioning this early on this morning. I saw 27.50 was a bit of a sticking point here in the pre-market after we got that news late yesterday that sent this thing from 25 up to 27. Today is the deadline, however, for bids to come in. So anything that is going to come theoretically could come today. This has been a extremely headline-driven type of trade, but if you're on the wrong side of it, there's a lot of downside potential here. But it looks like this Saudi consortium is the lead right now for this.
Yeah, I love this bidding war that's going on between the Qataris and the Saudis, two countries that typically do compete a lot in other areas. So very interesting. It's been on again, off again. The chart looks fantastic. I mean, it's a bull flag continuation. It's just a matter of what the price is going to be, and then what kind of premium we're going to be looking at, Brendo, that's going to dictate the price action.
Yeah, so it's one of those, the type of trade where you almost have to kind of sit in it and wait for the opportunity or a headline to come across for the move to the upside or a potential move to the upside here. No pricing yet, though, guys, for Man U.
However, if you look, you're going to say it's going to be $6 billion, then obviously that gives you a lot of runway to the upside. We've seen this already happen here, where you kind of get the good news and then you pull back in, and then nothing really happens as a firm offer. However, every single time it does that, it's tended to find some support very quickly. And in this case, it was around like 23 in the 50 period. And if you just sort of look at, okay, well, previous areas there, it kind of holds 23 into 24. That's what it did last time. So the breakout was just at about that 27 level. So if it shows me any kind of a bid somewhere, I think you're just scalping long off of that bid because you've got the protection. Like you've got to me, you have like the news-based protection in that particular case. Like if you have yourself an out, like you go, let's say we get like 26.60 or something like that, and you stop out 25, 30 cents beneath. Well, you have a stop order protecting you for 30 cents worth of risk, but you've got the upside of at any single moment, you could have a rumor saying, oh, they're going to put a bid in on Monday. Oh, they're going to put a bid in sometime next week. It's going to be 6.5 billion. It's going to be whatever it might be. But anything that's negative, you have a stop anyways. So I kind of always prefer that when it's a deal. So I'd like to see it come back in, kind of retest where that consolidation was. It was breaking out from that 26, 27 area. So the longs in that range with a tight stop makes some sense to kind of sit in. But I don't want to be doing that up at 27.5 where you're risking over $1. Like the risk to reward doesn't work at that point because you don't know how much it might spike. For all you know, the deal, like an offer could come in and it's not as rosy as everybody likes, and suddenly most of the move is already baked in, and I don't want that kind of risk on me. If I get this, I want to be risking 20 to 25 pennies, and that's about it, which means sit around that 26.5. Incidentally, that is where I was playing it in the afternoon, so I had 2 longs, and they were off the 26 area because I just felt that was the place to go.
Yeah, Neil's pretty much the same trade that I'm looking at here is that 27 area. How much buying is left below 27 is what I want to see. If we have a decent amount of buying through 27, then take the shot 27 through 26 and see if we can get back up to 28.5. But it's got to be, that area needs to be checked out first to see if there's still support, see if that volume from yesterday is still going to sit around and actually support this on the way down. Because for now, yeah, we popped up, but we are, since that initial pop up, we are moving right back down. So there's clearly downside momentum at the current moment anyways. So if we can continue that going through 27 and all of a sudden it changes, all of a sudden it goes from the sell side and we start to see buying come in around 27, I think at that point you get the confirmation you need, then you take your shot, $1 risk and see if we can't get back up towards 28.5, 29.
DraftKings is, if we stay on me for a second, DraftKings is making a run at this 20 level. I said this morning, when I tweeted out, like I prefer the dip buy in DraftKings to the breakout at 20. I don't want to break at 8:45 in the morning. And a weird thing just happened on I was just putting it in the chat here, a weird thing. There's another seller on Tesla, now and again for like 30,000. Somebody's selling a bunch of Tesla this morning, and they really don't care. They're just putting it on the offer and saying, take it. But yeah, a weird thing happened on my book. When it got to 20 the first time, the bid, there was just no bid up there. When it failed at 20, the bids just dropped out, which is kind of strange on a strong stock. So I don't want to chase this move because if it breaks 20 and fails, what I just saw last time is your risk could be like really quickly, very, very quickly, like 2 or 3%. Like if 50 cents that wouldn't shock me at all. I do want to be in the long on DraftKings. I thought they had a good quarter. You know, we've seen things go from 10 to 20%, whether it's Roblox, Upstart. These things have made huge moves. I could see DraftKings doing similar. I don't think I will get. I wanted to dip buy underneath 19s. Like when it broke there, I wanted to be buying in this range. Maybe we're not going to get that, so I'll have to step it up here on DraftKings because it's already starting to go.
Michael Noss back with us on a Friday, as we mentioned yesterday, in the building. It's a little strange. We're used to you remote on a Friday, but
Exactly.
Good to have you with us.
Good to be here.
We'll have our typical discussion here for Friday on a few opportunities we saw, as we mentioned. Huge move down late in the day yesterday on some hawkish comments from the Fed, reminding us all that we may or may not be there yet, wherever there may be at this point.
If we ever get there, yeah.
We saw the overall market make the move. There are, however, individual names that possibly held up a little bit better. You're going to talk a little bit about how we can maybe identify those.
Yeah, so this scan, sometimes you have to really dive deep and to figure out what has relative strength and what can move for the next few days, and sometimes it's really easy. So as a relative strength guy and mainly long-only swing trader, I like sell-off days, especially sell-offs in the afternoon like that, because, again, the scan that I built is super simple. So this is the chart of the SPY, and we have yesterday's candle there. Anyone who is trading knows that some Fed people started speaking. We tanked, closed right at the lows. So the scan that I was able to build was just what didn't tank. So I just kind of looked through the entire market and said, what closed near the high of the day? So that afternoon rally wasn't, you know, if it sold off, it didn't sell off very much. It didn't hit the low of the day. And I was just able to go through that. So I just have the scan. And again, as always, you can reach out to the email address there or myself on Twitter, and we can share that over with you. And I've just got some names that held up and look like over the next few days, these might be some bullish plays. So the first one here is HCA. This is a little bit more of an expensive one. It's a healthcare name. Closed pretty much at the high of the day, relatively strong to the market for a long time. If it breaks, most of these I'm looking for it to break yesterday's high for a little bit of a continuation for a couple days anyway. So a nice little flag pattern on that one. Next one is a Chinese internet name. I've zoomed out a little bit on this. This is actually a weekly chart instead of a daily chart. This TAL has done really, really well, and now it's pulled back to about a $6 area. So if we can get some continuation on there, I like that one. I'm wrong under 6, which isn't that far away, and this one's definitely got some room to go. Next one, this one's SYNH. I like this one because of the gap. A lot of traders like these gaps because if there's no trading activity that occurred in that range, it means there's no support and resistance, there's no one to fight. So sometimes when they get into the gap, they can just kind of, in a day or two, push right through. So I like to look at that. And two more here. These are actually pretty big short float names because we've seen a lot of the short float stuff moving recently. So we have Cheesecake Factory. Warning on this one, we have earnings in 3 days, but 26 to 27% of the float is short. So I guess people don't like cheesecake right now. And last but not least, I mentioned this one a lot. Full disclosure, I own some of this one, is ASO, Academy Sports. 32% of this float is short and holding up really well. So that's what you want to look for. It's one thing to find a high short float, but if that short float is hitting new all-time highs, that's really when the shorts are going to have to get nervous.
So how much are we paying attention here to the overall sentiment, first of all, of the market and movement in the overall market with an idea like this? So we had relative strength in these names at the end of the day when the market was weak yesterday. Do you want to see then the market either very, very strong today or a continuation move?
Yeah, the best analogy that I've heard was actually, shout out if you're watching, Steve Gomez at Trade Ideas calls this kind of the beach ball underwater. So the market is holding these stocks down, but the fact that they're able to kind of buck the trend shows that they want to go higher. So if that pressure is alleviated and the market bounces today, the hope is that these will have a little bit momentum. So yeah, you want to see that market hopefully at least stop selling just to get that, that momentum thrust to the upside on them.
So we'll watch those. Michael Lassa is going to be with us all day long in studio. So if you have any questions, guys, regarding either some of the names we just talked about even, or Trade Ideas, the platform, how to set up anything, we're going to be able to jump to Michael whenever we need to throughout the session today. So we'll keep him mic'd up and ready to go, if you don't mind, and answer some questions as they come in. Guys, what do we think here? Back to the upside today or more follow through?
Well, I tend to be like, the way I always look at a day like today is like, I always look short till it's not, right? So if a lot of stocks set up a trend, like Tesla set up a trend to the downside, Meta, Microsoft, those types of names set up a trend to the downside. By the way, that TAL had a monster run in the afternoon yesterday. That bears watching for that run alone. But if I just look at what's going on with Meta, like Meta was similar to Tesla. We have a huge gap to the upside. It holds like a 180 support, couldn't get through the top end of it, breaks that channel down. Okay, so next channel, 173 to 181, which was the previous high, end at the bottom of that channel and then break it and gap down. So, you know, last I checked, okay, well, breaks that channel, goes lower, and then the previous channel becomes a top. So 173 looked like a resistance level for me on Meta. Now, if it gets through 73 and starts trending up, okay, well, above 73, there's longs in the stock. But as long as it's beneath it, I'm on the offer right now. I'm looking for shorts into 173 on Meta for that reason alone, and then just assuming, I'm kind of making the assumption that the pattern is going to hold until it tells me that it's not going to. And that pattern is find channel on the gap, break it down, the previous support turns into resistance, and now we're seeing possibly day one or day two, depending on how you look at it, of exactly the same thing. So a lot of things are setting up this way. Meta's just one example. I'm on the offer in front of 173 on Meta because that's a level I like. I could say exactly the same thing about Microsoft here. The only difference with Softy is it's not as clean. I wouldn't say it's as clean as what you see on Meta. I mean, you've had some chop around and up and above that 64, 65 area because you had this day in here. But outside of that, it's been relatively clear that that 63 to 65 area has been, okay, turns anywhere from support to resistance. If we clear out above 65, great. If we hold below, I want to trend it. And the other thing about Microsoft that you can't ignore, why, even though it's not as clean as Meta, I like to short, well, the AI talk, right? So all the stuff that's been coming out the last couple of days has been the fobbles or the mistakes and the weird responses and, quite frankly, errors in not just Google's, they're all hands on deck, but also Microsoft's on Bing. You can read articles on it. Some of it's actually quite amusing, but that's to be expected. Doesn't matter. The market reacted pretty harshly to Bard with Google, so I could see the same thing happening with Microsoft as well. So I'm just looking at the recent trend here, seeing some levels have been broken and looking to short the pops. We got to break the levels for me to like those longs, or if Softy gets down to 55, okay, we're dip buying support. But we're not there. We're at 60, so I'm looking to short the first pop.
Yeah, and I think that's what it is it's got to be that pop. Like Michael Noss was saying, that pressure that needs to be relieved, we're at the right location for that to happen. So some buying could come in, but at the same time, this buying is going to run into some resistance. So where we're at, we can get some buying, but then if we go high, I'd say from here, if we go about 20 points or so, we should have some resistance coming in. So that's what I'm going to be playing for. I do have some names that I'm going to be shorting on a pop. So if we can get a nice little move going, then great. Nice little move up on the futures. You'll see here. Oh, that's a 5-minute chart. We'll deal with it when I get to the futures section here. But for now, BABA's on. I'll just give you guys a look of what the symbols I'm looking at right now. BABA, Disney, and Meta, all potential shorts on a pop into resistance. So that's kind of what I'm looking at the moment. And nothing else right now seems to stand out. So we'll just go back to Brendan.
Just reading these comments from Bloomberg out with us right now. Mary Barra, CEO of GM, saying 2023 is the year that GM moves past its traditional rivals and starts to attempt to close the gap to Tesla.
She's feeling good about herself after that last
Confidence.
earnings day.
Yeah, I like it. Downside here a little bit for GM. Not much of a reaction to that, but worth a note. That is the upgrades and downgrades board for you on a Friday. Coinbase, top of the upgrade side. Once again today, DraftKings on here. We'll talk about that coming up. Coke and Procter & Gamble. These two going the opposite direction. Citigroup liking Coke, not so much on the Pepsi side of things. I guess they picked Coke in the challenge over Pepsi. Canada Goose to the downside as well.
So, I mean, candidly speaking, I own Pepsi, not Coke. But you know what? I guess that's actually not true. I say this all the time. Like, you should be careful what you own in indexes or in other places because you're exposed to certain things. Well, if you own any Berkshire, then you do own Coke and you own a heck of a lot of Apple. So I tend to prefer Pepsi a little bit there. But we were just talking about another name because you mentioned Mary Barra there. And I was talking to Arun about GM and what almost happened, or maybe is still happening on General Motors at 43. Now, I missed the 43 break. That's on me. A couple of days ago, I said I should set an alert for 43. I never actually did that, so I didn't miss the breakout. It was only worth about 50 cents of a move. But into what we saw yesterday, it wasn't that bad. On the daily, they had a great quarter, much better than Ford's. Then you get the bad news on the F-150, and you just feel like GM is poised to make a break. This is what that 43 level looks like. If I see this, and you got multiple attempts at that level, finally trying to break the trend, you've got 3 times you've made a bottom and then stalled at the same place and you're about to get to that upside, it just feels like it's worth to have this break and try to make it run. Now, yesterday, it did it late in the morning, right about 11 o'clock after the dump. It made that press. It looks like 43 is going to be right here, right now. So I'll take a shot on GM on the 43 break. Try to give it back into that 50 area because there's all kinds of room for it to run. Acknowledging that I do overall kind of think everything's a short till it's not. This is a strong stock doing the other thing where it's attempting to break major resistance for the last year.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't even seen GM. I haven't seen the GM chart. It's one of those slow movers that I don't really pay attention a whole lot to. And then I see a chart like this, and you can't. It's crazy that you guys are intraday trading this because of the fact that it moves in lockstep fashion on it. This is a bit of a swing trade.
It's a great swing.
It's a great swing, but intraday day trades, it's just very tricky to find the spots that you want to work with because the levels are going to be so much larger, so the risk profile for an intraday shot isn't exactly the best approach. But again, clear trend intact, and like Neil said, you go with it until it doesn't work anymore, and clearly there's a nice little trend line going there to the upside. So clearly we're going up. Next up would have to be the high from yesterday, that 43.5 where we fell off from. We're in an area where we can catch a bid. Market's trying to catch a bid, so I think it makes sense if you guys are trying to swing this throughout the day. But I think the better trade would probably be from the daily side of things. There's some stocks that are great intraday trades, and then some stocks where you do have to swing them on the daily. And I think Ford specifically, man, it is a very slow name, and GM seems to be like that too. But people are making money on it, swinging it, or on trading it. So whatever works for you guys. But another name to look at there that Neil gave you guys.
All right, let's get a quick check here of what is happening over in Europe so far on a Friday heading into the long weekend. Pretty quiet, as we're seeing with North American futures as well, for the most part, to the downside. Arun, maybe we can come right back to you here and get a check of the futures once again for anyone just joining. Obviously, a big move to the downside yesterday, although we are still holding some key levels here. What are you looking at today?
Well, okay, so we're going to ignore yesterday. Well, we're not going to ignore it, but I'm just going to kind of fast forward to what we had yesterday. We had 90, that's that red line. We had some levels up there. I had 20 up there as well. And we were looking for longs down here south of 4110, right? Trying to catch this buy zone. Well, that worked out for a little bit. And then towards the end of the day, we came through. I said 4090 breaks. You've got to look at the short side of that. Now, that's where we're at here on the right-hand side. Next up, I have 4035, which puts us down here or so. That's the next support level that I want to work with. So this 4090 has now broken for me, and I've got 4130 marked off as the resistance level. So for me now, if this market were to bounce back up into this orange area, which sits around 4100 going all the way up to 4130, I want to start looking for shorts. If we're down here, keep in mind, we still have some buy-side action that can help us here, down around that 4070, 4060. Through here, there's some clear buying that could come through. What I want to see is right now at these prices at 4078, there's not a whole lot I can do. This market has to do one of two things. Either bounce up into this 4100, hit some sell-side action, then we can work the sell side through the top end against 4130. Flip side of that is we break 4060, take out the low from the 10th of February 10th as well, fail, so I'm thinking 4060 down to 4050, snaps back up to 4060, that confirms a long, that confirms that some sell side action was hit and buyers came in, that sends me on the long side. So given where we're at right now, not doing a whole lot, short side break, fails, that's a great long. Move up into 4100, that fails, that's a great short. If this market just decides that it wants to just trickle around in the middle, I can't do anything with that. That's why the way I've positioned some equity positions anyways, Meta, Disney, Baba, I'm sitting far enough that by the time we get filled on those, we should already be close to 4100, so I should be hitting some resistance while a stock is also hitting resistance. So I'm trying to time them both at the same time, try to get filled on them both at the same time. But for now, we are at a location where we can see some buying coming in fairly quickly off the open, clear downtrend, so not guaranteed. That's why we're waiting, right? We want to see if we can get that long below 4060, or if we're going to end up getting the short on a bounce up. And a lot of times at 9 o'clock, especially on the futures, you're not going to, I know everybody wants to see a trade, but I mean, you're not going to get a trade. You just have to be accurate. So you got to wait for the right conditions. And a lot of times I come in at 9 and there's a whole lot of waiting that's going to have to happen until everything lines up. And when everything lines up, then you take your trade. There's no point in just pressing keys for the sake of pressing keys and hope you make money. That's not how you make money. So for me, I've got some orders out. I'm waiting for the futures market to make a move, whether it's going to be 20 points up or 20 points down. We'll figure it out then, but I'll be here all day, so you'll see me make the move whenever it does end up happening.
Good stuff. Let's jump into everything else you need to know heading into the Friday session. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you hit that QR code at your email address, just like Fahad did there, and grab the watch list every single morning, absolutely free for you from us. Before we come on in the morning, I'm just seeing this note on Amazon before we get into that, actually. It's not moving, obviously. 0.5% downside here, not doing anything. But the information with a note on the gaming cloud side of things for Amazon just coming across there. So heads up on that. Let's jump into Tesla to kick things off. Top of the list once again this morning. I mean, it was very clear that Tesla was among the weakest into the close yesterday, along with the rest of big tech. We'll talk about that coming up here, but not much in the way of news. This was, if you remember yesterday, we were talking about that union story coming out of New York. There were some firings. Elon comes out after the close then and essentially says it had nothing to do with that. A lot of people were pointing towards retaliatory firings coming from the union side of things. Brad, if we could just throw that up. Thank you. So he came out and said, had nothing to do with that, completely separate story, nothing to see here.
Yeah, and he said basically the impacted employees were identified February 3rd. They only found out about the union 10 days later. Whether that's factual or not, that's to be decided later. That's not really for us to have a debate about. But interesting other revelation, this recall. They're very upset that it's being called a recall because it's an over-the-air software update, but the regulator forcing them to call it a recall, Brendo, and they're not happy about that.
Yeah, I mean, he took to Twitter immediately yesterday afternoon and was like, really? It's a software update. Like, no one has to do anything. You don't have to take your car anywhere. You don't have to do anything. What do we do with Tesla here today, guys?
Well, look, maybe it's a big deal, maybe it's not. As a trader, I'm not really here to decipher that. I just care about the price action, man. And every single time you try to break 215, like look at the top end of this channel. You got a couple of breaks on the daily chart, and then the failure. Of course, yesterday was a big one, and maybe it's got support. You can look at it and say, okay, well, if it gets down to that 185 to 190 area, there's certainly a chance it catches a bid there because you've been grinding higher. But that's multiple failures at that breaking out of that high, culminating in a big sell-off. So I'm looking short first. I just want to keep it simple, stupid was something, I read that somewhere or heard that somewhere, and it kind of sticks with me. So the first look I want to have is if we pop into that 05, which was the last short that I was looking at in the afternoon yesterday, and then I want that short in at 05. And if it makes another move higher off of that, then I just want to wait around for that 8 to 10 kind of gap area. In terms of a breakdown, it's at 200 here. And I've seen this story before. I saw it at 100. I saw it at multiple even dollar levels on Tesla. When it breaks a major one to the downside, pre and post market, one or both, a lot of times, if it doesn't fail it right away at the open, there's an up move to be had. I don't want to be looking for that long. I'd rather be going in for that short. So that's my idea on Tesla. I was looking at Rivian just for an alternative notion here. Ooh, the drop down got me again. For an alternative look on Rivian. I just wanted to find something that maybe could have given me some strength, knowing that Rivian was about to test like the 50 period on the daily. So that 19, like 19 3/4 area there in front of $20, and that one's still New York. And I'll probably just wait if we do get that flush in the market and that flush in Tesla. I think I'll just wait to see as it gets back down to what looks like a good level, even on the 15 where it broke out from, also corresponding with the 50 period on the daily. That could be a little buy zone for Rivian, but at that point, I would expect you're trending to the downside, and I'll probably be looking at Tesla shorts at that moment. But that's an intriguing area for me on Rivian because of the 50 period for support as well.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing with certain names. I understand everyone wants to trade certain names every single day. It doesn't matter if you have a favorite stock or not. It's got to set up for you. And given how many choices you have in the market, if you're a trader, you want to go to the easiest of trades. And Tesla, I get it. The action's there. It moves around a whole lot. The easiest of trades, not at these prices, at least from the way I'm looking at the chart, I don't see it down here. South of 195, however, buy-side action, clear establishment that there's going to be some support that's down there. So we can run two trades around 190. Preferably the long would be the easier one. Flip side of that, the short, if we end up south of 190 in a meaningful way, then we can run the short. At 200, yeah, I could go down a few bucks. You can go up a few bucks. It's just going to be a mess to work with. So I like clear trades. For me, the clear trades are going to be either around 195 to 190 or somewhere above 210 going into 220. That's a big risk, so preferably 215 into 220. So that's where I would rather work, but I mean, there's money to be made. It depends on the time frame you're looking at. I think that's a critical thing too, and that's going to be the difference between Sean, Neil, and I, is that we run on very different time frames. For me, I sit in trades much longer, so that means I need to work with levels that are much further apart because I need trades to run. Versus if you're just trying to get the quick buck or two, then all for it, right? If you're running much faster than I am, then yeah, all for it. $200 up to 205, that's a quick $5 winner, call it a day, you move on. For me though, the risk profile doesn't make sense unless you get into that 195 or you get north of that 210, preferably close to that 215, so we can run trades near the top or near the bottom. So we'll see. Tesla's got the ability to run the volatility or bring the volatility and make these moves. So let's see if Tesla actually makes a move down towards 195 and set up on the long.
DraftKings, nice look here to start things off. 11%. I mean, this is another one that's been destroyed over the past year or so. So, long way to go, potentially. Anyways, back to the upside, almost 11%. If you missed it or are wondering, the revenue guidance and the full year loss guidance, yeah, it's still going to be a loss, but smaller than expected initially for DKNG. That was the positive, those two. This kind of stood out to me as well. 17 of 34 brokerages covering the stock have it rated as a buy right now.
They're very happy with how basically they're continuing to grow, but they're able to control costs at the same time. In fact, Piper Sandler is saying right here, they're better than expected customer retention and monetization. So, this has been one of those ones where the cost of acquisition has been super high and it's hurt profitability. So it looks like that's coming to an end now a little bit.
Nice look, guys, for the forecast. DraftKings due for a bounce here.
Oh, it's already up 10%. And look, this stock broke its trend like weeks ago. Sometimes it's really clear when a stock is breaking a trend. DraftKings is a pretty darn good example of that. You can see like the 50 and the 200. You got a nice little trend line there. This is essentially when you broke out from 15. There's your break of the trend. There's your higher low. There's your secondary break. And now we're kind of sitting, it feels like we're in a little bit of no man's land, like that 20 to 21.5 area where you could expect a dip buy, which is ideally what I'm kind of hoping for here. I would have thought, and originally I was sitting in just waiting for it to get down to that 185 area. Sorry, 185, 1850 area. I'm in at Tesla on the brain, so we just talked Tesla. But 1850, that would be that dip price that I much preferred. But then you made a run at the 20 level, which sort of set up the run to break 20, and I prefer to trade that by getting the breakout price here into the 20 level. That way, if it gets above 20, I'm not kind of punching into a 20 long. I'm looking to hold through it, and that's just my preferred method. But I wouldn't want to give an entry in 1950s or just in front of it. I wouldn't want to hold that all the way down to 1850. That's too much risk. I want to play that to the pre-market low and then hold through a breakout. I still do much prefer that dip buy in the 1850 range. I just don't know if we get it. On DraftKings. Like right now, it's indicating that it wants to hold the top end of the range.
100%. I mean, the issue is that if you get 1850, is this still a long? I think that's the question. I'm looking at the chart going, I might need to see what 1850 does before looking for that long, but it's got to be somewhere close to this. Like I said earlier, easy trades, right? Easy trades are what you're going for. An 1850 break, 18 consolidation, breakout, and then sat right on top. That's the easy trade, but now that's already gone to 20, we're going to do one of two things. We're going to fall off very quickly back to that 1850, and if that's the case, we need to see some buying happen around there, around between 1850 and 18 even, then you take the long, or flip side is this thing keeps running, 20 is a big round number, we take off to the upside, and then you miss the trade. So it's going to be one or the other, depends on how dangerous, how aggressive you want to be with it. If you're willing to pay 1967 sitting in front of 20, where's your stop is the question. If the stop makes sense, sure. If the stop doesn't make sense, because for me, the stop is down here at 17. So at 18.5, I can risk $1.50 to take it back towards 20. Makes sense. If I take it close to 20, what am I going to do with that? Am I really going to put a $3 stop and hope that this thing goes $3 north of 20? So
that's a scalper's trade.
That's a scalper's trade. I think that's what it is. I think there's a question in the chat too. It's like, what kind of trader am I? I'm an intraday swing trader is what I would be technically be.
That's the term.
I would be an intraday swing trader. Yeah. Right. So that's kind of how I trade, and we'll see. We'll see what I can pick up during the day and maybe ride until the end of the day. Brendan.
All right. Dash, on the other hand, was a wider loss in Q4, and they pointed to, pandemic issues still lingering in the background. The positive here, how much of that? So that was the loss. When the loss comes out, it gets the move to the downside initially. And then we absolutely just rip up to 76, 77 after they come out and say they're going to buy back $750 million worth of stock. So sprinkle a little buyback on top of a loss and everything's fine.
They know what they're doing. They know what the trigger words are these days. But Jeffrey's in all seriousness here saying that it remains concerned that moderating food inflation and slowing growth present the risk to Dash, especially if the economy begins to slow, Brendo, and that disposable income starts to go a little bit to the south side.
How much, I wanted to ask you as well, how much of this is just habit? People have their, Uber Eats and their DoorDash apps probably right beside each other on their phone.
Oh, for sure.
And I mean, I know for me anyways, I go to Uber all the time over DoorDash. I don't know why. Like, I don't have a reason for that. It's just habit.
I have no idea. I don't use it that often, but I feel like it may be regionalized a little bit. I know in California, they're using DoorDash a lot. You see a lot of them down there, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe one of those things where it's availability or just location as well. But I don't know. How about you guys? Uber or DoorDash?
So we've actually, in my household, we've been through phases. Like, we had a DoorDash phase that was, I don't know, it was long enough that I remember it, but we were mostly Uber Eats for whatever reason. You know what? I can't tell you either. I want to say it's like based on whoever has the better availability of restaurants local to you, and that's usually what you do. And so that kind of turned into Uber Eats for us here. I don't know what the experience is like in the States. It's probably very different by region. However, look, we were just talking about, GM is an example of this as well, but we were just talking about this with regards to DraftKings. Like, look at this triple sort of top on the daily that you've been working with at about $67 on Dash. So it's easy to look at what happened overnight. Like, oh my goodness, up to 77, now back to 69. It's like, well, why do you want to bid 68? It kind of feels like it's in the middle of nowhere. Well, I just come back and look at the higher time frame and say, well, that's where you're breaking out from that 67 level. So I want to be long in front of that. Now, was it a perfect quarter? No, but again, this is just a clean breakout on the higher time frame, so I want to be looking for longs above $67. And that means right now a dip buy, because chasing it, while having lots of room to the upside, I don't know, like, if I go long on a 72 break, I'm not sure where I'd stop that one out, given how this is profiled in the pre-market and the aftermarket. But I kind of know where the support's going to be, or at least I'm hoping that the support's going to be, because it showed you yesterday, and it showed you on the daily chart where the previous resistance was. So I just want to be long in front of that on DoorDash off the open. This feels like you might get that push down right at 9:30 to get picked up. I'm not sure it happens in DraftKings, but it feels like you're going to get a chance at it here in DoorDash.
I'm actually looking at that 72.
You want to short the 72?
No, I want to go. I'm thinking long at that 72. The reason I say that is because the way it's been moving around, it's going to have to make a decision very quickly off the open. It's either going to take that 72 and try to go for that high, or it's going to spin right back around, break 70, go down towards 68, and call this a resistance zone, and it's going to break down. So the fact that we're sitting so close to either side, obviously, one thing I don't want to do, and this is because it's just easy to trap, is go long as soon as it breaks it. It's a double-edged sword if you're taking the break as soon as the level is broken. One, stop run, market reverses or stock reverses, comes back in the other direction. Way too easy to do that if you're taking it right off the trigger, right? So I would like to see how it trades above 72 before stepping in for the long. So that the flip side, the thing that can go wrong there is it just continues and you miss out. So it's more of a risk thing, and I prefer to wait for the confirmation, wait for the action to confirm that, you know what, the buy side action is there, but they can also absorb any sell side action above 72. So at that point, I get the confirmation I'm going to go for the long. But for now, I'm looking at 72 long for the upside. And if we end up breaking through 68 to the downside, then I probably mark off 72 as a resistance level and see if it can't pick up a short. So 2 trades available, all within a matter of $4 in the top to bottom range. Let's see if this is going to make a move fairly quickly. It should. If it has news on it, it should make a move right off the open. We'll see which direction Dash goes in.
All right, let's talk big tech here. I put Apple on the board there, but across the board, there's negative moves coming through this morning. Apple was among the most relative weak, anyways. Note from the EU regulator this morning on online content rules coming through again. Could possibly hurt, no definitive answer here, but could possibly hurt Google, Meta. They even threw Twitter in here as well. I mean, Apple was among the leaders to the downside late in the day yesterday, so worth keeping an eye on to the downside today.
Yeah, interesting little move on Apple. I didn't figure that layoffs would play badly, because we've seen that layoffs previously for other stocks play well, and stocks actually bounced off that move. But maybe it's the market anticipating that if Apple has to actually lay somebody off, the economic conditions are worsening. I think that's the interpretation being taken here.
Yeah, it was just contractors, I believe, that they were starting
Only
with.
contractors.
Yeah, getting rid of. So, maybe we look at it from a sense of Apple was the last of the big tech names to come through with layoffs of any sort, right? No matter on who it was. So a view of the overall landscape, I guess, may be worsening.
So a couple of things here. DraftKings broke 20, so we can forget about the dip buy for just a quick second. And I was just telling Darun, like, yeah, this long we can only really give to that 1950 area. And then there was a seller at 2012, I think it was 2012, that moved down to 2006 and then got the fill. I told myself if it clears that seller, then I would add, so I just kind of added a bit more there. But I'm actually not looking at Apple today. Like we said, I just felt like Meta was kind of the lower hanging fruit. On the higher time frame, just looking at it, it's got these channels here where it gapped up, it showed you the gap on the earnings, and then made a top, and that 181, that bottom of 181 for a week, that became the top recently. We just broke that channel down where 73 was support, so I want to short pops into 73 on Meta, and then very similar on Microsoft. Okay, DraftKings starting to go now. But I want to short pops on Microsoft. I like this one a little closer to that 63 from the afternoon. So first pop in yesterday's early low at 263. I want to short in Microsoft. I mean, as far as Apple were to go, it does have if you look back here, like if we get a real big flush day, maybe a little cleaner on the daily chart, to be honest with you, but it gets beneath 150, and you could see it do this little tap beneath 150, pick up support at 49, and that could be an interesting place for some longs, but then you got to get down like $3 from here. So cross that bridge when we get there for Apple. But I'm shorting pops in the other two, Microsoft and Meta for me out of the big tech names.
Yeah, I'm not going to touch Apple as a trade for the day. It's a messy chart. This is not the kind of chart that I want to work with. This is just all over the place. But I do like the idea that Apple is sitting at a support area. The risk makes no sense. That's why I'm not going to take the long. But it is sitting at a support area, which usually means if Apple can hit a support area, NASDAQ is probably going to hit a support area, and then we should get a bounce. And I'm going to, like Neil said, he's going to be looking for shorts on the bounces. I'm going to be looking for shorts on the bounces, and I think this is what I'm going to need here for the move back up, and then fade that. And what's going on there, Neil?
No, sorry, man. There's just this crazy argument going on with the guys in the back.
Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's there's a whole lot of nonsense there. But anyways, I'm looking for a bounce. If we can get that bounce using Apple, using Microsoft, why do I say those names? It's going to be the index names, right? Those two names are close to 25% of the NASDAQ. Two names, close to 25% of the NASDAQ 100. So the other 98 names make up the rest in terms of weighting. So clearly, Apple, Microsoft, they make a big difference in the index. And if Apple's hitting support, let's take a quick look at Microsoft since we're here. If Microsoft's also hitting support, then I can be confident. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's kind of there. If we can get some bounces on Microsoft and Apple, this market could be in for a move to the upside. It could be an aggressive move to the upside, so we'll see. Hopefully that gives us enough time to get some shorts on the table at the right prices and not get run over. Brendan.
All right, let's talk Roku to wrap things up here. Bank of America coming out with this note this morning going from, it was one specific analyst, so let's clear that up. Not necessarily Bank of America, but one specific analyst coming out with a double upgrade going from underweight to buy on Roku after we got earnings earlier in the week.
He must know something I don't know, because I don't know. I'm not very bullish on this platform. Hey, it's up 73% on the year. It's up 29% on the week. I'm not going to dog that, but I just kind of don't believe in the business model. We've heard rumors about them actually wanting to make their own TVs and other such things. Let's see. Let's see what happens.
There was that, you saw that headline there, back on the Cathie Wood path for Roku. Remember at one point, it was the #1 holding of the ARK, the main ARK fund. So I was just going to double check whether it still is, guys, but Roku looking a little strong again.
I'm gonna guess it's Tesla, but I remember when Roku took it over. I feel like it might be Tesla. I just want to quickly show the imbalances here. Nothing early. Palantir, small sell. Snap, a small sell. New bank there, 1.3 million. That's the big one. Not a heck of a lot. Roblox is a small sell. So you're getting mostly sell action on some of those recent reporting names like Shopify, Palantir, Roblox, all to the sell side. So that's about all I'm seeing. None of the big cap tech names are on that board. As far as Roku goes, I would have thought, okay, I mean, we're not quite there yet, but we're really darn close to, we're like $4 off that 68. So it's consolidating. You get the earnings gap up, and a certain wise man from Trade Ideas talked about this setup like over and over again. And it's that you get that that monster gap on earnings and then hold the line, get the consolidation. Right now, that's at that previous high, 67. It looks like it's making that move, and then the future breakout would be up top here at 77. So in the meantime, I think you're just looking to maybe play some longs off a 67 area, scalp it out until it makes that next move up, because if it does, there's a lot of room for a breakout on Roku, and I think you want to be patient with that that type of a play. We'll update the imbalances in a couple of minutes, a little bit closer to 9:30, but right now there's just not a heck of a lot going on in terms of those imbalances. Roku sets up if it ever gets through that 77, but inside of that $10 range, you can scalp the bottom of it. Like I was saying, you can scalp the bottom of it, but I wouldn't be messing around in the middle there. I just feel like you'll get chopped up if you're trading in the mid 70s or the low 70s.
Yeah, Roku is looking like it wants to do a long, or it wants to be a long, but at the same time, what concerns me is this area right here, 75 going up to the highs. We hit it once, tried again the second time, and we failed. So clearly there's some resistance up there, right? So that's going to be the kind of the marker that you're going to be looking at in terms of how high can it go before it hits resistance. At 73, we've got about maybe $1.50, $2 in space to the upside before we hit resistance. That also means risk is not going to make sense here. What I want to see is actually a failed break of 70. If we do hit some resistance, this market moves from 73, or this stock moves from 73 down to 70, fails to kind of break underneath 70, and then comes right back up, and then we can make sense of the long here and try to take it back up towards 74, 75. That is a much better risk. If you're going to let it go at these prices, you can't do a whole lot. So if it does end up going, the next point of interest is going to have to be above the highs, which sits around 77. If we can get above this whole zone, then we can use this previous resistance as support on the way back down. So let's get above it and then find a trade on the long side if that ends up happening. So 2 trades, one that breaks underneath 70, or the other one that takes out the high and comes back in for the long there as well.
So we checked. It's actually number 3 currently on the main ARK fund. So this is kathysark.com. You can find this. Tesla, as Neil was saying, 800 million worth of Tesla does she have. 10% on Tesla, 8% on Zoom, which was kind of interesting. I'm surprised by that. And then almost 8% for Roku. So there it is, number 3. But yeah, we were just talking.
I like the Square. I like the Tesla. I don't know how I feel about Roku.
Zoom is a lot.
I don't know how I feel about Zoom. You were just saying off camera how it's kind of cumbersome in the login process. A lot easier on Teams and Google.
Yeah. There's competition anyways for Zoom. But number 3 right now for Kathy Wood, guys, is Roku.
Yeah, I'm surprised by the Zoom thing as well. That makes all of us, I think, probably. But, you know, it is what it is. I want to go back with only 3 minutes to go. I'm going to check the imbalances in a second. With only 3 minutes to go. I'm only in DraftKings, looking to short pops in Meta, Microsoft, and Tesla. We'll see if we actually pick up something in DoorDash off the bid. I want that to come down a bit. But Moderna, with the failed influenza vaccine sort of results there. On the daily, you see it at 163. I just want to see it fail. Like, it's already beneath 163, but it's at that price. So if I see the weakness underneath there, then I want the shorts into a 60 break and then potentially down to the 200 period moving average. But once it breaks out the top, and the top would not be this crazy wick, obviously. Like, I'm not disregarding, who cares about that? The top would be this 164. Like, I want to have the short in here, giving to 64, and then not fighting if it wants to break out. Not looking for shorts in that range. It has to be holding beneath there for me to want that Moderna for the short side. There are a couple of small caps out there making some moves. IBIO is one of them. There is one that I have. So this SPRC. So a lot of times when you get a break on one of these like lower float names, when it's consolidating off of $1 like this and makes a break, I tend to want to play the pullback into $1 because it was already showing support before anything happened in the 90 cent to $1 range. That was already sort of baked in the last couple of days. So I generally like to be on the bid. If it flushes down and I can catch a dip off $1, I have a decent idea that there might be support in that 90 cent range. And then if it goes back toward those highs, your risk to reward is golden. But I need to get those fills anyways. I don't want to chase this SPRC, so you're not going to see me out there with that one. Just going to double check, see if anything popped up here on the imbalances. It's past 928, so we get some NASDAQs. I mean, Zila, nothing. Nothing really on the imbalance side of things. Mullins, penny stocks, that 200,000 doesn't matter. Ford, 200,000 to sell. I am actually, you know what? Let me just go to Ford for a second here with 1 minute to go. I do like Ford in front of 1320 for shorts. That just corresponds here, this tight little range it has in the daily with the 200 period. In that channel, I like the shorts. The bad news on the F150, I want to be shorting any pop into that level. Not really a clean double top, but good enough for me to want to have that short if it comes in. Again, it has to get to that price for me to do anything with it. It may never go there.
Yeah, there's a lot of movement in the pre-market. Right before the open, Y imbalances, they come out at 925, NASDAQ imbalances. So you're going to see a little bit of movement there. And now, as we get closer to the open, this market has now spun around 5 points. We were sitting at about 82, 83, and now here we are at 77. So here we are moving down fairly quick to the downside. This is not what I want. If we're going to rally, let's rally a little bit more and then give me some shorts, and then let's go to the downside. But we are getting closer and closer to that open. Let's see what we can get there.
Yes, sir. And we have a special guest. Well, you know he's already here, but he's ringing the bell for the first time ever. Michael Noss from Trade Ideas. Get the camera off me in 4, 3, 2, and 1. You can slam that bell the next time. You can't really break it, but we're off to the races here. DraftKings still holding about that 20 level. I want to see if we get this dip into DoorDash. I'm sitting in front of 68. Tesla just held the $200 level, so that's pretty interesting. I'm looking for a bounce into 05s on Tesla, and then we want to be shorting that pop. But right now, it's just DraftKings that I have, DKNG. You know they had the earnings. It's already strong. There we go. Yeah, it's not too bad. We'll ring the registers. It just got to that 40 level. Let's see if it can make that move up to 21. I have Tesla on the brain, so I keep wanting to say 200 because that's where it's at when I'm staring at it. If we get another chance to dip by, it'll probably be around that 1975, 1980 range over there on DraftKings, which for now is flying here, Arun.
Yeah, I was looking at AMD on the top left there. And I thought I could get a fill on AMD just north of 80. And man, AMD spun around very, very quick. And I'm looking for shorts. Why? We're going into resistance and a move back up towards 80. That kind of, I was looking for a kind of a press into that 80 half area where I can use to get short. No, they went right back down. We're sitting at 79.50 now. There is some buying coming in. Hopefully that gets us back above 80. But this market is now below 75, looking to go down. And this could be the flip side of the trade. We'll talk about this. Remember, we kept talking about potential shorts on the way up, right? If we can fade that top. But the flip side of this is we keep going down. We take out 60, fail to continue down, and then snap back up. There's a buy zone there. We can catch some longs there. So I may have to pull some of these orders that I'm thinking short and go to the long side if we end up accelerating to the downside right now.
Yeah, one thing I'm actually looking at too, and I forgot to mention this, Coinbase yesterday. How could it have been the trade of the day that I don't want to talk about it or trade it? I'm looking for this level up here, like 69 to the 70 area for a short trade. But the other side of it is beneath 63 is a pretty interesting breakdown. But here comes maybe a dip buy on DraftKings. 63, if it breaks 63, that looks pretty good. And then Silvergate would be the other one that we'd look for. It probably has to get up to like 20. For an auto short up there. Otherwise, look at that 17 level just sitting around for a potential short trade on that. But it is Meta. This is the one. Right now, with the market not doing a heck of a lot, Meta's starting to come into pocket first. I want the shorts into 173. It just cracked 72. So first entry is going to be pretty close here. I think Meta's the one that's churning right into a level that I want to be able to fade it.
It's funny you said Meta because I got the fill like about 2 seconds right before you.
You just got it?
Yeah, I got it in front of
I tried
172.
to get above 72.
The play on, yeah, it makes sense. I mean, it's a wide range that you can work Meta on the short side with. I guess he jumped on board as well. The reason being, listen, you want easy trades. Sometimes you're going to have to put up the risk for it. In this situation, the fact that it's sitting underneath this 173 half, we've bounced there once, and then we tried yesterday. We bounced, and then late session breakdown opens the door for that resistance level, that wide resistance level right through here. So for me, I'd rather participate in front of it, try to put the stop above it, and that's why we're in about 20 cents right now, but it's way too early. It really doesn't make a difference until we take out 170 again. Yeah, I'm short in front of 172, but the real trade starts once we break down through 170. Then we have a ton of downside. There's really nothing down there
look for
to stop this thing. Yeah, at that point, you're looking to add. Yeah. So right now, you're trying to work position towards that 170 break, and then you're trying to add into that 170 break and see if we can accelerate even further. For now, though, it's going against what we want. We were going short, market's going up, right? So this might take some time to kind of develop out and kind of get going. But for now, it is On the short side, Disney also accelerating. That's another trade I've got
You have
going.
it? Okay.
I'm going to get that one filled too as well.
I got a couple of fills here. Well, I talked about DraftKings already. Got a little bit of a dip by there. Not enough because it didn't quite get to 1950. But DoorDash, that one, we thought DoorDash would come in. So it did make that move. It's bouncing off 67 area now. This is more about the higher time frame than anything else. So I look at where it was breaking out on the daily. That's why we like it. I don't want to be taking anything out till it presses a little closer to 69. And then 70, obviously, to the upside. That's what we think this one could go. You mentioned Disney. I haven't even looked at Netflix, but that's one to keep an eye on. If you're ever trading Disney, is watch out to see what Netflix is doing. But Meta, I'm in. And Tesla, I thought I'd be in Tesla because I figured it would pop. On that last little pop-up, Tesla just got to 04. So it's getting really close to that 05 level that we want. And once Tesla gets to 05, like that's the first level I want to take a shot at on the reversal for Tesla. But it is now screaming to the upside. So I think we're going to get that one. Meta's now starting to pressure the upside, and here comes Tesla as well. Brenda?
Starting to get a bit of an uptick here, guys, in crypto land, Bitcoin and Ethereum. A little bit of a move higher here through 24,000 right now for BTC. Coinbase just popping up on volume here through 67 as well, back to the upside.
All right, Tesla, here we go. Here we go. We're getting close to that 205 level. That's the first one. I was able to just pick up. I just got Bed Bath & Beyond. I short every pop in that stock, by the way. Until it gets to like $2. But I think the first move on Tesla, there we go, just got filled at that half level. Again, only wait till the key price level where I know I'm going to get right or wrong and make a decision at the 05. I just got a leg out of DraftKings. Every time it gets to like 2025 to 2040, I want to take some out of that one. I know what 1950 is my kill zone there, but Meta's against, but Tesla works almost right away here, but that's not good enough. It should be back down around that 02, 03 area for me to have some real conviction in that short and think that we've got the definite banger on it. Microsoft, no fills just yet, but waiting for Meta for Tesla to get to that 205. If you like the scalp trade, I didn't really get a full position because I'm 204.5. But if you like the scalp trade, it was already there for you. That's not really what I'm looking for on Tesla for my opening trade there.
Yeah, I've also picked up TTD on the long side. I like the idea.
Trade desk, yeah.
Yeah, it's ran up. It hit the support level around 62, made its move right off the open above 63 into 64. I was willing to pay the price. Stop is going to be right below that low, somewhere below that low. Not right below that low, but somewhere below that low. And see if we can't work along back towards the highs. I mean, it's got, this kind of movement isn't resistance in a big way, right? It's just drift, for at least the way I'm looking at it. I think that I have enough support sitting somewhere close to that 62 half and change that we can actually work along. We'll see if this one actually accelerates, but this is the type of pattern that you want for an extension for a continuation north of 68. We'll see. We're putting up the risk on this one, so we'll see if we can't get the acceleration there. So far, Meta back in the money, TTD back in the money, or TTD in the money, but it's too early. Like I said, the way I trade, this is going to take some time, so we're going to let this one play out. We're still trying to get some fills here. How's Disney? No, Disney, you got to go up a little bit more. You got to go above 106 to get me those fills. But no, Disney coming back down. AMD, somebody was saying earlier, AMD was giving them heartburn. Yeah, me too. I'm trying to get these fills, and they just, oh man, it is. The trade was for above 80 on a stop run off the open, right? Clearly misjudged that. They went right to 80 and then dropped it $1. This trade's gone. I no longer want this trade, so I'm going to go ahead and pull the order on AMD. We'll come back to it. Now I need confirmation. This was meant to be an initial shot. Now that I've missed it, I'm going to set the alert again to see if we get back above 80. If we do, then I need this thing to confirm that there's still some sell-side action there. This trade on AMD, and we're going to have to let it go. It's already moved. It's what I was looking for it to move. So we're going to move on. We still got Disney and Baba hopefully giving us fills.
We'll do this one for Tesla, but I want to get to DraftKings first here. But Tesla just caught a bid off 202, which it did in the afternoon yesterday. But DraftKings making a leg up. I have taken out that quarter a couple of times here, both on the initial long and then when we just got the dip buy in front of that 1950. Now I just want to play trend to the upside on DraftKings, up 15%. I want that 21 level. However, we got to talk the good and the bad. So I got wicked out here. But I think it was the right call. Like that 67 level does not hold on DoorDash. Now it's starting to give up the entire gap. You do not want to go to the grave with something like this, so I'm not going to go to the grave with it. If it catches a bid and reestablishes this level, I do favor a reentry. Oftentimes I'm not fast enough to get to it. I got it up to make sure that I do that. But this is what's happening in Tesla. puts in that 200, now puts in that 202. If we get another shot at 05s, I'll go for it. But for now, it just felt like it was catching a bid right at the pre-market highs. And when that happens, I see a trend to the upside like what Coinbase was doing the other day. So we get out of Tesla and look for a re-entry. Take the money and then make the next trade, which I think we're going to be able to get. Speaking of being able to get it, why can't I get more Meta? That's the real question. I wanted fills above. What is Meta ID? I wanted fills above, and this is ridiculous. Let me just go to my black chart. I wanted fills above 172. I've been unable to get them. There's been a few spatterings of trades above 72 where we can get the money fills, but I want these fills, not the one I have underneath 72, to play that retracement on Meta. We'll see if we can get it, but we're running out of time here because the market kind of catching a bit of a bid. And if there's going to be some scalpable range, I want more shares now above 72 so I can get in and out some of this.
It's market heading down a little bit. That's great for the shorts. Now for my TTD long, though. It's coming back in quite a bit here. Okay, next trades that I'm setting up. Something you might want to pay attention to as well. BABA scalp 100 break.
What?
Potential.
BABA's breaking 100?
No, it's very close. It's at 140 right now. So I would keep an eye on this as we get closer and closer to 100.
Oh, that's been a...
So that's one to watch. Not for me. I was looking for the 102 short. Couldn't get my hands on that. Damn, TTD, what are you doing? Okay, anyways,
the market's not looking weak.
No, the market's not doing a whole lot. It's just TTD on its own. BA is the next one I'm looking for on the short side as well. BA south of 210, potential 212, 212 and change stop. See if we can get a move down towards that 206, 207. So for me right now, I'm looking for a short. If I can get that short, I'm not paying 209. I know that much. It's just going to be a matter of where I can get the price in on BA for the short side. Wow, TTD is accelerating to the downside. I don't know what's going on here.
Oh, BABA, I'm going to kick myself for BABA. So Meta's in the money, great, and DraftKings is in the money, but Alibaba is a flat bottom break through that 102, and it's like, how do I forget about BABA after all these days? And the 50 period going, this is a trend you want to join. I don't think this is not a wait for 100 to break moment for me. Not at all. Like, this is a short in front of 102, which means short the next pop. So if it bounces off 100, I actually would prefer that it bounces off 100, and then I can get something into the short side. The way the market's starting to roll over has me thinking I should probably try to get something out on DraftKings again, because it doesn't seem like it wants to get all the way up to that 21. It just failed 50s another time. I'm going to go ahead and ring the register again on this one. Maybe it gets to 21, maybe it doesn't. But at this point, the market rolling over, I just want to make sure I pay myself out on the one long, which looks good. Berendo.
Keeping my eye out here on this move to the downside. Nothing yet as far as a headline behind it. Earnings, though, AMAT out yesterday after the close with a decent report up to 119, but just broke that 116 back to the downside here on decent volume for AMAT.
Yeah, the chip name that I would have been looking at today was NVIDIA. And AMAT actually I thought had a pretty good report, so I wanted to be very cautious with where I shorted NVIDIA. And I wanted, look, you can see I'm actually offering 221. So I don't know if we get that today. Now you're putting in a lower high in NVIDIA. I like it for weakness because of the trend that it's been putting in. And you can sort of see it made a double top. It then has been failing to the downside, so just wanted to join the trend. You're diddling in the middle, so I don't want to be overly aggressive with that one. But Tesla, it does not want to give me anything up at that 05 again. And if we end up taking out that bottom for good, it can absolutely go. This is now a move to the upside happening, but there's something else going on in BBBY. Bed Bath & Beyond is doing this move. There's the chart. Okay, it looked a heck of a lot more extreme before this thing filled out, but it's making the move into that $2 range. Yesterday, well, not yesterday, this week, 213 is that absolute top. I've got about 20% on right now. This is where, if it turns here, I want to add to get up to about 50% of a position, and if it breaks, I want 213 is the last ditch short for me, and here comes the actual move up. This should be my shot for Tesla and to add to Meta. If we don't get it here, we're probably not getting any more shares in either one of those names.
Yeah, it's market is not, for all the movement, you're not getting a whole lot of actual conviction in terms of where it wants to go. And this makes sense, right? We're looking for either a 20-point move up or a 20-point move down to figure out what we want to do. And what does this market do? Makes a move up a little bit, comes down, tries to go down, catches the bid, now is back up into that mid-70s. This does not help the situation. This just makes a sideways day even more sideways. Hopefully we get some more volatility. What I got to deal with is TTD. Clearly, that 64 long is getting run over right now. If we end up south of 62, and this is, you're not going to be right on all of them, so you do have to take your hits. but you can flip the position. Don't forget, just because you take the hit, just because one read doesn't work doesn't necessarily mean that you can't flip the position. What I'm thinking here is I'm looking for 64. We have the support around 62. We should go towards 67, 68. If that doesn't happen, the flip side of that trade is available, which is we break that 62 support and we end up below it, which opens the door to the downside. So I am open to the idea of going short on this if the long doesn't work out. The reason being, the support area should hold out. If it does not hold out, that means that there's another break available to the downside. So let's get the next trade ready on TTD if the first trade doesn't work, and it's going to be somewhere around there below 62. So we'll see. We'll figure it out. Let the market work. Let the stock work until it doesn't want to, I guess, go up anymore. At that point, we'll figure out the short. But for now, damn is Meta. Meta coming back in. Why couldn't AMD do this?
There's no fills above
72?
72, sorry. You just can't get them. So I still want, it's the same thing. I want more fills on Meta above 72, but that's what I want. I want above it. And then Tesla, I want to get 04, 05, like what we got earlier, and it's just not pressing up. So these names that are trying to go higher are not quite getting into the pocket for the short. And I'm saying to myself, I don't want to chase, don't chase, like to myself, and it's like, I feel like I want to chase it. But Coinbase, at least, when I look at what Coinbase did, it showed you a wick high up to 68, and then you got this 67 to work with here. So this doesn't feel like chasing because it already rejected a 67 break, so I can probably look at that 67 area for the short trade. We might just have to ride with what we got. In DraftKings, it was a right call, man. If you don't want to pay yourself out, that's fine. But this area here, there was just all kinds of sellers ringing the register at 2060. So this is the right decision area. And now if it pulls back in, we can always ride the trend. It has to establish it because it's only 945. So wherever we bounce is going to start to establish the trend. I'm kind of thinking maybe it's 20, but I don't know that. I don't know until it actually makes a move into that downside. I might just add to Meta here unless I can find something I like even better. Microsoft would be something, but except Microsoft is only falling into the downside. Need a place to add to shorts. Like I'm not trying to take any of the shorts out because they feel like they're right. It's just a matter of finding a way in. Microsoft is absolutely plunging, and I'm waiting around for like 63s, which never came. 60s on any kind of a pop and softy, but wow, this is dying.
Yeah, and this is a good thing. This.
Well, it's not bad.
No, it's a good thing. I mean, even with my one long that's getting smoked, it's a good thing. Why? Because this actually sets up a potential trade here on the futures, and that's all I really care about at the end of the day is, remember that 60 mark that we were talking about, 40, 60, we need to break it, we need to kind of trap out, kind of get some stops out, and then come back in, there's a long there. We're in the right area to do that. So if we can just accelerate a little bit more, take those stops out, and then we can see where this market wants to go from that point on. We're in the buy zone. Let's see if we can actually break 60, probably take it to 50 or so and come back in. If that happens, I'm definitely be looking to take out some of these shorts and then work some longs there if that ends up happening the right way. Of course, we didn't get the buy that we wanted. Neil and I both wanted that pop to short. We didn't get high enough of a pop, at least for me, on the future. Yeah, I got it on the stocks, but I didn't really get it on the futures. That's what I really wanted at close to 4,100. Couldn't get that, so that's fine. TTD, BABA is close to that even mark, I assume?
So it broke it by 4 cents, and now it's retesting. So sometimes when you get that failed break the first time, the second break is glorious. So based on that theory, well, if the longs are no good, I'm just going to take the short of the break. I want 01s and 02s on Alibaba, but if it never goes up, well, guess what? We've just found out in Meta you can't get the fills. Then you have to try to join the trend in another way, and 100 is a good psychological level. There's just so much room for this to fall that I know I've been looking for this short so many times that maybe this is a chance we actually get to crack it. Tesla it's catching a bid off 200, man. So you're seeing it like 1, 2, now 3 times. It keeps catching a bid at that 200 level. If it happens for like a 4th time here, I might just say, why am I not scalping this area on Tesla? Because it's giving you $1. I like the short better, but it's giving you the $1 at this particular point. And I kind of, if I see it another couple of times, I might just have to go ahead and take it. DraftKings, I haven't been able to reload it. It's the only long that has been working. And then just to go back to Roku for a second, Roku is starting to come back down into that 70 area. I don't know if you were looking for a break on that one, Arun, but it's getting right into that 200 period moving average. That's 68.5. So I am looking for a long down here. It's not there yet, but it's getting pretty darn close to wanting that long off that 68.5 on Roku. BABA just broke, so we'll test our luck on that short. The low sometimes You don't get the short you want, you get the short the market gives you. And it's presented me with the bottom break, so I'm short the low of the day here on Alibaba. Brendo?
Little one moving, guys, back to the upside after earnings a couple of days ago. UUU on the NYSE exchange up 50% here. Better than expected reports a couple days ago for this one. Universal Security Instruments.
No, you cranked that soldier boy. No? That's it? Come on, Arun. Sean would have at least been like, no, that's not bad. Was that bad, really?
No, it wasn't bad. You saw me smile. That means
Watch
it's
me
good.
crank it. Watch me.
There you
know,
go.
I used to know that. I used to know that dance, by the way, because it was at a. I won't say whose wedding, but it was at a buddy's wedding, and the song came on. It was a long time ago, and we cranked that soldier boy because we all thought it was the dumbest thing. And when you get really drunk, you start doing dumb stuff. So Alibaba short the low of the day. It's the only thing that's not in the money right now, and that's what happens when you go short the bottom. So I didn't talk about risk here. I probably only give it to like the 30 area because I don't want to get trapped and lose $1 shorting the absolute low. But now Tesla, Bed Bath & Beyond's back beneath 190, by the way, but I want to get to Tesla in a second because I'm not in it. And it's now bouncing again off that 200 area. I keep looking over at DraftKings and saying 20. So it's a couple of times, but this time we actually went all the way down to 199 and are putting in a higher low. So there might be a long in here somewhere, kind of like scalping that 99, but I'm going to stay away from it because the market is pressing the low of the day on the ES. So I said I might go long on this. Scratch that. I'm not looking for longs. I'm not even trying to scalp them. DraftKings is the only thing I see that I like to the strong side, and I can't find anything else. So I want to add to Meta. I haven't even scalped anything out of Meta because it's really only gone like that first. Okay, it's giving you almost $1, but I want to see down here 170.50 to 170 before I'm taking anything out. Brendo?
Fed's Bowman, more of the same coming from Fed officials, guys. Fed's Bowman saying we need to continue rate hikes until we see more progress. So that had a day low on the overall market.
Yes.
Give me shorts.
Every day where we have to live through Fed talk that moves the market in big ways, which is very annoying to position anything in because then it's just like, oh, it's looking all good, and then all of a sudden it just spins on you. And this market, I mean, we knew it was weak. At least this one is not much of a surprise because we figured it was weak. It bounced very little and then decided to go down. So it's falling in line with exactly what the market looked like. So it is what it is. It is exactly what we thought it was. So now as the market now gets below 65, okay, we can work with. These are levels that I can work with. Now we're getting into the 60s. And if we can bounce back above 70 and change, there could be a setup on the long. We'll see. But for now, stay short is the way to go. My Boeing short and the Meta short. The Boeing short is doing very well. We were lucky enough to get that fill on the bounce. We got that right there. It got underneath, bounced right to 210. We got that fill a few cents off the top and then came right back down. So we're still riding this one out for a little bit more. I think one thing I do have to kind of keep in mind here is as much as these shorts are working out, I got to think about the next move because I don't have to deal with that thought process when it's time to act. I want to be able to just act, right? So I'm thinking, okay, with the market doing what it's doing, I know that we're in a buy zone. If we spin around and turn into a long, where am I going to get these shorts out, right? So I'm thinking Boeing is sitting at the zone that we kind of have to watch out for, which is around 208 into that 207 area. If the market accelerates and we can get through that 206, great. That opens up the downside to 204. If the market does not accelerate and catches a bid, that means I need to start working my way out of Boeing as well. We are in that area to kind of figure out that, hey, you know what, things can turn fairly quickly if the market decides that, hey, you know what, we've gone down enough. So we'll see if this Boeing position bounces around quite a bit here around 207. South of 208 into 206, that's the problem area, so we'll keep an eye on that one there. TTD, we already talked about that one. That one I'm going to have to spin around. But the issue with spinning around TTD is if the market's about to hit a buy area and we actually get the buy side action, it doesn't make sense to go for the short in TTD when the market's probably going to go the opposite direction. So maybe I might not spin that one around, just take the hit there. And then Meta, you have that Meta short as well,
I'm in
right?
Meta short, but I haven't been able to add, so I'm not taking anything out because it hasn't gone far enough. But I am looking for something that might give me a long opportunity. Maybe. It's always a maybe because you're right at support on Alphabet. 94, you see the dips beneath that 94 level. They've been pretty weak, I would say, every single dip beneath that 94. So I want to catch something between 93.75 and 94 for some longs. in Alphabet. It just feels like it's a good one up here. So, I like the support level. It's down 1.5%, but if it starts bouncing, at least gives me something that isn't DraftKings exposure to the long side. DraftKings holding up actually rather nicely. So, hopefully you got, if you like the long, I'm not seeing anything else that looks all that great, to be honest with you guys. So I'm going to take a shot here with a 93.75 as an out on Google. Now that it's beneath 94, those are the fills I want. Between 94 and 93 and 3/4, I'm going to start going in the long on Alphabet. Meta, still haven't taken anything out. Alibaba is weird. It's only weird in that it's now the second time it's broken 100 and it's still not doing anything. I'm not really sure what, it's good because it didn't immediately run back up and stop me out. But the longer it hangs down here with the market falling without screwing me, I kind of feel like I want to add to this because the next leg down could be like $2. Brendo.
Little one off the watch list this morning, IBIO back to the upside here. If you missed it, they're expanding their cancer treatment target program. That was aftermarket yesterday. That came out, FYI. Big gap to the upside, but volume coming back in here for IBIO.
IBIO, that was the one this morning on the watch list. Yeah, up 133%. That's enough. I got Sharif over here saying IBIO, like bingo was his name-o. So I am going to add a little here to, have to cancel that stop first on Alibaba. I just want to see if I can catch, I just got more at 100 actually. Same stop, just like it a little bit more. Like I'm not changing. I want to give it to 130, but I still, was able to add there at 100, so my price is a teensy bit better. But I just like to trade a little bit more. If we're going to flush, I feel like it's a bigger flush at this point. So why not add to the position? I can't really get anything that I really like short. I just got Google long. So we'll see if that ends up being right. I'm a little skeptical that we have it right by having anything to the long side. But Google's at the level I liked. I liked it yesterday. I liked it pretty much every day this week, and we'll see if we catch a bounce here on Alphabet. It's no guarantee that we will, but I do like it here. So I'll take a shot. A good scalp trade 1-to-1, I can get 94.25, and that wouldn't be all that bad. But we really need the market to pick it up for any of these longs to be any good.
Yeah, this market does need to stabilize because although we could be in a buy zone and you're looking for potential longs and whatnot, you still have to respect the fact that the market's been falling, right? It's been falling since 80. It kind of hesitated around the 70s and then accelerated recently. So now we're underneath 60. Good. Next up, 50. Can we get below 60, closer to 50, and bounce back up? If all of that happens, longs on the table. If not, ride the shorts, right? And Boeing is already giving me trouble at that 208 mark. So now I'm starting to work. Okay, I'm starting to think, you know what? Maybe it is time to start take some amount of Boeing here as we kind of work through that 208. That's an area that I wanted to keep an eye on. We're starting to stall out a little bit, even with the market accelerating to the downside. So clearly there's a disconnect there between Boeing and the market, at least for the time being. That means I should take some out, respect the strength that's sitting there. And then if we do end up accelerating through there, then I'm still carrying something to at least towards that 206. But for now, just watching out, playing defense. We've already made our offensive moves. 2 were wins, 1 was lost. TTD was a big loser, done. But BA, Meta are going to cover those losses, and we're still going to be net positive on it. Great. Now we just got to bank some of this and play defense here because we're at the right levels to play, potentially turn around. So we do have to kind of take profit. There you go. There's a fill on Boeing right there, where they're right there in front of that 208. So we got some out. That's that blue arrow there. And then Meta with that 171 could be a problem as well. Meta did not go as much as I thought it would with the market moving as much as it is. I think Meta might have a little bit of strength here that I'm going to have to respect and actually work my way out of if we get back above 171.5, take my 40 cents or whatever, and then call it a day. And then if we end up back above 172 and fail, that's a different story. But for now, I'm playing defense on Meta. We've already taken some out on Boeing. We'll kind of trail this one out on Boeing. But as soon as I get the indicator, or not the indicator, but as soon as I get the setup that I'm looking for on the futures, and I go long on the futures, I'm pulling all these shorts out, and I'm going to start looking for longs on the equity side as well.
So a couple of things. You read my mind on Meta. I just trimmed it for the first time because I see this like it's forming this little bit of a trend. So 2 things can happen here. Like either if it breaks this trend up, then I want to be getting fills up closer to that 173 that I like, which means trim some because you're short beneath 172, and then hold on to a piece just in case it continues that trend. So if we break the trend up, I'm actually still looking for some more shorts there. But Alibaba will slap the fail on you, Baba. You know what? This will not be the last short I have on the stock because I still think it's in the pocket. So I will take another shot at this at some point. But I did like it in front of 102, and I shorted the low of the day. So that was a loser, and we'll move on to the next. Bed Bath & Beyond's back at 180. I think you can see 175 today, so I'll be a lot more excited when it gets to that price. But I was shorting all the way up on that stock, which has been the way to go until it breaks a resistance level. It couldn't even break the 2. It actually tried to chill to that 215. I have 2 longs, but the new one, thank you, Alphabet, for finding a support level. So I like the fills. Instead of 94, when in doubt, zoom out. 93.75 was resistance. Why have I not scalped anything at 1-to-1? I don't have an answer for that, so I'm just going to go ahead and do that now. And sometimes you should just cross the spread. You don't cross the streams, but crossing the spread sometimes to get out makes a little bit more sense. So grab the bid here in between 94 and 93.75. That's where I want the long, not above 94, because you can get a better price on weakness. I'm going to go back, see if I can't rinse and repeat this one, get something in the 80s like we did last time. And oh, I got SPRC. I wish that was SPRO. That would be so much more cool, because then I could say I got long spros. Nothing. Still nothing. That's
No. What you're expecting is an auditory acceptance. I'm like, that's good. That's good. In my head, I'm just like, that's pretty good.
So this was one of those low floats morning names here. And I just simply said, as it comes down toward $1, generally speaking, the way I like to play these when you have this ridiculous consolidation around the buck and just below it is work the long in front of a buck, knowing that I want, like if it breaks $1, I fully want my average price to be 102. So you add a bit here just in case it bounces early, but I want a long at about an average price of 02s that I'm giving about 10% to.
Yeah.
Like that's the idea with a long on this stock. Just looking at that dollar for support. Let's go to Brendan for happening now.
Hey guys, just like that, 10 o'clock brought to you by TD Direct Investing. Personalize your investing experience with advanced features like heat mapping, customizable charts, and watch lists across a range of investment products and accounts. Open a TD Direct Investing account and get up to 12 months commission-free trades. Offer ends March 1st, 2023. Conditions apply. Check the QR code here in the link or in the description. You can use the link at the bottom of the screen there. Shout out to TD. Red board on a Friday, although we are off the lows here ever so slightly. S&P now 0.83 to the downside. The Dow notably stronger, I guess, 0.35 to the downside. Russell 2000 holding up a little bit better as well, 0.4 in negative territory, 1.1 for both the NASDAQ Composite and the 100. If you're with us early, we discussed DoorDash. We talked about DraftKings and Roku as well. Yeah, big double upgrade for Roku from Bank of America today. Nice look for DraftKings. Day highs right now. Watch out for 21 coming in on DKNG. There's Tesla, meanwhile, trying to get back to the upside. Bounced off 200 twice, guys.
Do it, Tesla. Remember when I was talking myself out of going long in front of 200 on Tesla? No, that would have been not too bad. But I am still looking for the short there. DraftKings now up to that 21. We have scalped some out here on both the break and the dip buy on DraftKings. At this point, when you pull up the daily on DKNG, and we pull up the daily on DKNG, like you look at this 21, like if we carry through here, room to the upside. That's about the best I can say for you. And there's lots of it above this 21.5. So I don't want to be getting out until it's pressed 21 into that 21.5. If it fails there, I can get out, look to rejoin the trend somewhere to the downside. But it's near that decision point or that next decision point, and Tesla is getting right back up here for us. So this is what we liked. I had a scalp trade for a couple of dollars on Tesla, but I never really, I didn't quite get the 05 short that I wanted. I think this press, we could actually get it here. And thank you, Calgary activist. I don't think I've seen you in the chat before, reminding me about Manchester United. Finally catching a bid. Arun, why is it that when we both said, let Man U drop into this range, and I know why because I'm looking at too many stocks, let Man U drop into this range, if it catches a bit of a bid, you want the longs, 26 and 27. Drops into the range, bounces 26, sitting in the middle. I'm not long, but I have a million positions.
But I also had the alert out. It's been sitting there for a while now. I've been keeping an eye on it.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, I've been looking at it. It came down fairly aggressively, so I wanted to respect the strength on Man U, but I also, when you're coming down that fast, do I really want to go along with the market coming down that fast? No. So I'm waiting for the market to stabilize, and I'm very, very close to kind of calling it a day on Boeing and spinning around and going long in the futures as well. So with the market turning around, Man U, if that turns back above 27, that trade is on. So I've got the alert actually set up for that. So I've been keeping an eye on it. I'm on top of this. I keep an eye on my alerts, Neil.
I'm just
saying.
I'm only saying this because if you guys, if you've been watching long enough, you know I didn't really even use alerts. I would just write stuff on my iPad and then try to remember when I'm looking at charts. And then Arun's like, why don't you set up alerts so you don't forget about stuff? And he's right. So when I get a chance to bug him about it, I try to do that every single chance I get. But of course, he was prepared. And here comes Tesla. Okay, there we go.
Damn, that's
I
happening
just got
way too
Tesla
quickly.
again. Just as you're talking about flipping to the long, it's like, is that the moment you want to get a Tesla fill to the short side? It doesn't matter. I have it anyway. So if it works again, we'll have to see. But that is a double bottom and a double top. So it hasn't really decided just yet, as far as I'm concerned. So we'll see what happens with Tesla here. Meta, I'm not taking any more fills till I see above 172. The market really is turning and rushing into the shorts. I can let Google and DraftKings ride, and that penny stock for $1, that will literally take care of itself because I got bids in front of $1, and if it breaks $1, my stop is already set on that one.
Yeah, it's. I'm flat now. I'm out of Boeing. We made a decent amount of money on Boeing, covering the Boeing and Meta. We made about 40 cents on Meta. Sold those, add them up, covers a loss on TTD. And now I'm trying to get my longs. I had a bid down on the futures. We were about 2 points away, which is 8 ticks, right? We were 2 points away. I was like, we still had some sell side strength. I think I can get that long. No, it just accelerated to the upside. So which shows clearly the volatility is there. It's just at times it comes and goes. It's quiet, and then all of a sudden there's a burst of action.
I should have said
The market moves like 10 points, and then goes quiet again. This is exactly what you need for longs. I see your board has a ton of longs. I'm kind of jealous there of your longs. I was looking at some key names to get longs on, like Microsoft and.
Penny stock doesn't count, dude.
Oh, are they all?
No, like that penny stock doesn't count.
Google
It's DraftKings and Google, bro.
Oh, still. I mean, Google is.
SPRC doesn't count. It's you know what? It's not that it doesn't count. It's just its own name. By the way, Tesla. So it gets up to that. This, you know what? Cross the spread. How many times am I going to say this to myself? Like you see me say it. It gets down to like 203.5, catches a bid, and I want to bid 203.55 instead of just try to get a little more aggressive out because this actually does look pretty strong on Tesla, and I want to relieve some pressure on this name. This looks pretty strong going into that 05 level, and I'm kind of mad that I didn't get some shares out there. But I was trying to get at it for SPRO, now that I think I'm going to get this fill, is it's very different managing something like, I just typed in SPRO when I meant SPRC because that's how badly I want it to be SPRO. When I'm managing this trade, there's not much to do here. I actually just cancel my bids because I want to make sure I'm a little tighter to that 02. But I have my stop already set in that down in that 90 area, and then I know I want longs into that $1. So I'm not even going to get anything out till it makes a push into VWAP. So this kind of manages itself. It's a very different story there. Tesla, when I'm in it, I have to be a little more active. Like you just saw me say I wanted to relieve pressure on this, and open myself up for the idea that I have a 204.40 short and this is trending up and I might want to take one more shot at this at 05. And each time it goes here with a higher low, it's actually worse of a short. So if anything, this doesn't flush down into 200, at which point I'd probably just get out. This could reverse into a 205 long. Read the room, read the trend, and it's telling me this could be a breakout and I'm the wrong way on Tesla. So relieve some pressure there. Maybe only look for the 02s. If it bounces there, just get out of Dodge. DraftKings is still battling because that's the one I'm kind of, every time you see me turn, I'm looking at DraftKings because it's at that point, 201 to 201.5. If it fails a 201 break, can't get past that 2150. Keep saying 201 because I'm watching Tesla as well. 2150. If it can't get through there, then I want to trail out of this one around that 90 to 80 area here on DraftKings. And then work for the next long, which I think will be around VWAP. So we'll calm with that. Google, nothing to do here except hold on till VWAP at least, or reload in front of 93.80, and my stop is at 75. So that's another easy one to manage.
Just looking for longs now. I've spun around. Haven't committed fully to the futures just yet, but at the same time, I'm out of any equity shorts, and I'm just looking for trades that I can find on the long side that are setting up close to support areas. We moved down quite a bit, right? So a lot of names have moved down to their next support point. I know BA is an option as well. NVIDIA is down like 2.5%. It was down like $5 or so. That's sitting at a nice area that I can work with potentially, depending on what the risk. I still got to figure out what the risk is here because it is a wide range. But I'm prioritizing the futures position first, And once I figure that out, then I'll kind of go into the equity side. For now, though, I am building up a list of names I can potentially take the longs on. I think J&J is on the table for a long. J&J has actually done well, even with this market being negative, almost 1% on the NASDAQ and about 0.67 on the S&P. J&J has had a rough go of it, but it is catching a nice bid today. Market's catching a bid, relative strength. Why not, right? Let's see if we can prioritize J&J as an equity position that can go long as well towards the lows. We should not really come back to the lows. Even if this market goes back down, J&J, if it's got relative strength, it should not go back down towards lows. So we can just use the low as a stop in this situation. So waiting for this to kind of all settle in. This is exactly what you want when the market's at a turning point, which is a nice accelerated move. Let's go back to the futures, a nice accelerated move. I was looking for that stop run south of 60. We went 3 points, sure. I was looking for a move that was a little bit more aggressive, like 60 to 50 and then bounce back. But I'll take this. If this is going to be the setup that we need to go long, I just need it to now stabilize above 70. Once we get above 70 and we stabilize, we're having a hard time staying above 70. We've been above 70. We've been as high as 73, but we're having a hard time getting up there and staying there. Obviously makes sense. Resistance levels or previous support from the pre-market. So this is being an issue. But at the same time, if we get through that and we are able to stay above, that confirms everything I need, and that would be the long that I want to work with. And then I can prioritize J&J and hopefully pick up some other longs as well that are relatively strong on the day.
I forgot all about this one because, quite frankly, it's easy to forget about it. But every single time, it seems like a weird trade, and I get it. It's not necessarily for everybody, but until it stops working, it's going to be an everyday thing where I either sit in the short at consolidation level on Bed Bath & Beyond, or just offer it as it makes its pop and then just wait for it to come all the way back down. Because whether it's $2 or it's $2.13 the other day, it just seems to find that level and then hold on for dear life. So as long as that's still happening, I'm still going to be on this name for the shorts. It's now kind of sitting in the money where I kind of feel like I'm just holding on to it. But you just talked about longs. I just got reloaded on Google. We'll see if that's any good. Reloaded on Alphabet. I mean Alphabet when I say Google. So if it cannot hold 93.75, yeah, I'm not going to be too stubborn about this reload. If it breaks that 3/4, I'm out. Forget it. If it gets back above 94, I start to take it out again. Didn't even sniff VWAP. You can pretty much forget about that. It doesn't want any part of it. This is a weak name. It found a support level that I liked, so we were able to get it once for a scalp trade. But if that's all it is, that's all it is. Sometimes you don't get more than that, and you can't ask the market for something that it doesn't want to do. All you can do is trade the levels that you see and then hope that they work out for you and hold up, because that trade is binary at this point. Tesla, that short in Tesla, it didn't even get to VWAP here at 02, so Tesla kind of putting in a higher low. So I feel like, I'm short Tesla and long Alphabet, and you can see the divergence that you have between those two names. I don't know that that's the right call right now. So I have to respect the fact that Tesla might be blowing me out at 05 and Google might take out that low. DraftKings, we know we have good, but the problem with DraftKings is I don't want to buy up here, and at the same time, I don't want to sell just yet. It hasn't broken the trend, but I'm not joining this up here at 21. So it has failed at 21. If it breaks 2080, I'm just going to slap the trail and look to get VWAP. It might end up this is a bad trailing stop and Arun's laughing at me at some point during the day, but I just feel like with the market as it is right now, we should get a shot to get back in here. And I'll hate myself if it got to exactly the zone I wanted to make a decision and I didn't put the trailing stop in, because that's what I see in front of me.
Little one, guys. IC moving back to the upside here. ISEE just took out that high from aftermarket yesterday. There was an FDA approval or accepted their new drug application for one of their treatments. So just took out that high on decent volume there for ISEE.
Good call. I see you, Brendan. Okay, so we'll see if that trailing stop happens there. Just one thing before I let you go to Arun, because I see Sharon's son asking about Roku. I liked Roku a little bit lower than this 70 level. It's bouncing off 70, but I kind of like the 200 period on the daily at 68.5. So no Roku for me. At this point, I have enough positions. I'm not taking anything that is not at the price I want. That should go without saying. But once I get 5 or 6, that's it. I don't really want to add to those positions, even if they're easy to manage. But I just don't want to be adding, especially $2 early. at least what I think is $2 early on Roku. That reload on Alphabet, this is what I mean. Like this trade to me, like I know the things I like long. I have a trailing stop on DraftKings, SPRC in front of $1, and then I'm buying in the 80s on Google, taking some out when it takes out 94, and then if it gets to view, I'll take another leg out. And if the market rips, I can see 95 on this. So don't want to look any gift horses in the mouth when we're grabbing this long here on Alphabet, because it looks like it's just good the whole way through until it isn't, obviously. Like at some point it breaks this level, and then I'm like, shoot, I should have got more out.
And right now, I'm just sending a bunch of orders out, trying to get some fills here. I like the action. Right now, based on the way it's moving around, it seems like it's a decent kind of move. So to the upside, they're kind of working through their resistance, what was sitting as resistance up there between 40, 70, and 75. So I'm starting to send orders out on, what do I have for candidates? Nike, J&J potentially on the table. For now, those are the only two I've got. I'm also looking at, was it NVIDIA? No, it wasn't NVIDIA. It was something else. Anyways, I'll get back to it. But right now, I've got bids out on Nike and J&J, trying to get some longs here, and the futures as well. What's happening here?
That's for you, brother.
Everyone, your futures levels and commitments are fantastic. Thank you. No, thank you, Paul Franklin. I'm just here to give you guys the levels. You guys are pulling the trades. So if that's helping you guys out, all to it, right? But at the end of the day, we're just trying to make some money. Everyone's trying to make some money, and hopefully we can just help each other out, and I can just throw out some levels. And today you get to watch me trade, I guess.
I will say this much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for the super chat. However,
if you like the show, like the video, and subscribe.
You seen that one yet?
No, these are all new.
They're
wow.
legit.
You guys have done a whole lot.
They're legit.
You guys have done a whole lot. Listen, I come in here when these guys take vacations or whatever, right? So I'm not here that often. But when I do come in, they're always working on stuff. Now they have a green screen. Now they got Luca doing like what he does. He's great on that commercial.
He's a baller.
Yeah, he's a baller on that commercial. Him and his Spro it's in your head now.
Okay, so true story about that is there were a lot of takes of it, but there was 2 takes when Fahad was passing the rock, and there was like 10 takes when I was passing the rock. So I'll give Fahad credit there, because the key chess pass was important. Oh, I may have just picked the wrong point. It was like I picked the wrong day to get out of Tesla at VWAP.
Yes, you did.
That's like the Mr. T thing from Eddie Murphy. Every time I get out at VWAP, it just breaks another dollar down. So I'm taking these like scalp trades on Tesla because it looks strong. We'll see. Like it's not necessarily wrong yet to pay out on the Tesla short up here at 05. Like it's a good short up there. I just felt like it was a little bit strong and trading to the upside. But what I didn't do there was allow it to make a level, consolidate a bit, and then make a decision. Like what I've done is just gotten out. Now, if it holds this trend line, which I'm trying to draw here, if it ends up holding this, and we're at like 1030, and this line is still valid on Tesla, then I'm probably just going long here, or taking the 05 break into the bottom of that trend for a scalp trade. So that's kind of what I'm looking at here with Tesla, but I'm jumping in and out of it, which I think is the right decision. But as long as it holds up, great. If it breaks this, well, watch out below is what they usually say. Alphabet long doesn't want to go more than, it only wants to give me 30 to 40 cents on this trade at this point. No other leg to the upside, still valid at the bottom, but just it doesn't want to give me any more than this, which is very disappointing.
Yeah. I see in the chat there's people saying that it's slow, and that's going to happen. You're not always going to get a fast and exciting market, but at the same time, these are the kind of markets where you kind of really get to test out your strategies and whatnot, and essentially work on your process. So when the market does accelerate and when it does get faster, that you're on top of things that much quicker, right? This kind of market requires a lot more nuance, and it's not a matter of just hitting what's moving. It's going to take some effort to actually figure out the trade. It forces you to work on your strategies and work on all the small things that you normally wouldn't work on if the market was hot, exciting, and just taking off and giving you free money everywhere, right? So these are the times you're going to learn the most. So when you do get those markets that are accelerating and fast, you're making a ton more money, right? So couple things. I am long now on Nike. We're long here in front of 124 out of a few cents here. And I'm also long on the futures as well. I picked up some longs here in front of 70. You see that green arrow? That's my long there. This is exactly what I wanted from the market when I came in this morning. 2 trades, either one, and I start my day with both sides, right? I either want a move up or a move down. Figure out both situations so that you don't have to think about it when time comes. The move up was get into 4,100, fade out, run the short. Flip side was we run down from 75-ish, we break through the lows, take out 60 on a stop, preferably go down to close to 50 and then bounce back up into the 70s for the long. Well, we didn't go as low as I wanted, but the market set up exactly the way I wanted it to, which was breaking the low, setting the stops, coming back into 70. At that point, that trade has to be automatic. You cannot think about what you have to do there. You already thought about it. You did all the analysis ahead of time. Just take the trade, let it work, let the market do what it's going to do. So here we are long on the futures. We're long on Nike. I'm still trying to get my hands on J&J, and this market is turning around. So what I'm going to do now is think about my next move. What's my next move on the futures if this ends up being right? Now it's a matter of we caught the long in the buy zone. We put the stop where it is. Now the target's going to be close to 4,100. Remember that second trade that I was running this morning? Potential if this market runs up. Now that comes back into play. If this market gets back to 4,100, what do? Well, we know there's resistance there. We're going to start looking for a short setup. Play defense once it gets up there. That's why we got out of Boeing, because we were playing defense when the market was in the buy zone. Now we're playing defense if this market works in our favor and it goes towards 4,100. This market should have the space to go. It's done exactly what it needed to do. Take out the support level, run some stops, now spin around. If we go back up to the 4,100, I got to think about the idea of, hey, what happens up there? Is there resistance? Do I have to spin this back into a short again? So for now, between 40, 80, and 4,100, I'm not going to do a whole lot. I'm going to give this thing a ton of time, a ton of space, and a ton of time to move around, let it breathe, let it do what it wants to do. It's not going to go right now. It doesn't have to go in the next 10 minutes or 15 minutes, but it will at some point make a move towards that 4,100 if I'm right. If I'm wrong, hey, I'm wrong. And we'll just move on from there. But that's all I got. For now, we got two positions. Hopefully we get this movement happening before the end of the show, which is 11 o'clock. We got 40 minutes. And now we're just going to go to Brendan with what's happening now.
Hey guys, quiet day overall for the market, quiet day for small cap land. There are a few that are moving around so far. Here's a look at three. Anyway, IBIO Incorporated up this morning on this. They're expanding their cancer targeting study and working on or adding another potential target anyways for IBIO. Gapping to the upside, this is a 10-minute chart, but gapping to the upside above that 150 if you go to the daily chart. That is 150 for IBIO. We'll watch that, see how it plays out around that 150 for the remainder of the day. This is a biotech with some machine learning headlines this morning. SPRC, gap through 130, straight downside so far for SPRC. Shift Pixie was the other one that popped up this morning early on. They're developing more apps in the food delivery business, but you can see what that got them today. Straight down, $2, right back to where it was yesterday for Pixie, I should say. Guys, back to you.
Yes, sir. And there's another one, and I love the chat. I love the community so much because you never really catch anything. And obviously, when you're trading multiple positions, you will not see everything. It's everything that I have set up that I know I'm trading around the levels, so it's easier to trade. But this SRNE, I've been yelled at for 2 days in a row to be looking at the stock. In my defense, I will say it gets a heck of a lot more interesting above 30 cents. Whenever I see a bottom channel like this, my usual thought is, well, what happens when it breaks the channel at 30? As opposed to, okay, well, can you be in early? But when you're in early, it's actually a better risk to reward trade. Went the wrong way there. Because when you're making that curl, if you're long in here at 25 and risking 10%, then when it makes the breakout that everybody else is looking for, you're in the money playing with house money. So if it works, you hold. If it doesn't, when everyone else is dumping out, that took the long at 30, you can be buying it up here at like 25 and 26, improving your average price. Now that's more of a swing or intraday swing idea, whereas I'm a day trader. So as a day trader, you do want it to take out that key level at 30, get to the new price, and maybe do like a little bit of squeezing on its own. So I want to see it hold a bit above there, but I think we've got some interesting names in the big tech. I didn't rinse and repeat Tesla there, which I probably should have. Maybe that last time. It could be the last time. If this continues the trend to the upside, this is breaking 05 and then going for a little bit of a jaunt up to like 8s, 10s, 13s. Those are the key levels up there. And then Meta, it hasn't lost, but it hasn't worked. That's the best way to think about this trade. Like we're short probably at the right place. Maybe could have had a few fills above 72. And every time I try to get fills above 72, it stalls beneath 72. And I'm just sitting there like canceling the order and then repricing it and not actually getting anything on Meta, which is frustrating. because it feels like we've got a name that won't break higher, but we're not actually doing anything with it, which is a bit of a disappointment on my end. I think I'm slapping the fail on myself for Meta. The short's not good. Well, it's not good enough. Alphabet, however, I don't know what the heck this was, but congratulations! At least I got something out in front of VWAP, because whatever the heck just happened in Alphabet, it goes up here. I, by absolute fluke, had an offer sitting at 94.35 because, quite frankly, I'm long at 84, and that was 50 cents. I just offered out for a 50-cent win, happened to get filled, and then it does that. That's blind luck. I was in the long, it happened to go to my price, and then that candle just happened. So I'm going to get back on the bid. I will rinse and repeat this one because we've been getting the price we want on Google every single time, and then it's been holding beneath that 93.75. So this one is working, but I just thought the market was going for a little bit of a breakout, and this was the last entry we would have had in Alphabet here. Next thing you know, reality sets in. So this might be the last time we go long in front of this level on Alphabet, but it hasn't broken yet, so I don't want to give it up. DraftKings is cruising, but I'm now out of it because I got trailed. When I get trailed out, sometimes that's like the best entry point I find. Like I'll get the long early, and then when I set my trail out at about 10 to 10:30, it's probably just another buy zone. So I tend to win on these trades and then look back at it at like 1 o'clock, and it's like, yeah, but you could have had way more. I thought we were coming into VWAP when the market was weak. DraftKings said we don't care. So if DraftKings wants to do this dance, the next level up is 21.50, which might just be a breakout on its own in the daily. I don't want to be waiting until 21.50 to get something. I might now take the longs in around 20.80 and then go for the high end of the range into 21.50.
I just saw DraftKings. I was like,
So strong.
Like, really, though? Like, we kind of were looking for that kind of move, but that was just nuts. It was a matter
Why
of...
weren't you telling me not to trail? I looked over, I'm like, I'm going to trail it out here. Arun's probably going to say not to do
I was
it.
probably looking at something.
Okay.
Wait, where did you trail it? I wasn't...
See, this is where Arun yells at me. I was long here in the break, and then I added on the dip, scalp out, takes them out 20.50.
Yeah.
Once it failed the 21 break, because 21.5 is the level on the daily, I put my trailing stop at, you know what, actually, wait a minute. I know what I did wrong. Never mind. The trail should have been down at 70, not 80. Yeah, you know what? Sometimes when you talk it through yourself, you're like, yeah, well, that has nothing to do with Arun. I'm just an idiot.
You know what it is? And this is what every trader goes through, is that when you are in the money, you want to capture all of what you have on the table. Yep. So just because it's going back a little bit, you're like, I don't want to lose too much. I don't want to lose too much. What that ends up doing is you end up making decisions that you normally wouldn't make, which is running a trail too tight, right? So the trail, especially with the way I trade, I use very loose stops. But like when you're running a trail that tight, there's way too much room for whipsaw action.
Yes.
And that's what happened.
So this is the reason why you have Sean, myself, Arun, Brendan, Sharif, Luca. It's just different perspectives. We get Michael Nas talking about swing trades from Trade Ideas all the time, so we get another kind of perspective because we can all learn from each other. Like, you know, I find like what I gain from Sean is always kind of when you get that level, like get aggressive with it. You know, and understand that you can size up when it's a good level and then try to scalp out some early so you're playing with house money. What I get from Arun is to usually hold on a bit better. Once you've got a good level, respect it. Understand that you've got the trend and be patient with it. So try to get a little bit of everything here, and hopefully you guys get a bit of that. The Alibaba, which I still think is something, I haven't taken another shot at this. Okay, so it didn't get to 102. So now it's like, what do I want to do with this? Because if it doesn't want to go to that 102 level for the ultimate short, it just wants to reclaim 100. Am I trying the short again down here? It's like I've lost on Baba and I've lost on DoorDash today. And when I had that early hit, a lot of times I just walk away from the stock and it sets up again. So Baba might do that beneath 100. Dash, I just feel like Dash sometimes when you're wrong, get out of the way. So I did the same trade on Palantir the other day and got out super early. Like I had the dip buy, got stopped out. No, it wasn't Palantir. Palantir I made money on. It was like it was Roku or one of those other names, or Roblox. And I got stopped out on the dip buy, and then it ended up I made bottom wick, and the stock went 10%. But here's the other side of that coin. If you don't get out here, well then maybe it's just another like $4 against you. So I always like to get out, even though I like it. You got to be able to get out sometimes because that's the other result. So So I'm always going to take that L, risk making bottom wick, and it goes higher because I don't want to ruin my day on one of these kinds of trades. That's just my style because I'm into multiple trades. You can't be holding one of those against you forever. Dash is just dying here, down 4% from gapping up. Crazy.
It's holding things against you forever, and this is like a thing where it should not be in your hands anymore, right? Like if you take a position and you've calculated the risk on the trade, you're like, okay, I like the long 72. If it gets below 70, I'm out. That should be automatic, right? Like it's not a matter of, okay, I'm just going to hold on to it. Maybe it comes back around. You made an analysis, you made a read, you know, it didn't work out, and then you move on. And like my TTD trade from this morning, I made a read, it didn't work out, I moved on. Now I'm making my Boeing and Meta, and then now these two trades on Nike and Amazon are doing just fine to cover up for the losses. It's a game of numbers, and at the end of the day, you can't be perfect, you can't be accurate, you can't expect to be 90% right. Just make sure your strategy is net positive, and then over time, that'll be just good enough to make some money. And it takes time to build up that strategy or whatever it is until you get to that point where it's net positive. But once you get there, just stick with it, right? And right now, futures market all over the place. This trade was up about 15 points in the money. Now it's up 4 points. I mean, this is how I trade. Welcome to the show, as I might ride this one all day until I get the move that I want, or until the market gives me. I'm not that stubborn about getting the move I want, but I am willing to wait until the market gives me the information I need. So right now, the market's all it's telling me is the 70 is going to be a problem, the 75 into 80 is going to be a problem. I'm not going to walk away from it because the long-term support level is below me, so I'm okay with that. But if we keep attempting to go up through these 80s and we keep failing, I may have to change the risk profile on this trade, which means I may have to get out and try to reprice it lower. So for now, I'll let it work, but at the same time, I'm aware of the fact that this 75 to 80 is a problem, and then we may have to do that in the future at some point. But hasn't changed anything right now. We're at 10:30. European markets close at 11:30. Between 11:15 and 11:30, I do expect some action in this in the U.S. market as well, because Europe is going away for their weekend. So there tends to be some volatility there. So we could be in a quiet period for the next half hour or so until we get into the European closing session, which could accelerate things a little bit. Could be either way, really. But at the same time, I'm still prepping my trades. A new trade that I'm potentially picking up on the long side, I still like the long, it's just a matter of what price do I want to pay for it. ENPH. The only hesitation I have on ENPH is that my stop has to be below 200, and I am not a fan of using big round numbers.
That stock too, it gets a little spready.
Is it? I haven't even pulled up the level 2.
Pull up the level 2 on ENPH. Or you know what?
Oh yeah, 20 cents.
By the way, Meta's breaking VWAP, so that's kind of good.
Oh, fun.
But end phase, I just want to make sure I get the level 2 of. That's the wrong direction. And then that's still on Tesla, because I was just looking at that as well. But yeah, end phase. So right now, this actually doesn't look that bad. It's like 40, 50 cents. But I remember the last time I looked at this name, like if it breaks 200, you might actually, before you see real liquidity, you might see like 199 or something like that. So it gets a little weird like that. And I think when you're a day trader, you have to consider that to all of your entry points. Like, okay, so if you put a stop at an even dollar level, like where are you actually getting out? Like in Tesla, if you put a stop at 200, you're getting out at 199.90. You know, it gets very different from
you're
getting out
crossing
at,
down. You're crossing down with the
Well,
20
that's what I'm
cent
saying,
spread.
Like,
And
on
then-
end phase, you're crossing down like $1.20 just to make sure you get the fill. On Tesla, you're crossing down 20 cents. It's a very different story between end phase. And that's why people ask us, like, why don't you trade like MSTR? I traded MSTR one time.
MSTR.
And I remember it was like, I thought my risk was $1.50 and it was like $3.
Oh my God.
It's like you're not trading. Like, it just, for what we do, there's just, no.
Yeah, no.
Like there's no way I want to lose double what I'm expecting at a key level because you can't get out of the position.
The spread is $2. So as soon as you punch the offer, you're out $2.
MSTR is crazy.
So, and it's only done 140,000 shares on the day. Like MSTR, there are certain trades or certain stocks that are swing only.
Swing only.
Yes. MSTR is swing only because you can hold the position or you can take the position with a much larger time frame. You don't have to worry about the intraday stuff. When you do get stopped out, I mean, you're going to have to pay the spread, but at the same time, you were able to manage it much better on something like that. These high spread names and the ones that barely move intraday, like Ford and this morning I said GM as well. Those are swing-only names, at least in my book anyways. Everyone trades differently, so you do you. But at the same time, there are certain categories for names that you want to trade. And for me, and something like that, no. After seeing ENPH, maybe. If you're feeling frisky, maybe. But in the meantime, I would just kind of, avoid it and try to save money there in the meantime. Brennan.
Hey guys, yeah, quick update for you after a big day to the upside yesterday. A bit of a pullback for crypto markets so far today, but we did get through that 25,000 back to the upside for Bitcoin after, since the first time since August of last year. It's been a while and well-documented pullback. This was what happened after, though. We went from 25,000 all the way back to 23.3 on the 24-hour period, trying to get back above 24,000 currently for BTC. Ethereum hanging out nicely, though, right at the top end of the range currently after we took out that high yesterday for ETH. Both red right now, 1.8% for Bitcoin. Ethereum down a full percent as well. But a bit of a mixed board to wrap up what has been a very positive week for crypto markets. OKYO going crazy right now, guys. Little low float name, just taking out $6 to the upside as well.
So just a couple of things. One, so Tesla, Meta is working. It's back down at that 71. But I think, like at this point, like Meta should already, when the market was tanking, Meta wouldn't go. When the market is bouncing, Meta breaks to the downside. So something's really fishy with the way Meta's trading. And I just feel like it should be breaking down to 170 before I get excited about it. Like we got the right level at 172. It's just not behaving the way that I want or expect it to at this particular point. So a little bit, it's weird, man. Like it's like a ring the register on kind of name, but I don't want to take it out here because if it works, like we should be down at 170. That just feels right. This SPRC, by the way, like I mean, seriously? I randomly picked 108. I wanted more shares down at 1. Like this, I'm like, okay, once it breaks 110 on the way to $1, I want to start going long. So I got to fill it away, and I've got nothing since. And it hasn't broken down, and it hasn't gone up enough for me to care. So I want it up. You want the first at least 10 pennies here into that 118 range to do anything with this name. So very boring for that one, unfortunately. And then going back over to Tesla, this is the other one. We've liked this 05, or the shorts in front of 05, and they've been pretty solid here. Like you scalp it, get a couple of bucks a couple times. But I'm just not seeing any reason to stray away from the notion that we're either holding a trend to the upside, breaking 05s to join the trend, or we break down and I can look for shorts if it breaks down. So patience at this point is 1036. We don't have to rush anything. DraftKings even here is not really setting me up for, you could join this maybe, but again, this also still feels like it wants to roll back over. And if I go long at 21 and then miss a chance to catch a dip buy at VWAP, I'm gonna hate myself. So again, being very, very patient at this time of day. If it's in the money, hold on to it. I see thoughts on Neo from Robert. Every time I look up, I see Roku and well, I'm seeing Roku, Neo. I'll get to Neo in a second because Roku, it's not 68 yet. And I've been saying, like, you know what, that's actually pretty darn close. 68.5 is the 200 period. If you look at yesterday where the bulk of the volume stepped in, it was here, 68.5 to 69. So you're probably not wrong in saying start it at 69, give it to 68.5 area, and work the long. So I should already be bidding this one at 69, actually, now that I look at it. Probably was thinking, when you have a perfect price you want, it's easy to say, well, I want that price alone. A lot of times it's a price area, and it's okay to start the position at 69. If you want to give it $1 worth of a range, it's okay to get in that first 50 cents. But Roku, this is about where I was expecting a bounce. I was just waiting a little bit lower than this, to be honest with you guys.
All right, market moving up. Hey, this is good. It's not just making more money, but it also allows me to move a stop. Right now, I can think. We were talking about like stop placement and whatnot. I like to get enough information so it makes sense to move a stop. The first time around, when we went up to the 80s and we failed and we came back into the mid 70s, you don't do anything. At that point, no, it doesn't make sense to move the stop. But now we're making a second attempt. So if we're making a second attempt, we shouldn't keep failing here. If we are failing here, then there's a problem up here that I need to deal with. That means I need to protect this position. It also makes sense that that 75 to 80 is holding up well. So my stop being now south of 70, I think I can now run this in a, not going to be break even, but a much tinier loss than if I were to actually run the position the original way, which was all the way down at 35. So now I'm kind of tightening up the stops here, letting it kind of play itself out. I know the next decision point for me is at 4,100, but I also know that I got to defend against this 4080 being a problem. So here we are kind of just tightening up the stop just in case this market does spin back around. That also means I got to keep an eye on Amazon as well, which has barely moved even with this market going up. Brendan.
Another low float name moving, guys. RSLS, Reshape Life Sciences, 353,000 share float on this. Just FYI, looks like a new patent just coming through for this one. So RSLS just popped up.
Yeah, I've been looking at this. Well, everyone else has been talking about this OKYO. This one is going a little bit ham, as the kids like to say. Last I checked, that's a term. Probably a little bit old. But it's gone too far as I'm concerned. Like whenever it's gone, like if you get it like breaking like out from like 2 and 3, like 4 and 5 is generally speaking as far as I would want to chase it. And now it's just getting through like that key 6 level. So like holding above 6 would be a big deal. But you're kind of making that determination now. It's only halted once, which is weird because it's very thin and not a lot of liquidity, and the float's obviously not that big. Like you're talking, anytime there's a 1 million float, I haven't even checked to see what locates are. Because if it's under 1 million, shorting it, unless it halts like 2 or 3 times in a row, I just don't want any part of that. But if it does halt 2 or 3 times in a row, then I probably would do it. But yeah, you're looking for longs generally when the float's that big, and it's only testing that 6 area now. Like the money longs are the first halt on a low floater like this, or off the first halt price. Like right in here, it reopens at 410, kind of does a lot of volume in here, 410 to 440, and you can have a stop at 380. Like that's a little more reasonable. Up here, it's like, what are you doing up here? I don't know. Like I'm not going long up here because the risk is 50% to the downside, which I really don't want any part of.
This market is struggling. Yeah, we may have to just walk away from this. I mean, again, my stop is going to be south of 70, but at the same time, I can see the issues here between 75 and 80, and this market might have a second leg, and that's why I'm starting to pare down my long positions on the equity side. Futures, if we break 70, I'm going to call it a day on the futures. Take that, a few points. I'm probably going to lose like 2 or 3 points, and then we'll walk away from that. But and then kind of reset a little bit here. This is not doing what we wanted, so playing defense here. South of 70, we're done. And we'll see if this market wants to take a move back down. I am keeping an eye out on this position right here. Nike struggling around that 125. I mean, this is done well for now. I can probably, if we get back underneath the highs that were put in this morning, with the market falling off as well, then we're probably done with Nike as well, and I'll probably just go back to flat, right? So now I have to reassess this whole thing. Amazon, we walked away from just in time. We walked away from it, and now it's south of 50, close to 40 as this market spins back around. So definitely got to keep an eye out. Both sides, be aware of this as this market is kind of spinning around. And some of you guys were talking about NVIDIA still flushing. Yeah. This is a great short. When the market is like this, when the stock is like this, yes, it's hitting buy side, but you don't have any reason to go for the long just yet. It's still accelerating. It's in the right spot to do something. It's just got to do it. Because the last thing you want to do, you want to respect the strength of the current trend while being aware of what's already there as support. So although there's support down here, current strength is to the downside. Until that starts to shift away, you got to respect the sell side action. So that's what I'm going to do with NVIDIA. I'll keep an eye on it though, as we go to Brendan with Sector Watch.
Bit of a mixed board to show you so far today. We are still in negative territory, only 0.6 at this point though for the S&P. So an improving situation overall, but as Arun was mentioning, still a ton of room to the downside if needed for the overall market. Energy stocks jumping off the board here at 1.3+% for crude oil today. So some of the producers downside on that as well. This is a tech group once again leading for us in negative territory. Software, semiconductors, and hardware equipment makers all red as far as individual groups are concerned. There's Moderna, we talked about 4.7 on data suggesting their flu mRNA vaccine is not as good as expected. Biogen here as well, 1.8% to the upside. Gilead, some of the other pharma names holding on to positive territory. Consumer discretionary stocks all pretty much in negative territory, including the travel names outside of Caesars, up 1.6%, having a pretty good day. There's Deere. They reported 6.5% to the upside so far for DE. Financials are actually green right now, but only just. Same story for utility and consumer staples. Not huge moves, but offsetting some of the declines. And that ALB, an earnings name in the materials group today. 0.64 for the S&P, guys.
Well, think about it. So I was just running something past Fahad. Well, if it comes about, I'll let you guys know. But I didn't actually trade Moderna, and it kind of set up what I was looking for. And I might have put this one on, but in the morning I probably just had too many things to deal with to put that trade in Moderna. It wouldn't have won, because what I would have looked for is beneath that 163. It was holding the open like right here. When it takes out this channel down at 945, then consolidates lower. Like that's the short I probably would have been in 162, and then a stop out. So. I don't know, being distracted away from it probably saved me something there on Moderna. I am in Roku now to that long trade. I talked about that one. And Meta is showing signs of being weird again. So the market rolls over and Meta doesn't just flush. Like the market was strong and Meta was going down. The market turns around a little bit and Meta catches a bid. What in that? Like seriously, what is this stock doing? It's haunted right now. Meta's so weird. Like when the market was down, you're supposed to flush. You're that's supposed to mean relative weakness, and you should be at the low of the day. Meanwhile, Alphabet has just been doing its own barcoding kind of thing here. So I've been only going long beneath 94, getting the money fills beneath, and then playing it into VWAP. Now you're not getting any fills beneath. So what that tells me is cancel, because if it breaks another time here, I don't know if I want those fills again. Now, all of a sudden, if it breaks down, I would rather be long on a failed break to the downside and then reclaiming 94. Like trap some people going short under here, and then I want the longs above. Show me confirmation before I add to this Google for a third time. Brendo.
Move down here, guys, for Coinbase. Not a lot of follow through on this, but just be aware of it. Binance US, this is Bloomberg, guys. Binance US said to be considering delisting tokens from any US-based projects. So essentially Binance exploring the idea of leaving the US amid this new crackdown from regulators on crypto markets.
Oh, the opportunity cost. So everyone was talking about Roku, and I flipped to Roku and bought Roku and then missed the dip buy on DraftKings. There's an opportunity cost to these things, right? Like it's just, there's no question about it. Like now it bounces off. I'm trying to get it now to join this trend again that I got out of. You know what? Now this looks a little bit better, but not that much better, because I'm essentially looking for a long right around the same price, so it's not terrible. But I did grab Roku instead while getting distracted, which looks like it's starting to go, but it needs to at least clear, oh, it's getting close, like 69.5 area. That's where I want that first out. Maybe in the 40s, actually, not that bad. When looking at the halves on a stock with a bigger spread, I might just go for like the 30s to 40s first, and then something in front of 70s, and then if it gets to VWAP. Remember, this is a downtrend where I'm looking for the long off a higher time frame support area. So yes, I'm anticipating a bounce here and it's working, but I'm remembering that it's a downward trend. If it doesn't, maybe it does what it does yesterday. But remember that it actually held down here for like a half an hour to a full hour and then went. The same thing could happen where you rinse and repeat. So if it bounces off this 68.5, I want to keep going long in front of 68.5, get something out, and then hold a core position in case it makes a move. But that is definitely something pulling back off of yesterday's highs that I want to respect. So pay myself out while trying to hold a core long in front of support.
All right, updates on my positions. We are out. We are flat on everything. Nike I don't like the way Nike's moving. It was looking good when the market was going good. Now it's coming back in, so clearly walking away from this one. And futures as well. I actually walked away flat on this one. Covered the cost of the trade, meaning like the fees of transaction fees and whatnot. But we were long here, went for a nice ride, came back in, did not do what I wanted it to do, not especially north of 80. I was looking for some strength there. They kept, selling it down. Tried a second time. That's when I moved the stop and sold it down once again. This time, I'm done. I do like the idea of the long. So let's go back to the futures levels that I had. I still like the idea of the long. but I just don't want to do it here. So I was priced around 70. So the fact that we're not coming back in, it tells me I don't need to pay that price because there's clearly something between 75 to 80, even into 85. So if I'm now going to be looking to find some longs in the low end of this buy zone, it's got to be in the low 60s. That makes sense, knowing that the resistance level is up there in the 80s, right? In the low 80s or low 80s, high 70s. So now with the market coming back in and we're flat, we're reassessing where we can potentially go long. We can't find shorts just yet because it's not going high enough. Remember, shorts are going to be closer to 4,100. So can't do the shorts there and can't do the longs at 70. So we're going to have to wait on this one until this market gives us more action to the downside. Two things can happen at that point. We can either try to take those, at this point, the low being about 57 or so. We're probably going to take a look at 50 if that's the case. And if we take a look at 50, I'm looking for stops below 50, coming back in into 60. That could set up a new long. Or we actually just grind down the rest of the day, at which point we're going to end up taking out this buy zone. So be prepared for both sides there. And I'm not going to do a whole lot until I get that information. So for now, we're going to save our money. We covered our hits on TTD, and we are net positive there. And then I've covered the fees on the futures position, and we're kind of positive, barely, if you call that money. But we're barely positive there, but at least we're positive, right? We're not taking unnecessary hits. And that's the thing. When you're trading, you don't need to waste money on things that aren't going to work or aren't working the way that you want them to. Just take the loss, or if it's a flat trade, take the flat trade, move on, come back on another setup, and we'll figure something out. There's another, 4.5, 5 hours left on the day, five and change hours left in the day. There's going to be something. Today's also options expiration.
Yep.
Third Friday of the month, options expiration. That brings a lot of volatility at the end of the day. So imbalances might be a little bit larger than normal. Closing prints might be a little bit more aggressive. You might see a little accelerated action there in the final 10 minutes of the day. So there's going to be some action. We just got to wait for the next pocket, at which point that makes sense to take the risk there.
Yeah, you're so right. We're actually, we have not really broken much out of the range. We're threatening the bottom end of it, but we're not really breaking range here. And a shout out in the chat to, I missed who said they just crushed him on Microsoft there. SU in the chat was like, they just caught a Microsoft. I'm assuming a bid. I'm going to assume it was a long because this just happened. Higher lows on Softy at 57. And you know what, this isn't that. I'm not trading Softy. I've been on Google and Tesla mostly this morning, and Meta, obviously the big cap names. But you know, this one looks pretty solid. It caught a bit of a bid here. Now you've got a range to work with. Like, it's for the scalp trader, right? Like, this is 57 to 59. And it looks like you can play in that area. Kind of the same way we were doing with Tesla early. So good catch there. I'm glad you caught that. I'm looking at the other big tech names, and Softy might have been a missed opportunity there. Actually, it was a missed opportunity. Brendo.
Looks like Bloomberg reporting this guy's Microsoft in the works, anyways, to allow paid ads within Bing and Edge as well for this new Chat GPT AI integration. So a bit of an uptick there for Microsoft.
Okay, so that at least explains what happened. You know, not that bad. It's adjusting an order. Did I get it? No, I didn't quite get the next fill on Roku, but I also didn't get DraftKings. So this one might be the bane of my existence. It's hanging out here, so I don't want to really move my order. I'm just kind of sitting in front of 60s. I want to get picked up in this little bit of a dip buy. If it can hold VWAP, fantastic. If it breaks down, there is some room, so I want to have a reasonable stop. I am looking over at Tesla because it's now broken back toward the low, so I didn't take it a third time. Sitting in Meta, Bed Bath & Beyond doing its own thing, which is just going down. And then we'll see what happens with Tesla. It might make this break of the low at some point, and we want to set that one up for some shorts again. But this is a time to be patient. It's already paid a couple of times, and I don't think I definitely early didn't get as much as I could have. I think I did better the second time through because it was more shallow of a move. If I get a chance to short 05s, I'll probably do it again, but just haven't been able to do it just yet. Oh, and just before we get to Money Talks, I am now long DraftKings, so I finally picked up that long. It's been a while since I've been in DraftKings. Brendo, what's going on in the world of currencies?
Hey guys, quiet overall so far for currency markets at this point to wrap up a week that has seen some wild swings coming off CPI, coming off PPI. We had pretty wild movement in the DXY. We are positive on the day, 104.1 right now, up about 0.25%, but We get all the way up here above 105, going back to the beginning of the week, coming back into that area right now. That is everything else on this board. Downside so far today, no real significant economic data or announcements coming out today right across the board. But dollar strength hurting everything else, it would appear, to end the week, guys. Still seeing 24,100 on BTC, trying to hold that support area. Back over to you.
Really, DraftKings? Really? Really?
Yep.
Now I get back in? Now I get back into DraftKings? You gotta be kidding. That being said, like, it's a pretty steep, like, if you were to draw this, which I guess I'll do it just because. Like, if you were to draw a trend here, like, yeah, I got it at VWAP, but on the higher time frame, it's probably valid to like 2020, the price anyways. So I'll probably look for it to bounce off this level and give it some room. But the idea is that it gave you such a big run. Like, if you're average long 1980, it went all the way to 2120. Right? So like that gave you a lot to the upside. So the bounce trade, I think, can give you the same kind of thing. So I want to be patient with this. I'm not going to add till I see it bounce around 20.25, but I'm not going to take it out till it gets down there. I feel like I got in too early on that move, but then that was bound to happen when I also trailed out too early. So let's be patient with this one and just see what it can do here.
Yeah, it's, I mean, I'm just thinking about lunch at this point because this market's not giving me anything I need.
What is for lunch?
That's a very good question. I think she sent it yesterday, actually. Hold on, guys. Let me figure out lunch. Lunch is spaghetti and meatballs. All right.
Salad for me.
Salad for me as well. Well, Sean's salad for me. But yeah, with this market doing what it's doing, I mean, Prad's saying that I can have his spaghetti and meatballs. I don't need that much carbs, bro. But at the same time, with this market doing what it's doing, you got to be smart about when you're trading. And if it's really quieting down, then just take some time, reassess. There's going to be some action at some point during the day. Nike's coming back in. We thought that was long. That didn't. Well, we made some money on it, but now that's all the way through. Amazon still down 2%. Market's coming back in. I'm still trying to find shorts. It's just a lot of the shorts are in tricky spots.
Yeah.
Because the market went up and it was looking positive, and they were at their levels. And now, as the market's turned around, they've already backed off those resistance levels, so they're too far away now. So you can't, and the market's not set up for a long, so even if they're sitting at support, you can't go for the long. So you're kind of in that position where you need the market to go back up to go for the short, but if the market goes back up too much, then it's not a short anymore. So when you have to do that much thinking on trying to find a position, it's probably better off just not to do it and do anything about it. It's a matter of keeping it simple, right? The simpler things are, it's easy to kind of put so many indicators and whatnot on a chart and try to figure out whatever indicator helps you out. It's just, at the end of the day, it's a matter of just identifying where there's supply and demand. The market supply and demand, where there's buy side, sell side resistance. If you can figure that out and find a way to consistently identify that, then you just do what you need to do, but not get too complicated, or instead of making it too complicated, it's just easier. The simpler things are, the easier you can think through things, and it's easier to execute and trust in what you're thinking. If you overcomplicate things and you have like 5 different indicators, that it's entirely possible that you have one telling you that it's a buy, one telling you that it's a sell, one telling you that you got to hold on and do nothing. Which one do you listen to at that point, right? And as my charts, as you guys can see, I don't use a whole lot. For me, it's just a matter of these horizontal levels with a little bit of flexibility. I don't use hard levels. Like I was like somewhere around there is what I say. If it's somewhere in terms of resistance, it's somewhere around that 4130. It's somewhere around that 4130, 4035 for support. Somewhere around there is what I go with. But I would definitely be more aware of what you're seeing in terms of action than relying on indicators. And I know there's gonna be so many people that just absolutely make a ton of money on indicators, and that's fine. I've never had success, at least in the years that I've done it, where one indicator was consistently applicable. It would be either a trend indicator or a mean reversion or a stochastic or mean reversion indicator. And when do you know to switch between one to the other? That's when those indicators work, because you need to be able to know how to switch between from a trend following indicator to a mean reversion. If you know that already, you don't need those indicators.
Yeah, just stick to whatever.
You just stick to whatever you're seeing already, right?
Two things though.
Yeah.
One, there's a super chat I want you to get to in a second. I thought there'd be a question about nat gas. I want to make sure you get to that. The second one is, I probably should have just stuck to going long every single time Google hit 93.85. So like this first time, money fill beneath 94, money fill beneath 94, and then I said I don't want to take it this time. I don't, and then it gives you a good entry, snaps back above 94, but doesn't really follow through. So I'm going to go for it here, understanding that this takes out the bottom. This could really trend to the downside, but it's holding the level pretty well. And it's lunchtime. You get to this time of the day. It's not lunchtime yet, but you get to this time of the day, and sometimes you hold that bottom for an hour or 2 hours. And if that happens, there's scalp trades in here. So I will jump back into that one. I do still have Meta. I do still have DraftKings. We'll see what that does around 220. But Roku's getting pretty close to breaking up again. I didn't really get the reload down here in front of 68.5 because I thought it would carry a little bit lower. But it's about to break and get up close to that 69.75 where you can guess I'm sitting on the offer. Now, if we get that, then I'm looking for VWAP. So Roku dip buy required a lot of patience. It's easy to look at your 3-minute or your 5-minute or your 1-minute and say, buy the dip 70s or somewhere around here when it's consolidating. For me, when I'm going against the trend, I'm looking at this level, the 200-period moving average, or where was previous resistance? Like on a pullback here, there's so much room in between 67 and that 68.5. But like I'm waiting till it gets down there before I make a decision. So we did that. And really, it's not even that big of a move at this particular point. Like all it's really done is gone like 70, 80 cents in the money. Like this could easily be back up to that 70 to 71 range, and that's nothing compared to the 10% that it went to the downside. So patience when you're trying to buy that dip, because you want to make sure you do it at a very key level. Very key level on Alphabet, very key level on Roku, and that's what we care about there. So we have less than a minute
Before we
here.
head out, I want to
Before
talk
we head
about,
out, can you answer that super chat maybe?
Oh, wait, what was the super chat? I was going to talk about something else. No.
I have it here.
Okay, what is it?
Best show on YouTube.
Oh, yes,
Thank you very much, D-Loaf. Arun, Nat Gas. I'm up 4x on my swing short position with 2 180s and 140 price targets. How much to realize at what level? Where to stop out? Thanks.
Okay, so Nat Gas is that is the one I saw as well that I was going to talk about Nat Gas. If you're short Nat Gas, listen, when you're in a trend like this, I remember last time I was sitting here, we were talking about like 5 and change, then it was 4 and change. And now I come in here and we're at 2 and change. If you're in the money, deep in the money in a trend, you hold on to that trend as long as possible because yes, there's support points. This is what we're talking about intraday as well. When a trend is, or when the current day's trend is going into a support area, you have to respect the current day's trend even though we're at support because until that turns, then you have a reason to get out. If you're deep in the money on Nat Gas right now, this is a consolidated Nat Gas contract. If you're deep in the money and it's already down towards, call it 230, 2 even, maybe a psychological number, let it turn on you before you get out. Right now, I'm thinking about 260, 270 is probably a good spot to turn around. Just look at the chart. Where does it make sense where the trend would end? Whatever that chart looks like for you, I'm using the daily, by the way. Wherever that trend makes sense that it's done with, that's where you got to put the stop. But right now, if you're deep in the money, this is one of those trades where you just hold on. You hold on because especially to the downside, if you're right on the downside, it's easier to go down than it is to go up. And when things start to accelerate and start hitting stops, that's when they really start moving. So if you're sitting well in the money and it's at 226, why not look at 220? If you have enough, maybe you can get some out here and there. But in terms of trending or trend following the rest of this, I think 3 even makes sense. I would say 260, 270, but 3 even probably makes more sense psychologically. Just keep an eye on this one because definitely Nat Gas having a rough day at 5% to the downside. And we were at $10 at one point, right? This is going back into 2022, August of 2022 on the consolidated contract. And here we are now sitting at 220, 227. So a lot of movement available on Nat Gas. If you're short and you're in the money, just got to hold on until the trend turns.
With that, it's past 11 o'clock. Tesla's back beneath 200 again, guys, but we got to get you guys to the midday show. I'm going to look for VWAP shorts now that Tesla is breaking trend to the downside. But we're going to take you to the midday, boys. He's back. Oh, no, he's not. Well, Sharif is back. But Ian is back as well, stepping in there for the Scalp Demon. So go get him, boys. Wild markets. Look at Tesla. Look out below.
Coming up clutch, as always, is the guy to my left. Ian, thank you for coming on. I'm Sharif. That's obviously Ian. This is the midday show. Let's get it started, baby. What a topsy-turvy morning we had today. We had a bunch of lows created and some new highs. Where are we at now, Ian?
Yeah, it's like, you know, we're kind of trading the range here. I like that 40-60. We were just briefly talking about it before we came on here. The ES, you know, bouncing off this 40-60, if you kind of zoom out a bit, I won't show you here, but maybe a bit later, but that 40-60 was kind of the level, and that's where we kind of bounced. And then holding the 40-80 to the top side, I would say like 40-90, 40-100, that kind of zone there is the you know, previous supply or demand zone now turning into a resistance zone, it seems like. So do we continue to, you know, drop below 40-60? And I know some people in the chat, if you guys were watching yesterday, you know, we're anticipating a free fall Friday type of day today. We might get it. We're down 1% today. If this 40-60 breaks down, I think we could see more pain for sure. What you got going on?
I'm watching these small cappers, but guys, LUNR, yeah, you remember this one from yesterday? It's up, it's halted to the high side. It had a couple of down halts, I want to say, today. Oh, it actually had an up halt today too. Okay, so it had an up halt and a down halt. Let's pull it up here. This is the old chart from yesterday from Snap. LUNR is NASDAQ. Yup, it's halted at 47.02. I'm seeing the tap. I'll tell you what the tap is in a second. Okay, I'm not seeing the tap. That sucks. So, yeah, not accurate for the moment here, but 47.02 is where we're halted to the high side. Today's low is 32.35. We kind of, you know, flirted at the lows there. We had a bit of a consolidation area around 34, 33-ish, you know, with the lows being 32.45, and then it's been kind of stair-stepping up. There's a bull flag continuation. You get that big move up, that pennant shape where you have ascending and descending trend lines, and then you have the break through the trend line to the high side, and that's a big boy move there. Let's see what this one does if it wants to continue. You know, I'll take, yesterday I was a bit nervous in this one. Actually, Michael Noss took this one yesterday. He took it a dip off VWAP, so that was interesting. He using that trend following system, using the one and only Trade Ideas. Look at this, guys. I got a customized Trade Idea scanner here. So this is what I'll be using from now on. Now this green thing in the middle here, that's the scanner. That's the same thing that we had on our IBKR platform. This is going to show me the strong names on the day. But there's an added bonus to this one. Now look at this position ring over here. This thing over here. This shows me using this bar whether we're near the highs or how close we are to the highs or how close we are to the lows based on how far this green bar is to the edge here. So the closer it is, the closer we are to the highs, the farther away we are from the highs. So then we know what's relatively strong at that particular moment, not what was like 20 minutes ago. So shout out to Michael Noss for that. And then this thing over here, we're going to see the flow, the short flow, etc. And then the things on the left over here are my watch list. We'll talk more about that. But shout out to Michael Noss for that. What's the chat up to here? Yeah, Q-Tonic is like, yo, Sharif's wearing his little sister's shirt. Right? I'm like, well, yo, bro. They're like, yo, cut me some slack over here. It's actually loose on me. I mean, I could wear tighter, to be honest with you. And he's like, no, I'm just messing with you, this and that. Matt Carter said, did you get a chance to look at DD at the DD about algos? Not an opportunity yet. We had, we had an outing yesterday as a result of the guests we have today, so I haven't had a chance to look at that. But thank you, Matt. I will keep that on watch for the weekend reading list, Ian.
I'm reading through the chat here. I'm seeing some people talk about DraftKings. Guys, I am short DraftKings right now. So this was kind of like two separate trades. So it rejected this 21 area. And then, it kind of started making lower highs. I got in a little bit late. I was trying to offer out here around 2080. Ended up not getting that fill. And I think that's usually a good sign if you are trying to offer and it's not filling you on the offer, that the short is probably going to be good. So I just crossed and got in there. Quick scalp out there for 20 cents. Then when I was watching over here, there was a big size that popped up on the offer at 2050. I believe it was a couple thousand lots. So I quickly just punched short in front of that, scalped that up for 20 cents. So, some solid scalps here. I am going to stop out if it just breaks 2050 there, where that size was. But essentially two separate trades for two scalps here on DraftKings to kind of start the midday, which is not bad. I am bidding closer to like the 2020 area. I did notice some stacked bids there around 2020. And I also saw someone in the chat saying I like the long here at 2020. So, this could be a losing trade on the latter portion of my size here. But that being said, it was still a good trade. Scalped out 20 cents twice on it, so you can't complain on that one. I was trading Tesla a bit earlier as well.
We're getting another bounce off this 40-60.
Yeah, so it does seem at least for
back.
now that there is going to be some sort of support here continuing at 40.60, right? So I was trying to short the Tesla a bit here. I did get my first short off 204, which was nice. Covered that one a little bit early, about $1 in the money, which was okay at the time. Then it started to make a base at 202, so I was thinking, let me try and take the breakdown. That didn't work, man. Breakouts have just been so bad, recently. So that was kind of a poor trade. And then I tried basically the same thing here, and that didn't work. I was right in the shorts. If only I kind of just managed this position a little bit better, maybe scalping it out or scaling it out a little bit better, and adding to it here. Maybe that this could have been a better short. But it is what it is. You learn from that one and move on. I'm basically flat on it now after taking those 2 L's. Other than that, I also traded Apple. Apple, I'll be honest, I wasn't too sure what I was doing here on Apple. It was kind of making this base around 152, and the market was kind of, around this 40.70 area, 40.75 area. I was thinking, there was going to be a continuation to the downside. That didn't really work. I tried averaging into it. That was a poor decision. Eventually, just stopped out at the top, and now we're trading the same range. So I'm probably going to stay away from Apple unless it comes back down to this 151 area. I really like that area for a long. The 151, is basically a weekly base, similar to what I was doing. I won't be able to show you here, maybe over here. It doesn't look that great, but regardless, similar to what I was doing yesterday off of that 155.50 area. That's still the range. I still like that level to the top side. Obviously, if you guys were watching yesterday, I was shorting against that. Eventually, it broke out, but then it kind of fell back below, right? So it failed that level of resistance to the upside there. So, some good key levels to kind of keep in play. But I want to be patient and to see what happens with this 40.60. You got the initial bounce, and then now, some sellers are stepping up. Almost potentially putting in a lower high, right? So I don't know. I think if you have a short on a good short, I think maybe you hold it. I wouldn't necessarily think about adding to it just yet. But I don't know. Maybe Free Fall Friday is going to come into effect.
Yeah, just letting Matt Carnes know. Okay, so Matt asking if there is a cumulative, where is it here? Okay, cumulative flow indicator, I believe. And I just asked Michael Noss, that's not something that they have at the moment, but they're always willing to add that on for you. Remember, I was telling you guys yesterday that they added that one for Brendo. So he'll be on later, I believe, with Brendo. He's going to be asking the chat what they want to see. So make sure to participate there. Matt, thank you for your question. Leanna saying, and his sweaters are okay. Thank you very much. All right, let's see what we got over here. I'm not involved in any trades right now, guys, but I'm keeping my eye on, like Ian mentioned, this 40.60 level on the futures here. It's held up. Now, let's have a look at the 4-hour chart. The 4-hour chart here is interesting because when we look at the 4-hour on the ES March contract, we see that back on the 10th, we had this very clear 40.60 level hold, double bottom, and then make a big boy move back up all the way to that 41.87. We're seeing that same area come in as a level of support today. I even looked at the guy to my right, Arun, earlier on. I'm like, we got some support here. And then he looked at me. He's like, yeah, this is it here. It looks like he had a dip trade a little bit below that 460. Maybe why I didn't get that fill. But that level coming in. Now, do we get just, a momentary area of consolidation sideways and a continuation breakdown, perhaps, into this 4,000 area, 4,010? Seems to be a bit of support around there. Or do we get a bounce like we did here on the 10th? Now, you got to say the situation's fundamentally changed from a macro perspective than we were on the 10th. We've got a whole bunch of numbers, that are changing the picture. Depending on whether you think these latest numbers are important or not. I tend to think that they are. So for the micro picture, not the macro picture. Anyway, so I tend to think that we're going to find a bit of a bounce here. Now, with that as my thesis, what am I going to use, other than the futures, of course, to kind of take advantage of that? So what I'm looking for are the relatively strong names on some of these big cappers. Which one of these 6, maybe even 8, if I include Netflix and NVIDIA, stands to benefit from a good bounce. So right away, what I'm seeing is Tesla is kind of getting a bit more of a bounce here. Tesla and Meta. Tesla and Meta look to me like if there's going to be a bounce, those are the two that I want to take. I'm not feeling Amazon. I'm not feeling Microsoft, and Google is just flat and heading more to the south side, guys. So I'm looking for a possible long on Meta, on Tesla. It's just going to be a matter of which one's stronger at the moment. My gut tells me it's likely to be Tesla. It tends to be a bit more parabolic. So that's what I'm thinking at the moment. Camel Crush, thanks for your insight into LEU. Sold at 49 after what you said and looking to get back in at 42. Love hearing that, man. As long as you're printing and you're happy and you know you're succeeding and incrementally getting better, I couldn't be happy. You're for you. Google is continuing to print down. So this one is, on the what list, unless it's a short. But that's not where I'm thinking at the moment. I'm thinking this 40-60 holds. At least that's the thesis for now. And if that's the thesis, then we're looking for something long. So just reiterating here, I'm looking for one of these guys long. And then we'll also obviously be looking at these small cappers because that just goes without saying. And for that, I've got nothing at the moment for small cappers.
Yeah.
Not at the moment.
There was a note here that came
Okay,
through
Wyatt.
for Roblox. AI note from Street Insider there. Brendan putting that through our chat, so thank you. It did make a little bit of a push up there. It wasn't really a volume spike though. Roblox getting a little bit hurt today, down 5%. Obviously, they got to pull back from here. Let me actually just do that. They got to pull back from this big up move, right? So I'm not surprised that's down today. I'm not saying that it's going to be a short from here on out. But that being said, don't be surprised that we are pulling back today. But it seems like anytime a company just mentions the two letters AI,
Oh, yeah.
it's like, okay, well,
That was a trigger word. And
it's a trigger
buybacks,
word, yeah.
And buyback. People were loving
buybacks
the buyback.
was a hot thing there for like a week and a half.
Sadly to say as well, layoffs. were
Layoffs,
also
yeah.
trigger
Although
words.
I noticed that when they announce layoffs now,
With
it
Apple.
doesn't really pop that much anymore.
Yeah,
Like it
yeah.
kind of gets faded now. So the first couple companies that did it was like to the moon, like moonshots. But recently though, not getting the same effect. Maybe AI is starting to die down a little bit now as well because Roblox didn't really pop up on that. The thing is, man, is like,
I mean, how long are we going to ride this AI wave?
well, like
for?
when
Dude,
companies say that,
exciting
when
for a
companies
couple
say
years,
that, I'm
yeah.
like, dude, wait a second. Like, you mean to say that you weren't doing this prior? Like,
you were.
Yeah.
Or maybe
okay,
not with the same intensity, though.
yeah, maybe not with the same like commitment, like
Yeah.
investment wise, maybe, but yeah, I don't know. It's like it's kind of obvious. Like I'm not surprised when Google and they'll say like, oh yeah, we're using AI in our search engines.
Well,
Yeah,
there
well,
you
no
go,
kidding.
right? Yeah,
No
of
kidding,
course.
right? There's a reason
Yeah.
why you mention something and then you go on Instagram or you go search on Google and you start seeing advertisements for it.
Exactly. Yeah. There's not by
There's a reason
accident,
for that, guys.
yeah.
Not
And they're using
coincidence.
all bunch of machine learnings too. I mean, it's crazy what they're doing out there. But did you hear the news today about ChatGPT? Apparently, it has an alter ego called Sydney, and it's raised the eye. Like it basically has a dark side, guys. And the report was kind of ominous. I don't know if anybody in the chat read it. Did you have an
I
opportunity to read
actually
it?
saw like a comment about that, and it basically said, I don't know how true this is, what I saw, but the post said that it predicted the stock market's going to crash on March 15th.
Oh my goodness.
That's what I saw, and then the comments came through afterwards, and it was like, oh, this is the dark side of ChatGPT. It's not necessarily real.
Okay.
Right. So I don't know.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
All right, guys, building into this Tesla long, again, the thesis is really to build and not to take a breakout trade here. My thesis is to take this 40-60 bounce on the ES, and if I'm taking something long, I want the relatively stronger name for that bounce. So that I'm taking Tesla. I decided to take Tesla over Meta, but I'll keep my eye on Meta. We're hanging out at 40.64 here on the ES March contract. So it's worth for me to add now that we're in the 60s here. So I'll punch in and I'll add a little bit here. Just building my position. Again, my out is going to be if we break and stay below low of day. Low of day currently is 40.57 on the futures. That's what I'm looking to do here on this Tesla trade. building from 201. We've got some good room. I mean, we got room up to 204.5, 205 if we really get a bounce here. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see whether it pans out or not. OKYO is the small cap crapper that I was looking at as well this morning. Here it is here in the top left. You got that big boy move up. I'll tell you what why this one's moving in a second, or what it's about. Okay, I've got no information. That's so funny. Let me see my trade ideas one. Maybe this one. Okay. Trade ideas, no, not as well either. The float is 13.4 million. The short float, we don't have a short float on that, but it's done a lot of volume today. What's the vol on OKYO? 5.35 million, done 163,000 in the last few minutes, 5 minutes or so. So it's slowing down a little bit. That's not that much from what you want to see from a $5 stock. You got that big bull flag continuation, but you have a break below VWAP. Then you have a move back up to test VWAP and you get rejected. So this has been a good short. I tried to secure some shorts around here. I wasn't in time, and then the move kind of made itself, completed itself, and I wasn't able to participate anyway. Anyway, it's stair-stepping down. I've got no long plays on this unless it reclaims VWAP here around that 560 area. But OKYO, definitely in my sights, looking for a possible continuation on that. What is the headline on this one? I don't even know. It's not showing me anything. Maybe I'll ask Brendo, and I'll get back to you guys on that. What is the chat up to? GNS. What's GNS up to? I'll have a look over here quickly. See what GNS is up to. Yeah, GNS down almost 10% on the day. Stair-stepping down here from, let's pull it up. Let's bring in this quickly. Oh no. There we go. All right, GNS, we're just, bear with me guys while I get used to using this platform. There we go. GNS, this is a 3-minute chart on GNS here. You got basically, we started out at $6 and we're stair-stepping down. This is a good short. So look for long periods of consolidation, then continuations down. We're in a consolidation area at the moment between that 5, I want to say 60 to 5, 80, 20 penny consolidation. Look for another move short, or if you're looking for a VWAP retracement, if you're more bull-minded, I have nothing really on this one, to be honest with you. I haven't been watching it, but yeah, it's a former runner, obviously, and kind of giving up the ghost today. It had a nicer move yesterday in.
DKNG is just kind of flopping around on me here. It's kind of just bouncing off like this 2030 area. When it came up to 2050, that size wasn't there, so I was thinking, do I punch out of this? But it kind of held the level, so it's like you kind of always have to see. Once you see the size there, you gotta think that liquidity is still there and might be hidden, right? So I'm still thinking that I'm still liking the short because the level is not there. I'm not adding to it. And that being said as well, I have seen bids pop up and actually get hit to the downside too, right? So that's still like kind of encouraged me. There is like 100 lots there at 42 as well. So, it seems like there are sellers here. It could be, trapping these sellers. So that's why I'm running a tight stop on this one. I'll lose like 7-8 cents with slippage, so whatever. But, essentially, it's just kind of bouncing around trading this range. So, I'm watching the market. Maybe that's why. Maybe it's because the market is just kind of doing the same thing. So I think I'm just going to stop watching PLTR for now. I have my orders out, or not PLTR, sorry, DraftKings. I have my orders out. I'll just like kind of be patient with this one, just kind of let it do its thing. I did trade PLTR a bit earlier. PLTR is something that I've been basically like kind of working on kind of all week, really. I had the top tick short, man, in the morning. 970, basically just shorting against yesterday's closing price. This 960 area I really liked for a short. Just kind of looking back here, let me actually zoom this out so we can show you what I was kind of looking at, or why I liked this 960. It was because here it held this 960 area here, right? So I was thinking if it gaps down below that, maybe holds yesterday's closing price, it could be a short continuation day. Like I said, yesterday, obviously PLTR is getting this nice big move up, right? But it doesn't delete the fact that there is still a lot of negative sentiment surrounding this stock. So I'm still liking the pullbacks, from those highs yesterday at like $10, $10.20. I think Sean even was talking about that short as well, right? So, I still like the short today. I tried it there. I just covered it because I'll be honest, I was distracted doing something else. So I couldn't really focus on this position. So I didn't want to give it, I didn't want to like kind of have, not put my full attention to it. So I just covered it as whatever. I tried a short here, like a flat bottom breakdown around this 940. That didn't really work. The 950 short was pretty good though, just kind of rejecting VWAP. I think now the short is pretty much done. Like I'm not going to try to chase this one. I think I'm probably just going to wait till 9 to see what kind of happens around there. Maybe for a bounce, maybe, who knows, but it's going to be depending on what the market does for sure. I was looking at that Meta trade as well. Sharif was kind of mentioning that one. If the market is going to bounce here, and it looks like it's still trying to bounce, guys. Like the market is still trying to do its thing at 40.60.
At that critical level, dude.
Yeah, we're right back there, right? So I want to be really patient with this one. I don't want to, get too ambitious hopping into, some big long positions because, it's worked. It worked obviously the first time this morning, right? It worked the first time this morning, obviously very, very nicely. It worked like a second time here for a scalp, basically. So this is the third time now, guys. 3 times. I don't know. It just makes me less enticed to try it. Or at least if I do try it, probably gonna have to size down to that one.
Yeah, so adding into this Tesla position here as we get back down into that critical level that we just mentioned, that 40.60, bouncing off it again for the moment, obviously breaking it by a couple of points, moving to 40.58.5, but the general area holding still, not making a newer low. The newer low was, or the lowest low, sorry, was 40.57. That was made earlier on in the day. What time was that? I can't see the time there. Oh, there we go. Just got to click that. So around like 8:51 time slot. Anyway, building into this Tesla position, my average now is 232 as we're at 199.80. So let's see if we can get a nice move up or continuation. I'll stop out. I have no problem here if we continue to make newer lows, and I'll flip the switch immediately. I will look for a possible continuation short. You have to assume that if we close and make newer lows below these levels, that we possibly are going to look maybe 4,000 in the face. I mean, I'm kind of surprised that we're having a lot of volume today. Kind of expected more of the volume to come in yesterday, but we'll kind of play the hand that we're dealt. Tesla looking still, that the market in general, everything really kind of pointing the downside at the moment. So definitely have to be careful with these positions here as we point lower again here on the ES. I'm looking at the 3-minute chart on the ES here. This is a low. We're looking at 40.57, and now we're flirting still below that 40.60 area, but haven't closed below it, at least on this 3-minute chart. So not much in my world. Still looking just to build up into this Tesla position, but nothing is small cappers. Let me have a look here to see what these ones are up to. Nothing's doing much. APGN, okay, so this one's interesting. It's starting to move a little bit. Let's get rid of LUNR here, APGN. APGN is Apaxagen. What is this company? Clinical stage biopharma company. Okay, so that's good. We've seen biopharmas, stronger. I don't want to say lately, because it was like a few weeks ago that we really saw the end of them there, but popping up at least for the moment, up 59%. I don't see a headline here, to be honest with you, on my blotter. Let me check quickly. Where is that window? Okay, there we go. Nothing that I'm seeing here for APGN. Is this a former runner? Let's have a look here on the daily chart to see. Yeah, so this is definitely a former runner. It ran in all sorts in January, having huge candle wicking days. Let's flip to the daily here so you guys can have a look. Let that just populate for a second. Yeah, look at these big wick days, and then you've got like days where the range is $3 and $4. So definitely a former runner. Problem is we're going to have lots of resistance on the way up because we've been through all these levels lately. So look at this big move down all the way from 3. So we're gonna counter resistance at all these levels. So gonna be hard to trade, I guess, from a momentum perspective. But if it presents opportunities, and we'll take them. What is the chat up to here? Any tickers that I'm not seeing? No, not at the moment. Wow, Google really flushing down there, guys. Google is relatively weak out of, yeah, this is definitely the weaker one at the moment. Look at this. This one and Amazon are really looking to the south side here. Tesla not looking good either, breaking that 199, but the market, you know, still hovering around that same level, 40.60. We're still around that level. We haven't really made lower lows from that right now, but there's some weaker names. It probably would have paid to kind of take these shorts with the weaker names, just like we're trying to take the long with the stronger names. I mean, it makes sense for both. Tesla really flushing here, making me all sorts of nervous because this one could really go against me.
Yeah, this is why I want to be really patient with you know, jumping into a long. Like, I am watching Meta.
Baba's
I
flushing,
think that's the
apparently.
one that I like the most. You know, just looking at the 170 area is probably going to be, you know, a solid level, just psychologically, you know. But you know, that's the one I like the most. I'm looking at Apple, and that one's kind of making a new low a day almost. It seems like it's basically, you know, sorting out a bottom at 150, 150. And like I said, like I like that 151 for like a support play, right? So I don't want to necessarily short this one. I think it's at the bottom of the range per se, right? So I'm just kind of waiting to see like what's going to happen here. Maybe you know, right after European close, it might steer the market a certain direction, but you know, we'll see. Time will definitely tell. What are you guys holding or trading today, guys? You know, I'm obviously trading a couple things here. That DraftKings short, I'm still in it, but it's not really doing anything. You know, I did take some profits there in the 20s again when it came down, just because I want to make sure that I'm getting out. You know, it's bouncing here, right? Every time it comes down here, I'm just I'm being patient. I'm watching to see if the bid's getting hit, and it kind of runs into trouble around 24, 25, right? So I'm you know, more inclined to just take more of the position off, which is fine. But you know, still bidding out. I'm still holding some of that position, but I'm liking this trade less and less. Apple, now we look for lower day break covering, break to cover remaining 30%. Yeah, nice. So you did have the short. I think the short was the play, right? You know, trading the range for sure. Tesla's been tricky, way too random, guys. Tesla is very, very tricky, guys. You know,
Yeah.
like you know, I had the shorts, and obviously it looks great on the chart. But you know, when you're in the moment and you know, watching the tape, trying to manage your risk, it's like, you know, you're going through a whirlwind of emotions basically, and you're trying to like basically, you know, manage this position, and you're seeing all kinds of prices getting hit and tapped, and you know, it's moving so quickly, right? You know, obviously Tesla is basically been the leading volume ticker for, I don't know, weeks, like months. I don't know. Like, it's been every day. It's just like,
Every day.
you know, pushing the most volume in the market pretty much.
90 million already today.
Exactly, right? So it's probably going to end up around like 150 million. I wouldn't be surprised on that one. You know, for Tesla, it is kind of getting hurt now, though. You know, testing this 198. I don't know. I don't like the long. There was a little bit of a negative sentiment around it yesterday. Obviously, you know, we saw that kind of happen or play through in the afternoon. It was just kind of getting sold off very, very aggressively. Now making a new low as well. On the daily, obviously, you know, this 200 is going to be a psychological level for sure. I remember 198 being that kind of resistance level before. So I don't know, maybe it holds a support, who knows? But the market's got to bounce, right? I don't want to jump into a long, especially on Tesla, if the market isn't necessarily bouncing, right? I think that's just a recipe for disaster. So just going to be patient, guys. You know, it is kind of coming down here. We'll see.
Yeah,
Maybe a trade comes on very, very soon.
We're at the lows, no question about that. But I'm going to stick with this one unless we really like start to flush down. I mean, then you really got to give it up at this point. But still, 157 is a low. But even if that breaks, I mean, if it breaks by a couple of points, you really want to see that. I just don't want to get shaken out and then it ends up bouncing. That's the concern here, because we've bounced before. It's a clear area of interesting support. So want to be able to add into this area. So I'm going to add another little position as we move down Tesla here. Someone's saying, yeah, why? I'm not sure what WY means. Why you making me nervous? I took 198.20. LOL, 197 last line in the sand for me. 196.50 tops. Yeah, no, I hear you on that. I mean, like, the thing is, I didn't take the full position right away, right? Otherwise, I would have been out way earlier. Just like adding incrementally here, 10% position, 10% position, 10%, trying to find that bounce, because we're really not making much more lower lows here on the futures, but Tesla is making lower lows. That's what concerns me. Google is making lower lows now. Yeah, we'll talk more about that when we get back from Brenda, who's at the big desk with the Euro close.
I hopped it.
Hey guys, just wrapping up the week for European markets here. A bit of a choppy session as we've seen throughout North America as well on a Friday. Just waiting for the final prints to come through here, but looks like Spain, the latest. Exactly flat, 0.01 in positive territory. The FTSE 300, 0.2 to the upside. Overall, yeah, kind of choppy back and forth. Spain ends the day 0.7 overall, 0.5% for the Swiss market. Positive on the session at least, but overall nothing to see really throughout Europe today.
Okay, so Secret Treasure. Sharif, how many shares of Tesla are you taking? Shouldn't be that much with that kind of risk you're taking. So yeah, we don't talk about shares, but I'm basically, I'm adding, each one is incrementally 10%, 10%. So yeah, there we go. Big flush towards on Tesla. This decisions to be made here and whether to cut this one. I think that I might actually have to cut it, but I'm going to see what we do here around these futures. I'm still not convinced that we're going to continue to flush down. I could be wrong, obviously. I mean, anything can happen here, and the news is not good, but I'm going to see. I'm going to leave that one for a minute so that I don't keep staring at it. Let's see what these small cappers are doing. Not much. Again, in small cap world, you heard Ian talking earlier about that DraftKings. You had that short, right? You had that peak.
Yeah, I had the shorts. I just got filled actually to the bottom side. So now finally DraftKings, let's go, man. I've been waiting patiently for this one.
Good job.
You know, and now it's falling below the 200 period, right? I'm watching Tesla though. I was trying to add to this this Tesla position because I saw that there was bids stacked at 197.50. First, I was just telling Sharif that there was bids at 197.80 there. So you know, I'm liking this trade a lot more. I am long at 197.83, right? I kind of missed the add point. That's okay. I'm not going to add up here, man. This is where it's run into trouble, actually, into the 20s and the 30s. So I'm really watching the tape here to see if the sellers are still active here, which it seems like they kind of are, I want to say. So I'm going to scalp out some. That's going to be like a 50-cent scalp there. Yeah, see, as it comes back, right? So this is why, you know, tape reading is so important when it comes around these key levels. You got to see what's actually happening at each specific price. Like, are there sellers present here? Are there buyers? Who's winning, right? So you want to be on the winning team. Obviously, you know, unless you're some sort of huge whale, you're never going to be pushing the same amount of size that you know, some of these people with a lot more money are pushing.
With that specific, and here's my comment about that. When somebody else comes in with a huge position in the futures, and then, or in an options deal, the person who has to hedge has to take that position. So that could come totally randomly, right? That may not be reflected on the tape. Yep. That's why I kind of like when I connect sometimes the futures and these big cap stocks, because there's such a big correlation between them. You just have to kind of like be like, well, is it really stock specific at that point, or are we kind of more market specific? Sure, there's ones that are more relatively weak and relatively strong on the day. I get that, and that may have something to do with the tape, but I don't know. I always feel like
I'm just trying to add more confluence to the trade.
Yeah,
right?
okay.
Like if I'm in a short, like I'm seeing the futures levels and whatnot, I'm just trying to add more confluence to the trade.
I got you.
And kind of give me more conviction, right? And then, you know, if I don't see that what I'm expecting, then, you know, then it's time to, you know, maybe time to go, right? So that's kind of like my thesis around it.
Someone wants to have a look at TDS. Let me look at TDS here real quick. What's this one all about? TDS, telephone and data systems, up 19% on the day. Okay, interesting. It's done how many shares today? Where are we at? We are at 1.56 million. Kind of got off. Let's pull that up here quickly so you guys can follow along. TDS is a New York stock, by the way, in case anybody needs to know that. There we go. So the low of day, 11.19, high of day, 13.36. This is Telephone Data Systems is a diversified telecom company, provides wireless cable, nothing really that exciting. There is a headline though, Data Systems shares are trading higher after the company reported, okay, so it looks like it's an earnings winner. Q4 financial results, okay, so this one's moving off earnings. Why isn't it loading? Let's go, bro, other way around. There we go. So 1330 top. I don't know what to do with this one. This one kind of feel like it's kind of made its move. It's you know, it made the move at 930 when, you know, whoever decided to get in, whether it's program buying or some sort of funds, started to pack on, and then you've had, you know, holding above VWAP. Maybe the play here is to dip off VWAP and try to kind of ride it back to near high a day. The VWAP dip right now would be around that 1290, I want to say 1285 area. if you want to have some resting stops or maybe a resting order that follows VWAP, if your program allows you to do that, that'd be interesting. And then maybe ride it just a high of day, anywhere near high of day. Otherwise, I don't have much of a play on this. To be honest with you, I think it's made the move. Not up 19%, great, but just retracement moves is how I would play this. All right.
This long is good, man, on Tesla.
Yeah,
I
I'm
just
not
saw
taking it
that.
out, bro.
I just saw an offer just got slammed. There was like 250 lots. Now over $1 in the money. I scalped more
Atta
out,
boy.
so holding last position or last piece of the position here.
Pump it.
For a bigger move up. Let's see. It looks like the market is, trying to bounce here a third time. The reason why I'm scalping it out, guys, is because, like I said, the third time it's bouncing, I'm not expecting another high a day
Yeah, very true. It's gonna be a
push, right?
grinder.
Maybe it reverts back to
hear you.
VWAP, right? I'm not trying to ask for the world here, right? So, I'll take a quick $1 win on Tesla, basically trying to pick a bottom, which is not always, the easiest thing to definitely do, right? It's probably the hardest thing to do. So, we'll take this win, almost $1.25 in the money now, so looking solid.
Nice job, Ian.
Yeah, thank you. You got that long too, right?
So we'll see. We're almost back in the money here.
Yeah.
Hanging out. Like I'm 20 pennies away from being back in the money. People were writing my obituary in the chat, man. I was like having to deal with like, oh, there we go. We got a nice little out there as we pop through. Where are we at? Okay, so okay. We'll hang on to this one. I'm gonna keep hanging on.
Yeah. No, for sure. I think now that at least maybe if the market comes back to test 4060 again, maybe if Tesla puts in a lower or a higher low, then that's going to be looking even better, right? So, kind of keep that one in mind.
Yeah, definitely.
Guys, keep putting things through the chat here. Let's we hate to be talking about the same things here. I'm still in that DraftKings short. You saw me get some out there, so that one's been a good trade, and now it's just kind of creeping back up into that same range. Luckily, I've got most of the size out now, so I'm basically just kind of flat on the position, like the shares that I have. But in terms of being up on the name, I am up handsomely on it, so I like that one. Nvidia, Ian. Okay, let's take a quick look at Nvidia. I know Sharif mentioned a little bit earlier. I haven't really traded this one in a while. The chips haven't really been, that active recently. 230, wow, okay, so that one really held nicely. I guess it's pulling back down to this 205 area. That held, it was resistance these 2 days, held as support here. So I think that 205 area is going to be very, very interesting. In the interim, this 210 area is going to be interesting as well. It's kind of already bouncing here. Let's take a look at the 5 minute. Or this is 15-minute actually. So it is kind of making a little bit of a bounce here around this 211 area. So being patient with this one, I think you gotta wait for 210. It is relatively weak on the day, down almost 4%, right, for the day, and obviously the market is only down 1%. So gonna keep that in mind. Always relative weakness and whatnot, but. Yeah, this 210 probably looks good, so I'm liking that one for a bounce potentially if it gets there. Google bouncing. Let's take a quick look at Google. What's Google priced at today?
The market's bouncing in general.
Yeah, I think the whole market is just kind of bouncing.
Shout out to Hayes Records super quick, Ian,
go
for
for it.
199 super chat. Thanks. Good and loyal everyday viewer of the show. Thank you for that. Fed threw in a wrench at the algos with the talk of the 50 basis points hike. Yeah, you'll recall Loretta Mester and James Bullard yesterday going on, and Bullard more than Mester saying that he supported 50 basis point hike at the last meeting. The implication is that he's going to support it this time around for the March decision. Loretta Mester also saying that prolonged rate hikes are appropriate in the circumstances, whatever that means, because we already had been pricing in another couple. So we'll see. Now we're talking about 50, though. We're not talking about 25 anymore. That's why you're seeing this huge curveball in the market, to be expected, though. All right, I'm looking also at this RSLS. Someone brought this to my attention. It started doing well, so let's go ahead and have a look at RSLS. Is that NASDAQ? Yes, it is. So I have to flip that to NASDAQ. Okay, so this one is up 16%, 15.67% on the day. It's done 2.5 million shares of volume. Let me just change this real quick here. There we go. Okay, 15.5, what did I say? I said 2.5 million shares of volume. It's a 550 high and a 410 low. I don't like it at the moment for a long because we are below VWAP. Last time we got to this level, we rejected and it retraced, giving you a nice 25 penny scalp opportunity. We're here right back at that same level again. Even though it looks like we're hanging out at this level this time around, we're not really wicking. Like last time it was more of a quick rejection. Let's see if we reclaim VWAP and march above 5. We're looking 550 in the face for a high, but let's get there if we can see. Anyway, what I do like about this, I mentioned what I don't like. What I do like is we have higher lows, and if we can break through this 5, I want to say 07, maybe 510, you'll have a higher high. So it'll be a nice little trend continuation there if that materializes, but who knows? I'll keep my eye on it. It's definitely going to go on the side chart. I'm going to take out, which one am I going to take out? I'll take out GNS. That one is not doing, it's doing bupkis. RSLS, that goes in. You know, this might even be worth like a quick 25% position. Yeah, I just can't decide if it's going to reject or if it's going to continue, right? I mean, I probably shouldn't guess. I should probably participate, not anticipate. So let's see what it does. It's a little spready though, guys. For a $5 stock, we're seeing a 7 penny spread here. That's not really what you want to see, especially if you're getting in with size. You don't need to get cut up 7 pennies a share, especially with however many, you know, shares you're taking anyway. So be careful with this one. Yeah, definitely size in appropriately to take account of that risk. Someone asking about Roku. Let's look at Roku real quick here. Roku down, you know, 0.65% on the day, but, you know, finding a bit of a bottom, maybe looking to retrace here possibly. Okay, I just have to look at my Tesla trade because I'm absolutely printing on this Tesla trade. The people writing my obituary in the chat, where are y'all at now? Right?
Where y'all at now?
Yeah, where
exactly.
are you guys at now? Okay, let's just close this trade off before it goes against me. That's a monster trade.
I actually just covered it there.
That's an absolute monster for me.
I actually just covered it there.
Yeah.
That was a $2
Yeah.
win, you know, there for me on Tesla. My target was essentially this 200 area, you know, kind of just looking at this. And then also I saw the market kind of running into trouble around this lower high, right? So I think, you know, this is good as place as any to kind of cover this position. So, you know, $2 winner on Tesla, can't complain.
Nope.
Not at all, yeah. So that's definitely solid. I got stopped out of DraftKings, so you won't see me in that position anymore. It looks like that bottom tick was it, that bid that I had. So, you know, still winning trade. You know, basically 2 separate trades, guys. And I kind of want to talk about this as well because, you know, this was my first trade just kind of shorting the lower high, right? You know, scalped that out. And then I saw the size on the offer, so that was more of like a front run setup. So that was another trade, right? Essentially 2 separate trades, 2 separate setups, and then, you know, manage them accordingly, right? You know, so solid trading there for me on DraftKings. Probably going to leave this one alone unless it comes back up to this 21 area and rejects that area. But it looks like it's just kind of grinding up higher now, with the market kind of grinding up higher too, right? So probably just going to leave this one alone to the short side at least. But if, you know, I'm thinking long, I missed the long. You know, I had the bid down here, and then, you know, that was pretty much it. Some people mentioning Microsoft. Let's take a quick look here. You know, everyone used to make fun of me always for mispronouncing names. You know.
Yeah, but you did it on purpose. You did it by accident. I do it on purpose.
Yeah,
it's supposed to be like.
I used to do it by accident.
Yeah.
But I don't know, whatever.
Those were awesome. I was sitting back here like, we're Baba.
Baba, yeah.
I remember that. That was awesome.
Yeah, whatever, man, whatever.
Yeah, good time,
yeah, Microsoft. Let's take a quick look at Microsoft.
Yeah.
What are the levels here? It does look like it's kind of making that, you know, coin term there, flat bottom, around this 256.50 area. Kind of like just similar motion as the market, but more relatively weak. Wow, that was a bad cover on Tesla.
Yeah,
that
man.
one's running up now $3 in the money. Did you cover the full
Yeah,
position?
I took it all out, man. Whatever.
Yeah, it's fine.
I mean,
you know,
obviously should have held onto this. I just wasn't sure. I was debating. I'm like, look, what are the chances we're going to get a high day test at 11 o'clock to 12 o'clock? But I said there is a good chance we get a VWAP retracement on the ES, and that looks like exactly what we're going to do at the moment. I just don't know. I didn't listen to myself. Here's a VWAP retracement off lows.
That's exactly what's happening here, right? So, you know, you're getting the VWAP retracement on the market, on Tesla as well, right? So, you know, Tesla basically just following the market here, and you know, that trade was going to be, you know, $3 in the money. I'm really trying to get away from saying the words could have, should have, would have.
Very true.
I feel like those are just kind of, you know, bad habits. You know, obviously, you know, man, if I would have held this position for longer, I could have made more money. Like, yeah, no kidding, Einstein. But you know, just get away from that one. I'm not going to be upset about taking a $2 win. You know,
you gotta
everyone
count your
broke
blessings.
taking profits, right? So let's look for another trade. That long trade is kind of come and gone. You know, I'm not gonna try chasing this one or FOMO into it, so to speak. You know, I'm better than that, right? So let's keep looking for new trades.
Thought of the day right there. I love that. All right, where are we at? Guys, we were talking about RSLS and whether we weren't sure whether this one was going to reject VWAP and continue south like it did last time. Now it's actually reclaimed it. But now I have a new problem with this. In addition to the spread, in addition to the fact that, you know, it had kind of given up the ghost earlier, now the liquidity is really drying up. And the price action is really slowing down. So it's like, okay, yeah, great. It's where I want it to be on the chart. But is it moving and doing the kind of things that, you know, you need it to do in this situation? And liquidity is one of the most important things, especially when you're intraday trading. So I don't like it at the moment. I think this could be just like a bull trap where it breaks through VWAP and then kind of gets all the bulls trapped and then continues south. You know, I could be wrong on this, but, you know, I got to have some sort of parameters by which to follow, and this one doesn't really seem like, it doesn't seem like it's moving the way that I want it to. So I'm going to pass on the RSLS trade. A lot of people saying SRNE. Sure, let's have a look at SRNE. SRNE, and is that NASDAQ? Yeah, it is. Okay, it's a penny stock. You guys know I loathe these penny stocks. That was kind of like a anticlimactic.
Yeah,
you know, I just felt like hitting
muted.
it, to be honest with you. Tesla close above 200. I will say Tesla will close above 200.
I voted yes, but
Okay.
I feel like it's gonna be flat. I think it's
Yeah,
gonna close like right
sure.
basically at 200. But I guess if it closes at 200.01, I guess that's above 200, right? So I voted yes, but
So did I.
yeah, I think it's probably gonna, you know,
Look at
it's,
this chart though, Ian. What do you think about this one?
SNRE.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could take a look at that one. Let me bring it up here. SNRE NQ.
It's not exactly your blue chip stock.
No, it's not my
but-
blue chip stocks, but
you
what I've
think?
been really interesting, like I have traded these penny stocks recently a handful of times. Me personally, okay, so, you know, I always like to start zoom out, right? So 15 cents, obviously a level, and then we're kind of making higher highs, right? So
Yeah.
obviously breaking out today, just kind of looking at the 5 minutes, okay, 30 cents was a level.
Yeah.
30 cents for sure, and it held here as
Hopefully
well, right? So,
continuation.
yeah, exactly, right? And we're getting the breakout now. What I want to see is a continued, you know, volume. Obviously,
Right.
there is going to be selling, right? But when it comes back down here to the 30, you know, 30.05,
Are there going to be buyers?
is there going to be buyers here like there was here, right? So there
Absolutely
was
agree.
this little bit of a battle here around 30.05. You know, buying and selling, and eventually, obviously, the bulls won on that one, right? So, you know, look at the volume here, right? And look at the volume on the red candles, a little bit lower, right? So I'm still liking the up move here on SRNE. I think upside potential.
Someone's saying they have Chapter 11 with 3 days to go. I don't know if that's accurate or not. So
What's the short
SRN.
flow? Let's see here.
I'll tell you in a second. We'll use the trade ideas thing right over here.
Yeah, go for it.
SR, let's bring it in. There we go. So then, guys, all I do is just go into this stock window here, SRNE. We find Sorrento Therapeutics, short float, Ian, almost 12%. 11.89%. It's a float of 462 million. That's not that much for a 31 penny stock, by the way. The R-vol today, guys, a lot of relative volume today. So good stock to keep your eye out on. We're at day's highs. We're at that 31. Let's switch here time frame into the 1 minute because we like to look at the 1 minute. Zoom out a bit. There's the big move up, the consolidation sideways gives about maybe 50% of the move. That's kind of what you want to see. You want to see it around, give no more than 50%, and then you get that continuation. It's not like as clean as, you know, the textbook will say, especially when you look at it from the 1 minute, but look at it the 3 minute. Doesn't that look a lot cleaner on the 3-minute? So if you trade on the 3-minute chart, I'm noticing you're getting shaken out a little bit less, but tough to change, at least for me anyway. I've been on the 1 minute for so long. Someone wants me to look at triple U. I will look at that in a second. Just need to take a decision whether I'm going to get into this SRNE trade. I think Ian comes up with a good idea. I think maybe I'll have orders sitting at 30 pennies and 29 pennies. Because there does seem to be a lot of volume in and around that area. So I want to see if buyers step up. Where am I wrong? I think I'm going to say if I'm wrong through the break of this trough right here, that trough happens to be about 27 pennies or so. Maybe I'll sit at 26 to give it that extra bit of room. Again, this one is not going to be like a day maker. It's just about kind of like getting in the trade, doing it right, and kind of building confidence so that you can size up with these small cap crappers, which is kind of the goal because they give you so much room to the upside. So let's go ahead and hang out here with a quarter order at 30 pennies. I'm going to sit at exactly 30 pennies with a quarter order here. So there we go. I'm going to sit there. I'm also going to sit at 29 pennies because if we make our way down there, I want to be part of that as well. So then I'm going to go ahead with a quarter order. Come on now, press the right keys. There you go. I'm going to sit at 29 and I'll hang out there. We'll see what this one does, but hey, if we miss it, it continues to the north side. Those are the breaks. Can't do anything about that. I'll look at UU now. Give me a second here. Bring down the trade ideas scanner. There we go. UU, there it is. It's on here. Okay, so this is the 3-minute chart. Look at this amazing kind of bull pennant that's forming. Now it's forming on the 3-minute, which to me makes it a little bit more, it gives it a bit more credibility. Now, the problem is we're still flirting with that VWAP area. You don't really know whether it's decided that it's going to break down or continue. And, I think the textbook says chances are when these patterns form that they will continue at least once. So this might actually be a bad long, especially if you're going to get into this at 313 or so, and then maybe even give it down to that 3. But definitely you're wrong if it breaks 286. You got to cut it there because that's a newer low. In fact, some would even say the newer low comes at that 3 because then you have this trough here. I'm going off this trough, but this trough is equally as valid. If it breaks below 3, I mean, I would give it an add at 3, especially I try to defend 3 as well. So many different ways to play these small cappers, but the price action is there. I mean, the chart patterns are there. Obviously, you're getting a big, huge decrease in volume here. So this you might have to be in this one for a while before you're rewarded with either a break up or break down, whether you're long or short. But it's forming nice. It's forming for like a break in one direction here, especially because you've got an ascending trend line, a descending trend line, both is equally as valid. And then typically because the initiation trend was up, usually you're going to get a continuation trend. If the initiation trend was down, you typically get a continuation trend to the downside. So we'll see. We'll see what this one does. Am I in SRNE? No, I didn't get in yet. Now I'm going to look at triple U's here. I'm done with Tesla, so I want to look at UU. Is that NASDAQ? No, it's not. UU sounds like an Amex stock, probably. And I'm right. Okay, it is. All right, so let's see what we're going to do with this one. EEE. All right, let me have a look over here, Ian, real quick. So we're at that level. You know what? I'm going to sit in front of 3. That's what I'll do. I'll take a quarter position. I'm going to sit at 305. We get down there. I'm not going to punch yet. I think we might have a little bit of a move down. If I get filled at 305, great.
Right on. I'm in a couple trades here that I entered. I did enter in this meta long. There is some buyers around the 70s and the 60s here, so I'm watching this one very, very closely. The market is pulling back down to this 40-60 area, so best believe if this 40-60 really starts to accelerate to the downside, longs are not going to be it, and I'm going to stop out of this one. Basically risking off of this 170-40 area. So, realistically, I should be bidding closer to that. We'll see. When the price gets down there, we'll see if there's buyers kind of stepping up. Me, I'm always kind of watching the tape for that one. I'm also in PLTR long now, too. PLTR is, it's pretty weak. Yeah, that's for sure. You know, 970 down to 915. It's down 6% almost on the day. Really struggling with this 15, 16 area. I told you guys I like the long off 9. I can show you that one back here actually. So let's zoom back here to this 9 level. Basically, you know, there was that breakout, and I believe that this day was the day of their earnings when it broke out, and then it held on the bid the next morning, right? So that was a really good trade. So I'm liking this 9 level now, and it does seem like it is trying to hold up around here. So, you know, we'll see. We'll see. It's an idea. Just kind of tossing it out there. By any means, I'm not going to try and like make or break my day on it. You know, a wise man once told me that, you know, you probably make your bulkier money in the first half hour of the day. And then after that, you know, you got to be risking accordingly, and you can't be betting big, so to speak, on trades in the afternoon, right? Just because the opportunity to kind of either make it back or it won't be there, and the opportunity to lose all of what you made is going to be much higher, right? So, you know, just kind of keep that in mind. That being said, obviously, if something starts popping off, like if you guys recall a few weeks ago, Lucid popped off in the afternoon, then, you know, guns a-blazing, let's go, right? But right now, I'm not really seeing anything too exciting. Obviously, you know, we're still trying to play this range. We're still trying to play these levels. 40-60 to the downside is the level 4 now. And then until it stops working, we're gonna keep riding this long. Let's check back on Tesla to see if I should feel bad about myself or not. And it's right around where I closed my position, right?
But look at the futures, Ian.
The futures, yeah,
Look
okay,
at
so
that, look at
exactly.
that.
So this is exactly what's very interesting, and you know, Sharif kind of just reminded me. So the futures fell down, right? You know, that was a pretty harsh pullback right back to this 40-60. Look what Tesla did. Tesla pulled back to 200, and now it's putting in a higher low, right?
Boom.
So you got to imagine that if the futures does hold up this 40-60 level once more and actually bounces, let's say another VWAP test, you know, then what's going to happen to Tesla is probably going to definitely reclaim VWAP, right? So keep that in mind here. I think, you know, you found some relative strength here in Tesla. I think a couple traders on the floor have that trade as well, right? So, you know, this one still looks good, I think, to the upside. But obviously, time will tell. If the market starts crashing down, then no long is going to look good. A couple of my longs starting to work a little bit better now. Meta testing back that 171 area. I want to see this kind of break out a bit. I don't want to cover here like 20 cents in the money. That's basically like symmetrical risk. You know, I'm risking 30 cents or 25 cents at the bottom here. I'm not going to cover like 1-to-1. Not for this trade at least. I'm thinking like VWAP 170, 120, 170, 130 area. That's going to be my targets here for now for Meta. But let's see. Obviously, time will tell with the markets. Let's send it to Brendan for happening now.
Michael.
Hey guys, into the afternoon we go on a Friday afternoon, but unfortunately not much improvement to show you as far as this board is concerned. Still seeing most of the negativity here coming from the NASDAQ, both the composite and the 100 down 1.27, 1.36 on the day. Here in Toronto, we're kind of struggling as well, 0.5% to the downside. All three, Russell 1, 2, and 3,000 in the red. Same story for the Dow and the S&P 500. The Dow notably strong there, 0.2%. To wrap up the week, if you were with us in the pre-market this morning, got you caught up on DoorDash on a nice earnings beat. DraftKings as well, they forecast a smaller loss and posted an 81% jump in revenue, but still coming off a little bit here is DKNG. Roku, double upgrade from Bank of America. Had this thing higher initially, but we've gone from 73.5 all the way down to 69. Trying to bounce, but overall productive day off of earnings, if you remember, yesterday were better than expected, guys.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Yeah, Roku's definitely been interesting, guys. Can't wrap my mind around that one, but hey, we'll trade the price action because it's there. These two trades that I'm trying to set up into SRNE and Triple U, neither of them materializing. Both are going without me. I mean, I'm not going to get into these ones unless I'm satisfied with the level. So, yeah. For the moment, they're going without me, and nothing I can do about that. I'm not going to punch in at these levels. Likewise with Triple U, even though I'm really kind of being kind of generous with where I'm getting in here with you. I should be getting in at the 3. I've got it actually at 305. But the market just turned again off that 40-60 level. It's a kind of like a rinse and repeat level that we're seeing here on the ES March contract futures. That's what I use. I mean, you can use the NQ as well. I use the ES. I don't have room. I don't have enough room to have both on and to memorize both levels. So I've just chosen to base it off this one. Maybe that's a mistake, but anyway. There we go. Now pumping towards another VWAP retracement. Do we reject again off VWAP here, or do we continue to break to the high side? Well, here's a tell. You have this, what they call a shooting star, a morning star, Michael? Morning star. This is a morning star where you have a low surrounded by two higher lows and then a continuation through the break of that line. And that usually, signals some sort of short-term reversal pattern. So we'll see if we can continue to break through that 4070 level, which is VWAP at the moment, and get some continuation north. You had a really nice double top here, eh? Like, look at that. And then a big flush sell, so that would look really good. Do we get that bit of an inverse head and shoulders, maybe like a morning star pattern setting up here on like the 5-minute or 10-minute chart? Let's keep an eye on it. Otherwise, it'll be another range-bound day, and that's kind of out of our hands. But what's relatively strong at the moment? Let's bring in the big six. And it looks like, the same suspects. Tesla made, you heard Ian say that, it made a higher low, whereas you kind of almost made an equal low on the market. So Tesla still looking like it's a good move, and now it's retracing towards VWAP. So that's interesting there. It's retracing towards VWAP and the 200 on the 3-minute chart. Tesla looks good again. I mean, there's no reason why I can't get into that. Again, Meta also touching VWAP here at around that 171.25. We're now hanging out above 171, so Meta, creating higher lows as well. If we get a bounce here on the market, I want to be part of either of those two. Again, like I kind of just posited earlier in the morning, those two seem to be the stronger of the bunch for me. What's the chat up to here? Anybody asking anything specific? Oh, not really, Ian. So what are you up to?
We're kind of creating some pretty good ideas here. That Tesla one was pretty nice, right? Like I literally just said that if the market bounced off 4060 once again, Tesla was going to test probably VWAP, and that's exactly what it did. I was like kind of looking back to see like how could I structure this trade. I guess getting long around this 200 area and risking off of the 199.50. Obviously you're chasing the second leg of buyers here, and it's going to be. I guess the R&R won't be as great if this level breaks, and obviously we're heading back down here, right? So that's why you didn't really see me in the trade, but nonetheless, that was a decent opportunity there. Meta worked for me too. I scalped some out right in front of VWAP there. I zoomed out a bit now, and I think my next offer is going to be in this cluster here. Basically, Meta was doing its own thing basically at open around this 170, 180 area. So my next offer is up there for that piece. I want to try and collect a little bit more on this trade. And then PLTR, I am offering out, I believe, around 26 or 27. Yeah, okay, yeah. So basically just off of this lower high here. So I want to see if we can get back up there for PLTR, right? I'm liking that 9 bounce. It's working for me now, about 7 cents in the money. Obviously, 7 cents isn't anything crazy, but sizing, it's always relevant to your sizing, right? So kind of keep that one in mind. Back to 1 million a minute on Tesla. I'm assuming you're talking about volume. Can you check out PLL?
I just want to let the viewers know, yeah, SRNE is now pumping to the high side. We're now at high days. We're at all of 32 pennies. Yep. Very exciting because our low of day is 22 pennies. So we just moved up 10 pennies on a former 20 penny stock. So that's a nice 50% move right there. Yeah, what do you say? I mean, I tried to get in at a level that I thought was fair, which was the high of this peak here, that 30 penny area. It's also, the equivalent of the whole dollar. You guys know what I mean when I say 30 pennies. It's the whole dollar equivalent of a penny stock. And I didn't get filled. So it looks like buyers are overwhelming sellers. We're continuing to move to the high side. Do I enter at these levels? I mean, you guys know, that's not how I trade. I don't like punching at highs unless it's going absolutely parabolic and you're just trying to scalp. But you're trying to get in, on a retracement. At least that's how I do it. So I've got no trade on this one, but I'm watching it. It's continuing to the high side. Anybody in it, good on you. You're printing. And, you know, let's see what the daily has to say about this one, because we didn't get a chance to look at the daily on SRNE. Give me an opportunity here to pull that up. Okay, so we had a really, really, really big decline back on the day before Valentine's Day, February 13th. We rejected the dollar, slightly below $1. The high of that day was 98 cents. The low was 22 pennies. So we moved very aggressively. I don't know what that was, whether that was earnings or what, but it was an obvious reaction to it right here. And now we kind of bottomed out. We bottomed out around, I want to say that 16 penny, 17 penny area. And now this is the second green day in a row on the daily, and we're at high of days. So you got to assume, my boy Luca would talk about this, you know, these mean reversions. I mean, that's what kind of fib is about too. When you use the fib lines, you're like, okay, well, what's the 50? What's the 33? What's the 66? And so that's what you're kind of looking for there. So I don't even think we're at the 33. So this one probably has some good room to the high side. It might even be an interesting swing trade that you take for like a day or two. I mean, I probably wouldn't hold this over the long weekend, but yeah, this is an interesting chart. So I'll, you know, maybe we'll have an opportunity to get in if it retraces. But for the moment, hands off. OKYO, yeah, been watching OKYO the majority of the morning. I'll pull that up as well. Here we go. SRNE, OKYO, NASDAQ stock. We're trying to get into this one. Now it's pumping to the high side here. Okay, so we're looking for a VWAP retracement here on the stock. We created a newer high by breaking that 4 3/4, and then we broke through 5. So we've got some good momentum. We've got VWAP at around 540. It's time to punch into this one. We're going to take a quarter position here. There we go. We get a partial fill. Now we get the full fill. Where do we get filled at? 510. Okay. So now my first goal here is going to be VWAP retracement. VWAP on OKYO. Let me just make sure that there is good confluence between these two levels. Allow me a minute. Is at 534. So I got to have something here to take profits. I'm going to say at 533. Just below VWAP. Should we make it up there? Where's my out? I think if we break below, I shouldn't say I think. You said not to say that.
No, I said not to say could have, would have, should have.
Well,
you can think all you want. That's
okay,
what we're
good.
doing.
All right.
We're thinking
I didn't
all
break
day,
the
baby.
rules then. All right. I'm kidding. If it breaks below 4 3/4, I'm Gonzino. That would be be the break of this area of support, and that's why I would get out there. So I'm long 510, we're seeing 515 here. If we follow through into that 5 3/4, I'll print quarter position. It's not the biggest thing to write home about. The position board is not working, by the way, guys, but that's why I'm telling you I'm long OKYO at 510. Let's let it ride, baby.
Yeah, I'm still long Meta and PLTR, guys. You know, so please thank you for your patience while
Tesla's
the position
printing.
board gets back up and running. Someone asked me specifically about PLL, so I'll quickly talk about that. I want to make sure that I get to as many questions as possible in the chat. PLL, I was looking, okay, so it's down 12% today. So obviously getting hurt, low volume on this one. Let me see what the average volume is. Okay, so it is a little bit higher than our vol, that's fine. I was looking to see if there's any sort of catalyst. It seems like someone's taking a stake in them. I'm not too sure, but levels-wise, I was looking at the 64 level. It seems like this is a solid support level. It's held up a handful of times after breaking out, right? But you know, a pullback like this on a little bit higher R vol, especially with this now, a rejection candle up here around 75, you got to think that this 64 level is probably going to give way. So kind of just keep that in mind. But for me, that's too low volume for me to take any trades. 30-cent spread, I'm not going to be interested in that one. But if you are holding a position in that one, that's my kind of 2 cents. People are going crazy about Donkey Kong in the chat here. Let's take a quick look. Oh no, that's why it didn't load the chart there. Oh, okay. DKNG just flushed. What happened with that one? Yeah, you want to like just quickly check on that one, but
yeah.
man, what a flush move there. Look at this, man. It stops me out. It takes 10 cents higher.
No, bro, nothing.
And then it just gives this huge flush move. Why couldn't you have just done that when I was actually in the short DKNG? That's kind of unfortunate, but nonetheless, still won the trade, so I'm not, I'm not upset about it or anything like that. This is what I was looking at as well. This is how I don't know if it's just like a mental thing to try to make myself feel better about myself, but when the price is kind of around where I covered anyways, I'm like, whatever then, whatever. You know, I would have waited this long and, you know, would have been getting the same price anyways. I guess I would have got 20 cents better. Yeah, we'll just stop talking about DKNG now. What else are you guys talking about?
We're pumping to the high side here, Ian.
We are, yeah. Look at the
We're
ES.
moving, baby.
The ES is breaking out here. I also brought up the 15-minute chart over here. Excuse the black chart, but look at the 15-minute chart. I've been trying to look more at this, and that's a pretty convincing buy candle to the upside there, engulfing candle on the 15-minute, that's going to be 3 minutes in closing, right? So I'm thinking up. I'm thinking up here for the market. Let's check on our boy Tesla to see where that trade's going. Wow, 202.50, Sharif.
I know, dude. I don't
That
even
is
That's very
insane.
frustrating there. I mean, absolutely paper-handed trade. Sorry, the wicks, guys. You know, it is what it is. I'm done talking about it. In this meta long, Meta not cooperating. Ironically enough, we kept singing its praise as one of the more relatively strong names on the day, and to take advantage of that, in addition to Tesla, to any move to the high side here. But you know, we're getting a move on the futures, and Meta not really responding. I took a very small position, already scalped some out. I got a resting order at 60s, but I think if this one breaks 171, excuse me, I think I might get out of this one. It's flirting with 171, 12s, 10s at the moment. So we'll see what this one does, but definitely not showing its strength. I might just have to stick to this Tesla trade for relative strength and not really look to diversify. So we'll see how that one goes. I'm also long OKYO. There we go. So we're long OKYO there. I was sitting here for VWAP. It looks like we're flushing now. We're breaking below 5. So that's not good. I'm in a quarter position on this one now. I don't have to, but I should add into the retracement to 80, looking for support at the 70 area or the 75 cent area. That's where we have the higher end of this consolidation range, and that's the area where you typically would find support. So let's go ahead and add orders at 80. I'm going to set at 81 actually. So if we get down to 81, I want all the smoke there. Otherwise, below 75, we're not going to give this much room to the sell side. So OKYO long, Meta doing nothing, still hanging out in front of 171. I've got 38s on that, so I'm out of the money, but it's not by much because I've got a very small amount of shares, Leon.
Yeah, I'm still long Meta, guys. The position board
I gotta
is
interrupt
fixed.
you quickly.
Yeah, go for it.
DraftKings will continue to scale back on its partnerships with sports teams and leagues. CEO Jason Robbins said Friday, calling it an inefficient part of the company's business. So not surprising there, but the market not really liking that. Well, let's see what the chart looks like. Okay, it retraced a little bit. The market not initially liking it. As a result, you know, I mean, sports sponsorships it obviously equals exposure, and exposure, you know, means more, the theory is more users. But, you know, these ones have been very inefficient in terms of not turning a profit. Their cost of acquisition per user was super high. They were giving all these promotions out for betting with like favorable odds and stuff like that. So, you know, it looked like it was, you know, it was a lot of spending there, Ian. But sorry to interrupt you there. A lot of people asking in the chat what that was about.
No, it's all good. It's all good. What was I looking at here? No, I was gonna say that the position board is still, it's updated now, but it doesn't show my positions because I haven't taken a fill since then. But I'm still long Meta, and I'm still long PLTR.
What's Meta doing?
Yeah, what is Meta doing? I'm glad that I took those, you know, that initial profit taker out of that one. But it pushed up to this, like, it looks like this high here, and I guess that's like kind of the bottom of this consolidation over here, around 171.40, and just rejected that very, very cleanly. Like, I'm still sitting 20 cents in the money on it, but you gotta imagine that if this, you know, the 50 period and 200 period here kind of break down, I'm probably just gonna stop out of that one.
Yeah, I'm gonna get out of that too.
Maybe I just moved my stop up to break even on that one actually. So let me just do that. Let's do this.
So OKYO's moving here, Ian. I didn't get that fill, sadly. It missed me by like a few pennies, but now it kind of created that higher low, and now it's looking to print a newer high, a recent high, not day high. and then test VWAP. So here we go, 523. Where are we long? We're 510. There we go. Now we're seeing 25s. Here they're 27s. Let's move. Now it's starting to squeeze a little bit. This is what we want to see. I'm hanging out. Where am I hanging out? At 33s. So if we can get up to 33s at night, that's nice. We're seeing an increase in volume. This is a kind of bull flag continuation pattern. So you got to assume we break through VWAP, maybe even touch 540 there. But nice continuation. Now we're seeing 30s. So a few pennies away from getting filled here on OKYO. Up. How much is this up? 130%, having done 7.8 million shares of volume. Nice squeeze. But now the question is, do we reject like we did initially off VWAP? Touch it and then flush right back down. That's exactly what happened last time we did this. Or do we get a continuation and test days highs? We want to go up into 7. Well, if we're going to test days highs, I want to be part of that. So I don't want to take too much out of this position here. There we go. We're knocking on the door at 30 again. Size is coming in here on the book at that 30 level. So let's see what this one does. Again, guys, very spready is this OKYO. Now, okay, so there we go. We're getting back up to it. Meta. I need to be careful with this Meta. Here's why I'm not going to sell Meta at the moment. This is the thesis. Now, we've just broken VWAP here on the ES, and we kind of made a new recent high since the open. Now, do we come back and test and bounce off VWAP? That's what you want to see if you're looking for a continuation north. And I'm long Meta, so that's my thinking. So you got a break of VWAP here, making up to 475. VWAP is hanging at around 470. Do we retrace back into that area and hold support, or do we break down, and then zigzag the entire day, in which I want no part of it? Now, Meta is really like getting down there, so I really, I got to be careful with this one. Where am I long? 171.20, so I'm like 40 pennies out of the money right now on Meta. Yeah, I'm going to continue to watch and see what this one does, but all of a sudden selling, coming in for absolutely no reason. OKYO flying to the high side. We spend the money on that, man. There we go. Let's go. Let's take some out here. We don't get the fill at the moment. Let's see. Now we get the fill. Let's let this one run. Nice 510 long. It's squeezing. Here comes $6, baby. This is the one we were looking for. Bull flag continuation. It's not rock. Remember Victor? He used to say rock and science. He didn't say rocket science. So anytime I hear that, I say, it's not rocket science, baby. Printy on this one, guys.
Very, very nice. Yes, sir. Meta. I did stop out of Meta here. I stopped out of Meta. So flat trade there on the remaining bit of my shares. That's okay. Essentially risking off of the 170.40 area initially. But now we're kind of testing lower. So as it, basically creeps down here, I'm liking it less and less because, similar to what we were talking about with Tesla, how the market pulled back and then Tesla kind of put in a higher low, so to speak, right? And Meta is pulling back now and putting in a lower low, right? So Meta probably a little bit relatively weaker here. Someone asked reload on Tesla here. Just because, okay, yeah, sure, we are above VWAP, but now we're coming into the upper end of the range around 204, right? So that 204 area was the top of this range today, at least. So I'm not going to start longing, when we're testing like 203 and whatnot. Let's see if it holds up above 200. If it comes back down here, I think that's an obvious long. But if it comes back down there, then the market's probably pulling back below 40.60. We're going to have to see on that one. I'm basically up back on Tesla the same amount that I was up earlier in the day off of the short here. So I might just take that and run with it, right? I got a second chance at it. I got, blessed at it again to get my money back, so to speak, after losing it and being flat on it after this, after my shenanigans over here. So, you know what? Might just take it and run. And call it a win on Tesla for once. Usually this week I haven't been that great with Tesla. I've been kind of lacking really with Tesla, but that's okay. I like to have a positive day on it. Get ready to buy SRNE. Let's take a quick look at that one to see where that one's.
Is this still going,
it is falling back. So
it's pulling back.
It is pulling back there. So
there we go.
Were you still bidding on that one?
You took them out because I wasn't watching it. I didn't want to be like caught.
The volume is kind of dying though. What I'm noticing here that on these two sell candles here, there was a little bit more selling volume. Also getting into the latter half of the day, like guys, where is this going? It's up 17% on the day. It is pushing 120 mil volume though for the day. So I guess maybe potential for the trade to still be there. There is some buying here, but like I said, this is not really my cup of tea. Here, I'm probably just going to stick to what I know best and, keep looking for trades in that. But, man, I guess this is a potential trade idea here. Some people were saying mic issue. I don't know, Brad, is there a mic issue with my mic? I'm not too sure. DKNG Fishy. I'm not too sure what you mean about that. Let's take a quick look.
Yeah, that was a big
the
retracement on DKNG there. Look at that. Look at that big wick on the bottom.
Okay,
there.
so DKNG.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's a real wick. I'm not sure if it dipped all the way to 1930.
Yeah, I got that on mine too. 1928. That's the low of day.
Oh,
And
wow.
this one
Okay,
doesn't
yeah,
have
so,
dark pools.
Yeah. So that's that was a crazy move there for DKNG, and it's retraced the entire move. I don't really know what to say about that one, but man, it looks like Meta is breaking down that 170.40 area. So it was a good idea to stop out of that one when I did, because I'd be holding an extra 30 cents against me. I'm not liking this trade anymore. The market is pulling back, and Meta is testing these lows now. It looks like this bottom area is going to break. Oh, this was like kind of the pre-market consolidation. Okay,
That's what I'm thinking, right? This seems to be the low area after the bell too, though, Ian. Like, look at this area right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is the area I'm looking at, this 170.40 area that we've touched a lot around this area. I mean, but how much do you give it? Like, do you watch it continue to go past that area? I mean, that's the thing. So I'm liking this area for a possible bounce, but the futures doesn't look good, though, for that bounce. We talked about wanting to hold VWAP here. We break below VWAP. Unless we're going to continue north, and this is just a perfunctory break of VWAP, and we have a higher low.
I think that should have been the word of the day, perfunctory.
Yeah, I know. I use it a lot. I like mic issue. No mic issue. So we're good, guys. Mike, I hope you guys can hear us clearly, and we're coming off well. So anyway, this is what I like for a possible bounce area here on Meta, but anything is possible. Let's see what it does. I'm gonna hold. I've got 90s now, 170.90 with my other in, so about 50 pennies out of the money. Let's see how this one goes. OKYO still pumping to the high side. Now they're knocking on the door, $6. Here comes $6, baby. 597. Guys, if you are having issues with your stream, please refresh. It should be fine after that. Please refresh your stream if you're having issues, guys. But here we go, back with OKYO. Look at it, busting on the door there. $6 rejecting for a second. But I don't even see too much size, to be honest with you, at 6 at the whole dollar. It looks like the size is coming in and coming out there, so not sure what we're gonna see here, but yeah, $6 for the moment. Nice little level. Let's go back to our friend Meta. Nice little bounce there. We're like 20 pennies out of the money on this one still, as we've got 90s long. Looking for a bounce here and a hold. If we get a VWAP retracement, which would take us to 170, 116, that'd be a nice little profit taking area, maybe into the 170, 150, but we gotta hold these areas, guys. There we go, pumping up now, back into the mid 70s. Let's see what this one got.
Yeah, got to be careful with that one, because the market is kind of pulling back a bit here off VWAP and the 50 period as well, right? So
should just cut
kind of keep that in mind there.
Yeah, I know.
I'm looking at a couple of things here. I'm looking at Apple. It looks like it's kind of making a base around this 150, 150 area. I told you guys how I like that 151 level. I guess we can kind of zoom out on this chart and see just how it's held. 151 basically all week, despite this one day, but then the next day it gapped up over and held it again on the bid, right? So I think I was long that day, actually. So I'm liking the 151 level to the long side. That being said, I want to see if the buying actually holds up here. So we're kind of right in the middle of the range now on the ES. So this can go really, it can go either way, really. So, if 151.40 breaks down, then I think that 151 might come into play. So I'm not necessarily looking to get involved at this point, at this stage with the ES kind of, bouncing around here in the middle. That being said, I'm still in the long on PLTR. I'm rocking that one. That one seems like it is a little bit relatively weaker, though. Meta is pumping back up to that 171 area. So that one's looking good as well. Let me check out the Tesla trade. Tesla looks like it bounced off the 200 period as well, and trying to mess with VWAP a little bit. Where's my homie Luca? Luca is not feeling that well. He should be back next week. You know, I love to hang out with you guys and you know, share some trades with you guys. It's been a good day so far.
Yes, sir.
That being said, let's smash the like button,
Smash
guys.
that
It's
like
1.9K likes only. Come on, man. Come on.
What?
Only 1.9.
Oh my goodness,
If
you don't
you're
even have
enjoying this
2K.
video, please take a second and hit the like and subscribe on this channel. And never forget, do not put pineapple on your pizza.
That's a contentious issue.
Yeah.
Where do you fall on that side of the equation? We're
On-
talking
on-
about pineapple on pizza.
Pineapple on pizza?
Yeah.
Okay, so I've said this numerous times. Like,
Okay,
I'm not a
true.
big fan of pineapple on pizza. That being said, my girlfriend is a big fan
Oh, I
of
remember you
pineapple
saying
on
this.
pizza.
Yes.
So, you know, we do end up getting Hawaiian pizza every once in a while, but usually she's the one just kind of picking the pineapples off of my slices. What'd you say? No, everyone has their own opinion, Brad. You know, there's a lot better attributes than that kind of make up for it.
Neil's getting some hate here in the chat. Look, Adrian says the guy with a BlackBerry phone. He chooses to have that phone.
I will say this though. I will say this about pineapples. I actually love pineapples.
So do I.
Like as a fruit, I think it's
Yeah.
like you know, it's one of the best fruits for sure.
No question.
But pineapples on pizza, some things just don't really mix that well. I covered some Tesla 202.70 average. Are you? Oh, you must be short then. You must be short off of those lower highs. I actually like that short a lot, just because, you know, like I said, we're at the kind of the top end of the range. I guess you have to really be careful with it, because if you're getting short up here at 203, well, essentially, well, you said 202.70, right? So if you're getting short up at 202.70, you know, essentially you got to risk all the way up here, but it looks like that one's worked out for you. Always good to cover around VWAP. You know, you're going to get those little bit of buyers around VWAP. So, you know, nice trade, man. That's a good trade.
Yeah. OKYO did break that $6 level, guys, but rejected immediately. I think we got up, I want to say 614. Let's just check real quick here. Yeah, 615. We got up to 615, rejected immediately. You have a reversal candle there, coming all the way back down, It's barely anything. 575, yeah. You know, if you're scalping on this, that's, you know, scaring you. I get that. So it doesn't hold, but, you know, it's holding above the 7-period moving average, which I sometimes use for retracement level for these small cap crappers. We're looking 6 in the face again. Yeah, we rejected off 6 initially, but do we reclaim it and run through it? We still have that $7 high, right? That's where we made the high earlier this morning around 10:30, $7. And then, like we talked about earlier, the daily on this one, it's a blue sky setup now, guys. Blue sky setup means we've got no more higher highs than this. 7 is the all-time high on OKYO. And yeah, so looks like back on, I'll tell you guys in a second here, back on when this IPO, May 17th, we did make a high that day of 611, right, which is technically higher than where we're at now. But we already got higher, guys. $7 is where we made the high this morning. So let's keep an eye on that. All right, we got some super chats to deal with here. William James, $10 super chat, says extra anchovies challenge. Oh my goodness. You know what? I'm just gonna say it right. What? I don't have a problem with that. It was exactly what I was just gonna say right now. I like anchovies on pizza. It is. I know a lot of people are gonna hate me for this, and they're like, "Oh, that doesn't belong on there. That's gross." I like it. I happen to be from a coastal city. I'm born in the city of Alexandria, which is like a seafood eating city, and I've kind of grown up to really like seafood, and I don't mind it. Call me crazy, call me disgusting. That's the way it is. Meta though, Meta is very bad, very, very bad at the moment. Back down into 170.50. That means I'm 40 pennies out of the money, and the futures also, you know, I want to say they're range bound, but they're not giving me, they're not really giving me much hope that they're going to bounce up. I've been really wanting to stay above this VWAP. This could be a consolidation area and then another head north, because we're not making a lower low, right? We haven't made a lower low. That lower low will come at 40.58. So at the moment, we're 10 points away from that. It's just, if you're long, you want to see a continuation. That higher high has to come at 40.75. So Exercising some patience, am I, on this trade, because it really hasn't given me an opportunity to get out yet. I added at a really, really advantageous area, so there's no point getting out in front of the area in which I added. In addition to that, we're also holding that general level that we talked about at 170.30, 170 and a quarter. That seems, excuse me, to have been kind of the bottom on the day. So, Jonathan Canny saying, Sharif, you are right. We eat it too. Yeah, there you go. In
Did
Italy,
you talk
we
about
eat
this,
it too.
this super chat?
Anchovies, yeah.
William James.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you feel about anchovies on pizza?
I'm not down, man.
You're not down.
I'm not down.
I like it. All right, whatever, man.
down.
I thought you were gonna jump on board. No, it's not for everybody.
Yeah, that ain't me. Small fish are better than big fish. Okay, I can kind of see that, but I don't know. I guess in the market, we're always trying to chase the big fish.
That's true.
I don't know where I was going with that one. I
it's all
just
good.
kind of wanted to say that. Turtles? What?
I like turtles.
Turtles? Don't tell me you eat turtles, man. That's kind of sick.
I've never had turtles in my life. I haven't had frogs. Not that I'm like judging anybody.
I've never had turtles. I've never had frogs. Like, have you had chicken feet?
No, I haven't.
Chicken feet is like
haven't.
it's like an
an
Asian thing.
Yeah,
like
I know.
you have a dim sum sometimes. I'm not a fan of that. I'll be honest.
I'm always down to try.
Yeah. No, I've tried it. I've tried it, but I'm not a big fan. Where would you have turtle? Okay, let's get off eating turtles, man. Turtles are cute. Like I don't want to mess with.
Fail. That was Pradley
turtles.
that hit that fail. Pradley hit that fail. Look at Pradley back there causing all sorts of problems and controversy. Pradley, the walking bully is what I call him. No kidding, of course.
Guys, the market is
that guy.
basically just kind of diddling right now, just flat. So that's why I'm not really participating in any executions right now. The market's just kind of diddling around this 47 area, basically in the middle of the range, right? Like, okay, this is a 20-point range on the market. That's pretty tight, right, Sharif? Like, we're used to having bigger ranges for the market, and today 40, 80, 40, 60.
Yeah.
This is basically the definition of an inside day. So when we're caught like smack dab in the middle, I'm gonna steer away.
We lost that 4,100 yesterday by closing below it. That had been a good level for,
exactly.
a while.
Man, the market, like, it's really taking away a lot of trades from us, right? Because obviously, like, that 4,100 break is a great trade to the short side. Happens overnight.
I know.
It happens overnight. So when you come in the morning,
Exactly.
it makes it very difficult and challenging. You might think, okay, short, right? You might be thinking short bias in the morning.
The moves happen.
But man, if we're right down at these support levels, you got to be thinking, for the bounce, because this is a rangy market, right? Obviously, we're teetering into a recession now, and with the market and the economic policy and everything, it's just such a weird environment. So I guess a lot of people just don't know what to do, man. A lot of big money just doesn't know what to do, and we're just playing in the range all the time. Camel Crush, thank you so much for the super chat here. I think the question's for you, Sharif.
Camel Crush, obviously a very big fan and friend of the show, always engaging with them in the chat. Trying to pull up the daily here, but it looks like it's going to crash on me. So give me 1 sec to pull it up here on the trusty Trade Ideas. Let's go ahead. We type in here LEU. There we go. Centrus Energy Corp. Let's go to the daily on this bad boy. Time frame daily. Let's look. Okay, so the question was, and this is something that's been going on with them and I for a while. We've been talking about LEU. Re-entry at 42 today. So you got a big topping tail candle. So this is what concerns me, Camel Crush. I'm not a big fan of these topping tail candles. The textbook says they're reversal patterns, or they indicate, that selling pressure has overtaken buying pressure, especially when you get a small-bodied candle that's closer to the low than it is to the high, right? So that, to me, I'm looking scared here. Now, and then you have that continuation south. Look at this candle here. This is a daily, right? So you have the entire candle is engulfed with the low being, the open being at the low, and the high being at the open and the low being current, right? So you got to assume that there's going to be a kind of a continuation. Now, let's zoom out a little bit here. We kind of got off the schneid. You could say the trend started around that $30 area, and then we had a $50 move. So do we retrace halfway? I would be interested in scaling into this one between the 2/3 retracement area to the 50% retracement. That means starting around that 44, 45 area or a little bit lower, and then into that 40 area for a hold. You want to see it hold there, and then you want to see continue. The other school of thought would be, okay, forget the levels and forget the percentage retracements. Let's look at the price action itself. The price action here, this is the high of this peak, that $42, $43 area. Do you really want to see it? You typically want to see if the trend is going to continue upward to hold the peak, because this is a former area of resistance, current area of support. So you want to see it hold 43. If it doesn't, I mean, you could look for the 50% retracement if you're really bullish this stock, and again at 40. So that's what I would do. That's how I see it. But this concerns me. I want to go back to that. This topping tail candle concerns me, and I wouldn't be so eager to jump in based on that candle double. But it could be, none of this stuff is foolproof. It could be momentary. Let me just load up my chart here as it did crash. Let's load up that bad boy. There we go. So now we're locked and loaded back into LEU. Let's go into there. And yeah, so for an intraday, obviously, I really don't have anything on it. But yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm just reading through chat here. Manuel, where is the comments, man? I totally lost it, my bad. But this person was saying, oh, okay, here it is. Chicken feet is not Asian. As a child, delicious in tomato sauce. No, for sure. I was just thinking that I've only ever eaten it or seen it at dim sum. And obviously, dim sum is like a Chinese thing, right? So that's why I made that comment. But good for you. I'm glad we can kind of connect in the chat a little bit.
I like being educated about that kind
yeah,
of stuff,
yeah,
too,
I know.
Sometimes you have like these running assumptions and you don't know.
Yeah, like, hey, man, like the reason why we're here on the show is to kind of obviously try to educate and try to help people on the other side of the screen. And it's always nice when you learn something from this side as well.
No question.
Obviously we get the privilege of learning from the big dogs every day.
Big dogs.
Ian, have you tried balut? I'm not even sure what that is. Yeah, no, I haven't tried that chicken foot. I don't know what you guys are talking about now. But no, I haven't tried that. Market is done for the day. Honestly,
do you like pho?
Pho? Yeah, I love
okay,
pho.
so hold on. Now, because pho is personal, right? Depending on what you want in it. So what do you get in your pho?
I'm very basic, man. I'm like a beef, like slice type of guy. Like, just
Come on, dude.
Just like onions.
No, man. I get the tendon, the tripe,
I'm not about the tendon.
the rare
type.
beef,
Okay.
the flank.
I'm not about
it
the tendon
all,
and the tripe, I'll be honest.
Oh my
like,
goodness.
my best friend, like,
It is
she's all
so
into
good.
like the tripe
Yeah.
and the tendon. I'm not about it.
No?
I don't know.
Chat, what do you think? I mean, I absolutely love that kind of stuff. It's like, okay, I don't want to get too descriptive here, but I like the texture of it. And I think it's awesome.
That's
and rare
fair, man.
beef,
That's fair.
Obviously.
That's fair. Yeah, there's some great pho
I don't like
places.
the meatballs in it, though. Someone wrote meatballs.
No, I'm
never
not
put
about the meatballs.
in
That's
my
just like
pho.
too artificial for me.
No.
Do you like hot pot? Is like hot
No,
pot a thing?
I don't know what that is.
Hot pot is like, it's basically like you get like a soup base, and then you can put like whatever flavor in it, like a
that's what
spicy
pho
or like
is.
tomato-based flavor, and then you cook the meats inside the pot.
Pho is like that. Pho is
It's
like
similar.
That.
It's
Yeah.
similar like that, but it's like more like a family style type of
Okay.
thing. Like you kind of share with like a group or
That's
whatever. I'm sure the
nice.
chat knows
Yeah,
about
I'm
hot
sure.
pot. Yeah, there you go. I love hot pot. I talked to Greg about hot pot. Greg loves hot pot as
I'm
well.
gonna try that.
Yeah, no, for sure you can try. There's tons of places.
Yeah,
in
you're
Toronto.
getting a lot of
guys.
love
If you
for
ever
the
come
hot
to
pot in the
Toronto,
chat.
yeah. Guys, if you ever come to Toronto, the food in Toronto is just absolutely
There's
incredible.
ridiculous amounts of food in Toronto.
There is so many different types of cultures and restaurants in Toronto.
And we've been having
I
such
very
a
guarantee-
warm winter, relatively speaking. If anybody's
Yeah.
visited here right now, they have the wrong idea of what it feels like to be February.
Except for, I gotta say this, man. Like, so obviously, I'll be honest. I don't know the Fahrenheit conversion for Celsius, but the other day on like Wednesday, it was 15 degrees Celsius, guys.
Yeah.
And then today it's -5.
Yeah.
And there was snow on the
dude,
ground.
Come on.
I was
It's
like kind of
February,
cheesed.
dude. It's like -15, -20
Yeah, no, I'm
territory
not
right
surprised.
now.
I'm not surprised. Like, you know,
Yeah.
it's obviously February. It's still winter time, but you
Yeah.
can't tease us like that, man. You
Yeah,
can't
that's
tease
true.
us
We had
that.
like 15-degree weather. It was just nice. SRNE though, Ian, I think it's kind of finding its footing a little bit at VWAP. Let's have a look at this one real quick. SRNE, that's New York, by the way, guys. No, it's NASDAQ. Sorry.
Thank you, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. So an interesting bounce here at that 29-cent area. Do we hold VWAP? You know what? Last time I waited and it went without me. I'm going. I'm punching. I'm long. I got 29.95s, all right? What I'm looking for here is a 31 break and a 32 test. The reason I'm in is I'm looking for a VWAP bounce. Obviously, I didn't get the best price. I could have got 29s instead of 29.99. That's, sorry, 29.95, yeah. Not the best price, but anyway, I like the pattern. Let's see, let's actually have some resting orders hanging out here. So I'm gonna take out some at 31s if we get there. So let's go ahead and put some up at 31s, and then I'll take some out at 31 and a half. And that will be for the same amount of shares. So let's hang out there. There we go. Let's see what this one does. We're not doing well. Sad to report on our meta long though. We are now out of the money about 40 pennies or so as the futures continues to print down. Now, so far, Meta has been making lower lows, yes, but the futures have been making much lower lows. So relatively speaking, it's kind of slowing down a little bit. Anyway, I guess I'm just trying to grasp at straws here, to be honest with you. I should probably be out of this trade, but I want to see what's going to happen. If it breaks, it breaks. I think through the $0.25, I'm gone. If this one breaks 1.7, actually, here's the thing with Meta though. Every time I look for an out, I start looking and say, well, we're near support. Why would I get out in front of support? Right? 170.30, that's support. If I get out at the $0.25, that's probably fair. So I'll keep my eye on that. We'll see what Meta does. Backing through the $0.50 at the moment. Well, probably not the best trade in the world, but it's just no point getting out of here. It doesn't make sense to me.
I just hopped long on Apple. Oh, there's actually size in the bid there. That's always nice to see. For Apple there, a couple hundred lots on the ARCA gateway. But I'm long on Apple now, just like a little bit of a flat bottom here around 150, 140. This is basically like a starter position because realistically, guys, like I said, I got to risk down to like 151, 150.80. 151 is going to be the level that I really, really like on Apple. But that being said, if it's going to start making a base around here and the market bounces off the lows, I want to participate in this trade because I like this level a lot. So let me start a position here around 150, 140 with the intention to kind of add to this one if it dips down closer to 151 and starts to hold up down there, right? If the market's like bouncing off 40.60 again, right? Target for this piece of the position is probably going to be around the 150, 180 area. Call it like a solid like 40-cent win. That's basically going to be a 1-to-1 on this position here. But obviously, if we get bids a little bit lower around 150, 120, 151, that's going to be same targets essentially, and the R&R is going to be a lot better. I'm still long PLTR. Guys, this one is doing absolutely diddly squats. It's just kind of chilling here around my price now. It's not breaking lower, but you know, I'm glad that I got this out here around 928. That was a good call, I think, for me on that one. 9 is still the level, so I'm not selling the position or anything like that. I took out some of the positions already, so I'm not going to get like hurt badly or anything like that if I stop out here. That being said, though, it's not doing anything. The volume is kind of way down. I'm not really too hopeful for this one. DKNG will puke if 20 is broken. 20 is already broken, though. Let's take a quick look at that one. I know DKNG has kind of been a topic of conversation today for sure. Let's actually lessen this to the 5 minutes, and let's okay, let's just do that. Yeah, DKNG, this 20 level, obviously you had this puke down here, and then 20 got reclaimed. Man, when a level breaks like that, I'm less inclined to like take the breakdown. Obviously, we already kind of talked about how breakouts and breakdowns haven't been great in this type of market environment. So I'm not really looking to take the 20 breakdown. I guess so. Like you can see like 1960 and 1920 area. If it does break down, I'm thinking, you know, if it comes back up here at 21, it might be a good short again. I like that 21 level. This being said, this trade is pretty much done at this point. Let me just kind of fix this chart here for you guys. yeah, this trade is pretty much done at this point. I'm not really, focusing on this one. I kind of took my money from it now. I'm up on the name. It's solid, right? I'll probably just leave that one alone. People took off for a long weekend early, I guess. Yeah, guys, happy long weekend. Enjoy the time off. It's going to be a great weekend. If you have plans, enjoy it. If not, then, get some good rest and, sleep in a bit maybe, and recoup yourself from spending your energy in the markets. The market is pulling back a little bit further now. Apple is starting to break down that 140, 140 area or 150, 140 area, and then right back up again, right? So it's not really doing too much. What are you guys trading in the chat, though? Let's take a look here. Your thoughts on VLON? We could take a look at VLON. I think we looked at that one yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. VLON volume is down on it. Let's see if the volume has... Okay, so it had that big volume spike on the second day, I guess, gapping up here on the 13th. Today, though, volume is down. I'm liking the 1 level on these penny stocks, though, Sharif. I don't know if you ever kind of looked at the 1 level, but it always seems like it's like a pretty good over under. Sometimes the breakouts can be great, but with lower volume today, not going to be too interested in this one. I'm waiting for that 1 level to come into fruition.
So it looks like I got that print, man. On SRNE, we take that out. So we get long below 30s. We're already out 31s. I'm sitting at 31s and a half. Let's see if that one comes to fruition, but we're already printing on it. So happy about this one. That's obviously in direct contrast to the Tesla trade. I mean, sorry, not Tesla, Meta. I'm so used to blaming Tesla that I just blamed it automatically, right? No, that Meta trade, guys, it's back to lows, and it's probably time. Again, I'm going to take it out at the $0.25, and that's just the way it's going to be. Matt Carr is asking about KGC. Let me have a look real quick. KGC, what's this one all about? King Cross, Gold Corp. Okay, so we had Rahim Ladani on yesterday. He talked about the macro picture on gold. He also gave you some big hitters for possible investments. If you guys want to know what those are, go back yesterday and watch the morning show. He was on around 8:45 or so, something like that. So go back, have a listen to what Rahim had to say about that. Obviously, awesome guy having him on. Okay, so King Cross Gold is a global senior gold mining company. The company is engaged in gold mining and relative activities. Yeah, so this is a big boy one. The market cap, 4.78 billion. What's the look on for today? Intraday, obviously, not my cup of tea, Matt. 376 to the downside, 389 to the high side. Let's bring that in. Let's bring in the trade ideas here so you guys can follow along. No, why'd I do that? Okay, so hold on. I got to do this. There we go. Now we got it here. Okay, there we go. Let's bring it down. All right, there we go. So let's put KGC. There we go. Actually, let's pull this out so you can get the bigger view of it here. Oh, cool. So look, it's got a good, it's a decent chart. The long-term trend down. Okay, no question about that. This goes back to 2020. The long-term trend on this stock is down. Now, are there any intermediate-term trends that can be identified here? And yeah, I think you can say there is. Starting back at around when is this? July of last year, we kind of got off the bottom at $3 there. We held 3, and we kind of been working our way up, not quite making it up to 5. Okay, so there's a retracement. But now, if you were to draw a trend line for the recent price action, we've definitely broken through it. So now you're talking about an intermediate-term trend, an intermediate-term uptrend in the middle of a long-term downtrend. I don't like it long. I think maybe we possibly test lows. I have no idea about the fundamentals of this company. I want to make that very clear. I'm just looking at the price action. It's broken down, below where it's supposed to be, and you got the death cross coming here, with the 50 crossing below the 200, and in a very sharp way too. So we'll see. I got no opinion on it other than to say it looks like an intermediate-term trend. Discontinuing, and it's going to continue in the long-term downtrend. So that's what I see on that one. Hope that helps. All right, this meta trade, that's it, she wrote for me. I'm taking that L on this one. And sad to say, you know, it's not what I wanted, but unless it really like upticks in the next couple of seconds here, I'm out as we retest that 40-60 area on the ES March contract. Here we go again with this area, Ian.
Round 4.
Fight.
State. That's it. Like, here we go again, 40-60. NVIDIA, I wanted to bring this up because some people mentioned that NVIDIA is at a key level, and I was looking at the daily, and it kind of is like 210 is kind of a key level. This being said, like I was kind of looking at this, I guess on the daily, and you are getting a pretty big sell candle today and a gap down. So I like the level, 210. But I like some of these other levels a bit better, like the, you know, the 151 on Apple. So you see me long in that one. I don't want to get too heavy on the long side, just in case, you know, obviously the market breaks down 40-60. This is the 4th round of this fight. You know, so, you know, who's going to win here? The Bulls have been winning so far. But the Bears can definitely, you know, take control here as the market kind of sells off a little bit further.
Same levels,
I am getting a little bit more long here on Apple, and I want to see this 151 hold up here. So I'm seeing a little bit of size there on the bid. Obviously, it's not going to be anything impressive. It's a few hundred lots. Apple's done 300 or 30 mil volume on the day, so that gets chewed through very, very quickly, like you just saw, right? So I'm managing this position now. I am sitting pretty handsomely out of the money, about 40 cents out of the money. I want to give this one space to see if the 151 can actually get reclaimed or not, right? This was the level that I liked, so I'm trying to trade it accordingly, right? I'm trying to give it the room. I got a risk probably down to like 150.80. That was like kind of the low a bit there, and you saw the level kind of get reclaimed there, and 151 actually held on the bid. So I want to actually bid 150. There we actually go back down. Let's actually bid here 150 and see if I get that bid again there. Actually, let me cancel that one. Let me bid 02 and see if I get that one. And then if I don't, then I guess the long is going to be really, really good here. But it seems like 151. Okay, so there, I do get the bid there at 02. So now just basically seeing if this, you know, 151 is actually holding up. It does seem like there is some interest to buy around here, but the market is pulling back below 40.60 now, testing 2 lower lows a bit. I guess like 40.56 was the low, 40.55. So, you know, watching what's happening here, I'm looking at the 15-minute as well, and that one's pulling back quite a bit as well here on the ES, right? So, I'm gonna give this trade, you know, what it deserves. I'm gonna give this trade, you know, the breathing room that it deserves. I'm long now. My price is 151.19, right? So, I'm gonna stop out of this one if it dips another 20 cents, and you know, gonna call it an L. And that one's going to be okay on that name. And Apple's probably going to be my worst name on the day, just because of you know, these trades a little bit earlier. You know, when I was trying to short up here, that was a mistake. Well, it ended up being a good short, but just really poor execution. But yeah, kind of averaging into this one now. Going to give this one to 150.80, and we'll see where it goes from there.
Yeah. All right. So let's see what we do here. We're at that critical level on both Meta and on the futures. So back down below 40.60, but into that same region of, you know, that 40.60 to 40.55. Do we find another bounce here? As you heard Ian say, round 4 fight. So where are we at? Meta also has an interesting area of support at that same region, which is that 170. So does 170, excuse me, do we defend 170 here? Let's bring in Meta. There we go. So if I go like this, I'm going to learn on the fly here. So then I take it out, right? And then basically if I go like this, okay, then it puts it back. I see. All right. But then that's not what I want. I want to make it bigger. So then I got to go like this. Okay. So, hey, we're learning here, people. There we go. Let's move this up. So Meta back at that 170 level. You know, I mean, look, I said 170 and a quarter was the out, and I'm not following what I'm saying, so I'm already making mistakes. Let me just acknowledge that. But I think I'm going to give it to this level here to see what it does. And because I do like where we are at the futures, unless we continue to flush, in which case I just got to cut this loss. And it is going to be what it's going to be. 170.52 now is my out on that. So we'll see how that goes. Let me look at this other trade that I'm in, SRNE. Let's get rid of these ones here. So these ones go on the side. SRNE, where are we at? We're still hanging around that 30-cent area, so still above my my entry point. Not great. It's kind of slowing down a little bit here, and kind of making possible lower low, lower high, excuse me. Here's what I'm talking about. Here's the peak, and then here's the high here where we got our last piece out, and then we're kind of retrending it to the downside a little bit. We got to really reclaim that 31.5 for that trend continuation to hold. We're holding above VWAP, which is good. So this will give me opportunities if it really flushes to get some in on VWAP and kind of make it for a better trade. But we'll see. We'll see what happens at the moment. SRNE and Meta are the two that I'm in. I'm in long on both, and positive on one, not positive on the other. But let's see what the next few minutes brings.
I'm trying to just manage this Apple position. I was just watching the tape around below 151. It was kind of reserving on the offer a bit, and that broke out. I'm offering around 19 just to kind of better my position and just manage my risk a bit. So obviously not offering out. I'm just offering out basically half or a little bit less than half of this position that my first ad. So I'm gonna take an L on that first ad there, but hopefully my average will become a lot better, and then I could build a better long here around this 151. This being said, though, the market is trying to bounce now, so it looks like it is bouncing off of these lows, like 40, 56 area. So I think Arun mentioned it before a long time ago. Like, these aren't just like lines in the sand, guys. Like, this is like a zone, right? So realistically, you've got to give it a little bit of leeway. To kind of do its thing and chop around, because you got to imagine that there's going to be stops there. There's going to be a whole types of different like action there, right? So, let it do its thing. Obviously, if it breaks down convincingly, then we're SOL. But hey, man, for now, it looks like it's bouncing once more. So round 4 looks like right now that's going back to the bulls once more. But I'm not getting hit here on the offer, which is a little bit concerning here for Apple. So watching this one very, very closely. Dash down 7.5% after being up 10%. Dash NY, I believe.
Yeah, it was an earnings play.
Yeah, it was an earnings play. Okay, I think that was. Yeah, I think I saw that on the morning watch list as well this morning, right? So, guys, if you aren't already subscribed to that morning watch list,
get on that, guys.
Please get on that.
Exclamation point watch list in the chat, guys. That's what it is.
Basically, the research is kind of done for you in the morning already, right? So yeah, nice down move here for Dash. So obviously getting hurt after their earnings. What, they like have poor guidance or whatever? Like Dash wasn't really on my radar this morning.
To be honest with you, it wasn't really that bad, but they had it's like regional with this place.
I see.
Yeah.
I don't know. It seems like these Uber, Dash, all these kind of like ride sharing programs. I know Dash is like DoorDash, like it's like a food, a food delivery business, right? But I don't know. It seems like with COVID obviously dying down and the pandemic is kind of basically over now, you're getting more people just kind of going back to their regular lives, right? Obviously, food delivery is nice, but it's also expensive too. You got to pay for the fees and whatnot as well, and sometimes those add up, especially if it's just like kind of around the corner. It's like, hey man, let me just stop being lazy and let me just go and get my own food, right? But I guess that's why, Dash, you're not really, well, it's still $62 a share. Like, let's actually just take a look at the daily. So we are kind of like.
It's not good if you zoom out.
Okay. Yeah. So the further I zoom out, the worse it kind of gets. So, so this is like midway through. Okay, it gets worse and worse as the chart loads. Okay, let me put this one away. Let me put that one away. But regardless, I don't know. That's my take on DoorDash. They don't make any money, so I guess you guys are kind of
man. Well,
in a similar boat. Yeah, neither does Uber.
You know that
right?
Uber? Listen to this, dude. Uber made $14 billion in revenue in their ride sharing.
Okay.
Another $14 billion plus for their food delivery, and they didn't turn a profit.
Yeah, I don't know. See, there's a problem with that.
Yeah, there is.
There's a definite problem with that, right? It's like I don't know if it has to do with. I don't know. That's
that growth at all cost model that never ends up being profitable. It's just like grow. You know what I mean?
So I guess you're always kind of committing your money back to more growth, but then I guess the business kind of becomes stagnant, and also too now you're getting more competitors involved as well.
Exactly.
And the market is becoming more saturated, right? Like how many more you know, how many ride sharing apps are there? There's like there's obviously Uber, there's Lyft. You know, DoorDash is a food delivery one. So there's a lot of, you know, there's a lot of saturation now.
Yeah,
there's a lot of
sure.
competition for sure. Right?
Yeah, a lot of people saying that industry really won't be, and this is just, you know, anecdotal evidence, but it won't be profitable until the ride hailing and the food delivery are actually self-driving. They're actually automated, where you remove the
I guess then
driver
you wouldn't have to
equation.
pay drivers, right?
Yeah.
Like you wouldn't have to pay people.
Yeah, that's
so yeah, that
sadly.
would be sad obviously.
Yeah.
Like heck, man, I ran Uber Eats for a while too. I did that for a few months. It was kind of fun. I would just do it with my girlfriend. Yeah, I would just do it with my girlfriend, and we would just kind of chill and deliver some food. It's like, it's whatever, but yeah, no, for sure, I could totally see that.
All right, guys, SRNE, pump in, it's going. Okay, so it's continuing the trend. Now, to get confirmation of the continuation, we want to see again that 3150 break. That's the high of that last peak. We want to see a higher high. We've already gotten a higher low right here. So let me actually show you on the trade ideas, because this chart is bamboozling everybody. There we go. SRNE, and then I can just go like this. Cool. There we go. This is the daily. Let's flip out of the daily and go to the 3 minute time frame. Actually, the 1 minute's probably the best here. So here we go. We get that low right here at VWAP. That's probably the best area from which to buy. But then we get that. There we go. Now we're moving into 3150. So as I'm talking about it, it's happening. We need to break that 31, technically 3130. There we go. We're getting 3135 prints. Some resistance coming in around there, to be expected, of course, because that is a resistance level, hence the definition of resistance. So you need continuation here. You need to print a new high. Then we're looking at 32 in the face. If we're looking at 32 in the face here, then that breaks high of day, and then we're looking, you know, whatever the daily resistance level is. I haven't had an opportunity to look at it yet, but there we go. So we'll put that one in, and then we'll move. Okay, so I have to figure out how to do this over again anyway. So yeah, SRNE printing to the high side. Don't get filled yet. We're not quite up to that 3150, but in the right direction. Let this one go. Meta also as well. We're like almost in the money on this Meta trade. We're like 10 pennies out of the money now.
Seems like the level was 170, on Meta. I guess, you know, it did have that flat bottom around 170.40,
Yeah.
but
Talked about that 170. We talked about the 40, 60 on the futures. So I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch, dude. But, you know, if we can hold this level, there's a lot of selling pressure coming in at this level too. Like, we can't get off this bottom.
I'm watching. I'm watching Apple, and there's a mixture of buyers and sellers around this 151. Okay. As the market is like figuring out what it wants to do at 40.60, right? So there is a there's a battle going on. Like Sharif said, there's a struggle right now. I was telling Max today, actually, when I see the tape kind of like going nuts, it's not going nuts right now, but, you know, at the open, for example, when I see the tape going nuts and, you know, the market, you know, bidders and sellers going at it, I always kind of imagine like the trading floor. And, you know, everyone on the trading floor, like, it's just pure chaos.
Okay, I love that.
Right?
That happened a lot in the summer.
Yeah. Like, you know, that's why I always kind of have in my head. Obviously here, like, we're just in front of a computer. I'm just, like, watching numbers. Like, it's kind of like watching paint dry if you're not, like, that into it. Obviously, it's exciting for us because, you know, we're super passionate about it. But
there's nothing like being on the trading floor, though. I traded for a year at home.
Yeah, man. I mean, being here on the trading floor, like, regardless, like, it's absolutely amazing.
And we're hiring too.
Yeah, we are hiring. So let's jump to that real quick. Like, let's touch on that, guys. We are hiring, you know, trainees for another round of, you know, another round of training program, right?
Oh, but it's different this time around. Tell them how
it is. It is a little bit different. You're gonna get a more, I guess, like extensive training as you are a trainee. You know, and teach you like more of the inner workings. Obviously, you're gonna spend a lot of time learning our software. So that's P-Pro 8. You know, obviously the show is sponsored by Daytrade the World and whatnot. So Daytrade the World firms use P-Pro 8. So you're going to spend a lot of time learning that and getting familiar with that software. And then kind of, you know, jumping into how to execute accordingly within the market as well, right? So it's a more in-depth training program. I highly recommend it, guys. You know,
if you're in Toronto.
If you're in Toronto, right?
Area.
So it is that's one key thing is that you know you do have to live in Toronto. It is an in-person role, guys. You can't remote in. So kind of keep that in mind if you are looking to apply. I just got out of something there.
So yeah,
Okay,
Luis
gotta go for it.
Vasquez saying, I'm from Mexico. Can I send my resume? Unless you're, you're in Canada and you have Canadian work permissions, it's all going to be. There is an office in Mexico though. So if you search Day Trade the World, Mexico.
No, it's going to be under a different name. Have them email.
Okay. All right. So what's the email marketing team? All right. So Luis, you can. At Luis, you can email the marketing team at marketing@daytradetheworld.com. Marketing@daytradetheworld.com. That's all one word. And then they'll get you connected with that. All right, guys. SRNE, we just got out of that 3150. We're going to spin that one. This one continues to pump to the high side. Now we're looking at that 3220 in the face. That is the high of day. That is where the next order for an out is going to be. Let's go ahead, 32.20. Let's sit there. I'm going to hang out there. Where's my entry? It's below 30. So printing on this one, obviously you have to size up into this one if it's going to be worth it. You can't be taking a few shares here and there. Meta continues to hover above that 170 area, and we continue to hover at that 40-60 area on the futures. So we're holding the bottoms. We're not breaking the low. So again, I'm long-minded here. I'm looking for that bounce into either VWAP at 40.70 or whatever to break this peak here at 40.75. In and around that area, I'm looking for that. Unless we really show me something that we're going to print newer lows, I'm a buyer at these areas, guys. So call me crazy, but that's how I'm doing. That's how I'm living right now. Yeah.
I'm thinking about like kind of de-risking a bit here on
right.
the Apple trade. Actually, we're almost at my offer here. Let's just be patient and wait here. The market is trying to push up, but if I see, my offer not get like tested and not hit once more, I'm just gonna cross and control that position a little bit out, a little bit more manually there. I'm literally offering 19, and it bounced. I think it hit 18 on the offer, and it didn't tick me there. So, if it does that once more, then you got to imagine that it is. But there's a 1 minute chart too, right? So looking at the 5 minute chart, it doesn't look that like amazing per se. I'm trying to zoom in here so we can see it. Okay, so I did get hit there.
Let's go, baby.
On Apple. So a little bit out there on Apple on the offer. Now it's starting to push up a little bit more. The market's starting to push up.
Oh yeah.
My average is so much better now. Wow. So just after that one thing, now I'm 10 cents in the money as opposed to being flat on the trade. So that was I was actually 20 cents out of the money there, but. Yeah, now this is looking a little bit better. I'm still long PLTR. That one's basically doing nothing. I'm like 2 cents in the money on that one. Man, I was close to just kind of doing that one myself. But now, I guess patience pays, and good thing I waited for that one.
Yeah, man, the levels are recyclable. I mean, like the meta level was a little lower than I wanted, which was at 17 and a quarter. I gotta admit that. But 17, 170 and a quarter. Sorry. But that 170 ended up being, that's going to be the obvious psychological level, the the whole dollar level. And again, it really did go hand in hand with the level we're looking at here on the futures. Now we're getting a pump to the high side, baby, 40.65. We're looking at 466, 40.70 again is VWAP here. So nice possible VWAP retracement and then possible continuation for a newer recent high above that 40.75-ish area. Let's see what transpires here. Now we're in the money on Meta, so very pleased about that, but not going to take profits yet. There's no point taking profits at these levels or random. Look for the continuation. Again, we did get that VWAP retracement earlier. We're clearly rejected off it. You had a retracement back down. You created a higher low, which is nice, and then you had that higher high, and then you obviously were zigzagging here in and around levels. But if we're going to get back to that level, I want to be a part of that game. And there we go. Now we're in the high 60s here. Time to take out a little bit of this Meta trade. Let's go ahead and cover. We take a little baby out there. We're still holding big boy. So let's go ahead and cover a little bit over here in the 70s. We get that nice little out. Okay, so this one's running very nice. We're pumping to the high side, boys and girls. Let's go. We're going to take a little bit more out there. We get another higher print. So we're printing nicely. Let's see what we do here. And you know what? Okay, so got to wait for that level to materialize. Let's wait.
Let's go, man. So scalping out Apple here.
Sorry, I hit the wrong
The
one.
reason why, guys, is we're right up to that 150, 140 area. The market is testing. The 50 period is going to be testing VWAP very, very soon. I'm still holding about a third of position in case it continues to trend up, but I wanted to make sure that I get a lot of it out on this pump. Excuse this this green arrow here. I mistakenly fat-fingered into a buy instead of a sell. That's okay. My average is now 19 here on Apple, so 20 cents in the money on it. Essentially, like, I don't want it to come back down to that 20 area. That held as, you know, kind of that resistance for a little while until it finally broke out as the market pushed up, right? So I really want to see continuation off this move and reclaim of this 150, 140 area. You know, that was my first ad, and now here we are right back here. But regardless, making back some of the losses now that I had earlier on this name with those foolish shorts over here, right? So it's been a good trade here. Patience paid on it, waiting and just having faith. Like Sharif just said, like, you know, trusting in your levels. You know, a double bottom here on the 1 minute. I don't really like to pay too much attention to, you know, chart patterns on the 1 minute because it's so short term.
Oh, yeah.
But regardless, you know, double bottom, there you go off 151. The market bouncing off of this 40.60, 40.55 support zone. And, you know, a 40-cent bounce off of there, right? So because of my foolish ad there, you know, I didn't make as much as I wanted to on it. But regardless, winning trade on that one. Roblox, we talked about Roblox a little bit earlier, but we could take a look at it again. They had a little bit of an AI headline. Wow, okay, so it actually reclaimed VWAP here and reclaimed the 200 period, which is nice. Just kind of looking at the 5 minutes. So we are, you know, the high is like 42 today. Did it actually test there? Oh yeah, it did. So yeah, 42 is the high. That's basically like, you know, the target, I guess, if you were in a long off of that news there. But yeah, you know, Roblox pulling back today, that's for sure. We'll sell off end of day. Potentially, like we were talking about this earlier, the market is like trading a very tight range today. This is basically a definition of an inside day for sure. 40.56, let's call it now, to 40.82, like 26 point range. That's not going to be that exciting, but you know, it's you know, you got to pick your spots accordingly. Let's send it to Brendan though, or no.
No, just continue.
Oh, just continue. Okay,
Yeah.
no, sorry. I you know, Sharif's giving me mixed signals over here.
No, I didn't mean that. Sorry.
But no,
gotta
we
fix
can
these
keep
charts.
going. Sharif's just kind of doing his thing here.
I'm fixing these charts, guys.
Yeah,
That's
no,
what I'm
no, go
looking
for it,
to
go
do,
for it. I guess I can just go back to this Apple trade without a man. It's kind of struggling around this 150, 140 area, guys. So, you know, broken support turning into a little bit of a resistance now. So that's why you saw me kind of scalping this one out. Let's hop back to that PLTR trade that I'm in as well. Oh, okay, wow, I got that one. Okay, nice. Yeah, PLTR, it looks like this was a good ad down here around 910, right? So still kind of defending this 9 level. Guys, the volume is like kind of way down though, like 40 mil volume. It's not really doing too much here. The tape is going super slow. So, you know, this one's not going to be that exciting. Like, because of my average price, I'm in the money only like 2 cents on it. So I'm kind of just holding this one to see if it, you know, retraces back to VWAP or something like that. But regardless, PLTR is relatively weaker on the day. So I'm not too hopeful for this position here. It looks like my other position is working very, very nicely though. Just kind of watching what's going on in our work chat there. PLTR at serious resistance. Serious resistance in what sense? Like, I mean, just looking at the 5 minute here, you know, I guess the resistance was that 960 or the 970 yesterday's close. Let's hop back out to the 15 minute to kind of see what you're talking about. I guess 930 was the level here that held. You know, 9 is the level to the downside, but yeah, 930 could be, you know, the level of resistance, I guess, to the upside. 940, I guess. Obviously, 960 is this level here. I don't know if we get back there today, but yeah, you know, regardless, PLTR doing lower volume, it's not that exciting. Did Pride retire? He wishes. No, he didn't retire. He's on the ones and twos over there. He's helping us out over there. So you know, he's still part of the team. He's still part of the team for sure.
Yeah. Quiet it down over there.
What else we got going on, guys? Let's do it. Let's do a quick check on the like count to see where. No, we're good.
Me too, bro.
What we got going on?
Has anybody looked at Meta lately, guys?
Meta?
Has anybody looked at where Meta is, guys? We're looking at 171. Did we say, who said anything about a VWAP retracement off the lows? Come on. No one would say such things. Guys, there we go. It's developing nicely. It's a nice little range trade here happening on the futures. And it's nice in that, you know, it's predictable until it's not, right? I mean, so far, we've rinsed and repeated several times off these particular levels. And here we go again, looking at 40.70 in the face. Where do we get up to there, Ian? We got up to 40.69.5. So nice little retrace here. Nice trade on Meta. And let it go. All right. I mean, we have VWAP here hanging out at 171. So maybe we'll take some around there. We've been scalping. So very happy with that. I'm happy with that. You know, even though I felt like at times I was changing what I was saying, I think my initial analysis was wrong to look at the 170.25 as the out, especially when you're looking at 170 in the face. Why would 170.25? But that was based upon the fact that 170.25 had held out as the bottom for the majority of the day. But you know, these things are not exact science. So we get it. We add nicely around that 170 area. And what's up? Yeah, we add at that 170 area, and we ride it through. So hopefully we'll see what that one does. The other trade on SRNE. Okay, so now we're waiting at the high of days. Now we kind of made a couple of newer highs here, and now we're retracing. And to be fair though, we did make a higher low. So the trend hasn't been broken. Let's see if we can make another higher high and then test 32. What time is it? It's 1:20. So, you know, volume could start picking up on this one. How many shares have we done on this bad boy over here? SRNE. And let's find out what the RVOL, because I want to know what the RVOL is. Let's go ahead and type that in. There we go. Yeah, so the volume today, the volume today on SRNE is 137 million. That's not that great for a 30-penny stock. What's today's relative volume? Do we have that there float? No, not seeing the RVOL for some reason here. I got to figure out why that's not there. Got to add that on there anyway. Yeah, it's still, I don't know. I think I'm going to hold on to this one. Where am I out, though? I could say, okay, yeah, my out is my entry point. But the market doesn't care about my entry point. So I have to make it logical to some sort of resistance or support level here, on the chart and on the price action. And I think that 30-cent level would be probably the most appropriate. That just also happens to correspond to my entry. So I think I will leave it at 30 cents. It also happens to be the 50 period on the 3-minute, which I use often. So that's my out on SRNE. If it retraces below there, and then I could maybe reconsider getting in at that 29-cent area, which happens to be VWAP, for another VWAP hold and then bounce back with a very tight stop, because you know the more times you test it, the more likelihood of it breaking down. So that's my play on SRNE. My play on Meta is to hold through this 171 break and continue, and then I'll look at 171.25. I'm in at 170.5. I'll quickly super chat before I send it back to my man Ian over there. Mohammed Al-Barash sending 20 SEK. I believe SEK is Swiss francs.
No, that's CHF.
CHF. So what is this? Swedish kroners? Swedish kroners.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Search on net SPY Max Pain manipulated market. Search on. Sir, can you explain a little bit more? I mean, I don't get that. Do you know anything about that, Arun? I mean, being the future savant that you are. Search on net SPY Max Pain manipulated market. What does that mean? All right. So thank you for the super chat. If you don't mind just tagging me and explain to me like exactly what you mean by that.
Thank you for the super chat on that one.
VWAP rejection again.
Man, yeah,
Ian.
VWAP rejection
again.
So that's why I was like watching this Apple trade, and I was like thinking of taking a little bit more out at 151.40, but let me just ride it back here. I'm probably just going to stop out, break even, or actually, I want to see if 151 actually holds up here. So, you know, the market is pulling back. I want to see if 151 holds up once more to see if I can build another position around that. What'd you just get out of?
SRNE.
SRNE,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, but
30.
essentially, guys, you know, 151.40 has now held as resistance, right? So, you know, are we going to trade a 40-cent range here, a 20-cent range here? We will see. PLTR was in the money for me, and now it's basically back to flat. So that's not really doing anything, right? So, you know, my trades here in the latter half of the afternoon haven't been.
I see.
It's been kind of lackluster, I'll be honest, just because the market's just kind of ranging here. So I'm not looking to get too involved. You know, I'm trying to keep some of the money that I made a little bit earlier as well, right? So it's always good to, like I said earlier, like as you kind of seep into the rest of the day, either, you know, stop trading all in all or size down. Risk accordingly always, right? Because the opportunity is just not going to be as great unless obviously something really starts to pop off on that one. Yeah, let's keep looking for more trades. Let's keep it going. AMD tanking. Let's take a look at that one. I haven't looked at AMD at all today. Let's see here. I mean, it's not really tanking. Like it fell like 20 cents. I'm not going to say that's tanking.
No.
Okay, so this is the 15-minute here. Look at this consolidation and then a little bit of a breakdown below 78. Let's look at the daily levels here. Let's zoom way in. That was like zoomed way out for, I believe we were looking at Dash at that time. 76 is going to be an interesting level, I think. I guess 78 to 76 is kind of like this zone that was broken out now. So we are seeping back into that zone now. So you got to imagine, like, there's going to be buyers here, like a plethora or like a mixture of buyers and obviously sellers down here. But plethora, is that okay? I like it. I dig that. I dig that. I didn't think that was like that exciting of a word,
baby.
But
yeah,
here
come
we go.
on. Plethora gets that credit,
even your
bro.
boy hitting you with a little word of the day. So you know, woo. There's a first for everything. We go from saying Baba to now getting attributed to word of the day. So
Yo, you get all the credit, bro. I don't know why you're not giving yourself more credit. Plethora. Yeah.
Plethora.
I like that one. Chat. Yeah, it's good. Chat, let us know. I'm out of SRNE, like I want to mention. And yeah, I scalped a little bit more there on our friend Meta. Now I'm looking for some more stuff here. What do we got? Let's look at some of the scanners here to see what's popping off. OKYO still kind of doing the dance with no pants there, like between the 50 period and VWAP, about a 50 penny range. That doesn't interest me. Let's bring in the side charts here. Where do we got the side charts? There we go. All right, where's OKYO? There's our friend OKYO over here. And then we can make it big by going like this. So there we go. This is the range that I'm talking about. Yeah, it's still setting up for a possible bullish move. I mean, especially if we really reclaim that 6 and then really continue possibly into that 7 break. It's still making higher lows. That's the thing about it. It's not making higher highs. We've been talking about this kind of tightening triangular pattern for a while now. It's been holding that pattern quite well, and it's really compressing. Like I like to call these compression patterns because the price action keeps compressing from the high side and the low side. Where it breaks, usually breaks to the upside. But I mean, this might be an interesting area to find out because you're in the lower end of the range here. Like we just touched the 50 period on it. So that 492 looks like I missed it by a while because now we're in 5 and a quarter change. But that I want to say that $5 held up quite nicely there. This is an interesting one, man. It's kind of like a higher risk one too, to be honest with you. Interesting. Anyway, Mohammed Al-Barash, max pain today on SPY 405. A lot of options will fail. I got you. Yeah, someone else explained that to me. Thank you for that. Thank you for the super chat as well. I know today is options expiration day, so obviously that has implications in the market as well. So yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. The SPY has been range bound all day. I mean, we'll see where it ends up.
Look at this comment that just came in here. Beat Fanatic. Plethora as in Sharif burns through a plethora of V-necks during bulk season.
This isn't even a V-neck, guys. Watch.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's not even a V-neck.
It's not even a V-neck. It's just the microphone is holding it down and pulling it down, right? Like Brendo and I were talking this morning, like if the material you're wearing is not strong, the mic takes over. It does, whatever, gravity does what it does, right? And then you got to deal with that after, so. Arun is saying my traps made it a V-neck. I think that's a compliment. I'll take that. Yeah. All right. Thanks. Shout out to Arun for that, guys. Where are we here? We're about half an hour from the end of the show. 1:30. Volume should start picking up here. But the future is still stuck in that range. Let's get to that real quick before we look at anything else. I'm at a meta, by the way. So that ends up being a nice little dub. Can't complain about that. Very happy. Working off those levels and kind of working within the range. Here's the futures rejection again off VWAP. We've had that multiple times today, and we're looking back at 40.60, 40.55 again in the face. Again, we've been seeing that all morning. I don't know. Do we break out of here or what? Like, what's going on?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Like the market is
end the long weekend on this note. Or
the market is pulling back once again.
Yeah.
So like. Fifth time now, round 5.
10 times the charm, I guess.
So I'm watching a couple things here. I'm watching Meta 170. It seems like that's a base. We were kind of mistaken by trying it off the 170.40. That was a bit of a stretch. So waiting for 170 to come back into play. If it does, maybe potential long off there. I'm still long Apple. This one's breaking back down now below 151 once more. I have less size in this position, so I'm less worried about it now. But, you don't want to let something run too far against you. I'm watching to see if I get the same sort of action here around 151, to see if the buyers actually step up around here, and this is actually going to be a good level. It's yet to break. It's yet to break down below 90, and it's basically about to do that now, right? So, I think if it makes a new low on the day. Yeah, let me actually just do that, actually. So if this makes a new low on the day, I think I'm just going to stop out of that one. Let me do that, like that. And it looks like it's probably just going to tick me out. And, Apple's going to be a losing name for me today. That being said, I've won money elsewhere. So, it's been a positive day for me thus far. Obviously, a lot can change before the close. But, yeah, there we go. That actually didn't tick me out. Oh, yeah, because my stop is at 88. So if you guys want to hunt my stop, there you go. It's at 88. And there you go. It gets hunted there. But, yeah, that's going to be a loss there for that one on Apple.
On
151. Yeah, the market is pulling back here. It looks like it did bounce, though, off of 40.60.
We got a bounce, but Apple looked anemic there.
Yeah, Apple looked a little bit weaker there for sure. So I think I'm just going to lean away from this one. Lower volume as well, 33 mil volume. That's not going to be exciting at all for Apple. Let's see how Meta kind of bounced there, because I was talking about that one. It bounced off that 170.30. Just look at this kind of consolidation and then breakout there. Bouncing off of that 170.30 area. So that might be actually pretty interesting too. I guess, the lower level is going to be 170, obviously, but is Meta kind of holding up now, this broken resistance turning into support? We will see very soon, I guess. It's testing the mid-30s now. So, I'd like to see this kind of get exhausted a bit and then see if buyers bid it back up, and then I'll get back involved.
If you're enjoying this video, please take a second and hit the like and subscribe on this channel. And never forget, do not put pineapple on your pizza.
Can you do one? Arun. What if we have a poll in the chat? It takes like 2 seconds to do. Arun's not going to do it, guys. Arun doesn't want to do a promo video. There he is. There he is. Let him know how you feel in the chat that he won't do a promo video. He doesn't care, guys. This guy. All right, guys, where are we at here market-wise? We're still holding that 40.60. It's been a slower day to be expected, though. That day before the long weekend. I know we've got options expirations and stuff, and I was just having a conversation with Mohammed in the chat. Basically, he was saying, they're going to keep it low until the options expire because it's manipulated, and they want everyone to be underwater. I said, just assuming that is true, that's fine because we're a range-bound day, and we've been able to take advantage of these range trades the entire day. VWAP to the north, maybe even a little bit above that on one occasion. And basically that 40.60, 40.55 buying area to the south. It's repeated itself all day. And Let's go for it. And that 40-60 level didn't come out of nowhere, guys. In case you're just joining us, but we looked at this earlier in the show. If you look at the 4-hour chart, there she is, back here, February 10th. We made that low. Today, for all intents and purposes, we've held that low. Doesn't look good as a trend. Could we break it? Absolutely. Look at that. One red candle after another. This is the 4-hour chart. It's been all red here. There has been no green candles for how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're in the 7th one now. So maybe we're due. We'll see what power hour brings. Maybe we get a bit of a bounce. But you know, I mean, just like there's really no economic data coming out that really could move these markets unless we're just going to get some, you know, some buying up here for going into the long weekend. What I'm looking for here, guys, quickly, is to see what we have in terms of economic numbers going in for the rest of the day. And I'm looking to see if we have any Fed speakers. Looks like no. FOMC speaker Bowman was at 8:45. And then going on to the rest of the day, there's really nothing else. We don't have any major economic numbers either. Looks like we had some oil stuff and some Baker total rig count at 1 o'clock. I don't know how that moved the energy markets. Let me have a quick look here at what oil is doing. Oil is having a bad day. Holy, these oil stocks are all red. Let's bring that in. I kind of didn't focus on that at all, nor was I alerted to it by the chat. Let's bring in the trusty watch list here. And there's the energy stocks that they appear. Look at that. Let's just open that one up a little bit. You got Devon down 5%, RRC down, Corporation down 8%, FANG, Oxy, everybody's down today. CVX is down. What's this one up to? MPC is down. All right, so they're all, it's been a red day. I haven't looked at the CL. I'll look at the CL in a minute, but looks like that was an interesting. Did they just bounce there at 1 o'clock? No, they didn't really move much at 1 o'clock, to be honest with you. So it really wasn't as a response to that. Anyway, what's the chat up to here?
I was just looking through the chat too. There was a funny thing that came through. Arun, they're asking if there's somewhere they can tune in for a live daily trading just to view you while you trade all day. It's like, yeah, let's just do a live stream. Yeah, exactly.
It's an enigma.
That's why, guys, take in today, the time that you have with Arun on the show is definitely, something you should be tuning in for. So,
no question about it.
Definitely nice to have him here and, learn from him while you watch. So, no, we do not do, there is no live Arun channel. There's no there's no reality TV show where you just follow Arun all day. No, there's none of that. So take advantage of the time you have here with him. Also, to another comment that came through in the chat, we were talking about it a bit earlier. To join the floor here in Toronto, please send an email to Brandon at selectvantage.com. Bears versus Bulls just put it through, so I saw that. Thank you so much. Guys, we are looking to, hire a new class, right? So, if you're interested, if you have some experience, if you want to learn how to day trade, here with us on the floor, please email Brandon at selectvantage.com to submit your applications. Guys, I will say this, the time on the floor has been absolutely incredible. I was one of the first ones here when I got the chance to come on the floor and trade live with the team, and the team has just kind of grown since then. And it's been an incredible year now. I've been live trading here with the floor for 1 year, so it's been great. And I highly recommend it if anyone is super into trading or passionate about trading and trying to learn about trading. Trying to turn this into their career. This is a great place to start.
Who? Oh, I'm not even Greek. That's funny. Okay, guys. ARQQ. Apparently somebody is saying here. Let's have a look. ARQQ. Let's see if this is actually going here or we're. All right, come on, man. Small cap crapper ARQQ worth getting for a swing. Okay, there we go. 144 PE ratio is 5. Good base. Let's have a look at our friend ARQQ over here. We're not really doing too much trading at the moment, so let's maximize this sucker. Let's bring them out of here. There we go. ARQQ. Let's flip to the daily chart. Shout out to Michael Noss for setting this up. All right, so right away we're looking at what could fairly be said is a long-term downtrend. You have a high here of $41 going back to the 21st. You have a major double top here from September 2021 to, is that September? No, that can't be September. Oh, what is that? September, and then what's this? Oh, November. September 2021 and November 2021, a bit of a double top, and then basically you've been moving down the entire time with a couple of reprieves here and there. Now, you've reclaimed the 200 period once. At this point, you're below the 50 period, you're below the 200 period, and you just got gap down huge. Look at that gap down. Now, you know, gaps all mean certain things, right? And in this case, I think it's showing that it's a continuation pattern rather than any reversal pattern. This is a continuation pattern south. The all-time lows, let's look at the all-time lows here. Can we zoom out a little bit? There we go. Let's make this a little bit bigger. There we go. Let's zoom out. Yeah, so if we move back, that's it. Okay, so there's no moving back here. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you just broke all-time lows, it looks like. To me, I don't get in here long. I don't know too much about the company. What is this ARQQ thing? ARQQ, let's find out what this is. Arquette Quantum is a United Kingdom-based cybersecurity technology company. The company supplies quantum encryption platforms as a service. So it's like, okay, it's recurring revenue, which makes the communication links of network devices secure against the attacks. Okay, so cybersecurity, interesting. It's just the chart doesn't reflect that. I'm going to tell you the truth. Again, I don't know anything but the fundamentals of the company, but the chart just says that the market's rejecting it at the moment.
Right on.
Nothing going on right now, eh?
I want to address one question, actually. I remembered earlier. Someone asked if we ever trade leverage ETFs like SQQ, TQQ.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course. Like we trade those as well. You know, Sean trades them a lot, like on those on like CPI days. Wow, that's a reserve on 60 there.
Here comes the market
on Meta.
again, man.
That was interesting there. There was a reserve on the offer at 170.60 on Meta. So I actually covered some of the position there. You'll see that. I got out like 56, 57, but now reserving on the offer. So I really want to see that break out if this move is going to continue. Like I'm like 20 cents in the money, so that's nothing. But okay, so there we go. Does the bid follow though? No, it didn't. So the bid didn't follow there, so that's quite interesting. But anyways, yeah, back to TQQ and SQQ. Yeah, we do trade those sometimes. I actually like trading them too on those economic number days or Fed days. I feel like you can manage your risk a bit better because they're a lot cheaper, TQQ at least. I don't know. That's what I found. I found that it works kind of for me. Obviously, when the market accelerates a lot, those leverage ETFs accelerate even more, right? So, you know, you got to be careful with those ones. But yeah, no, for sure, we trade those as well. Ian probably got some of my covering on Meta. I'm still short with the reload at 170.90. Yeah, I mean, you can. This is the beauty of it. You can make money both ways. I don't mind the short at all on Meta. I mean, like if you turn these covers into shorts, you know, the short is working as well, right? So, you know, I'm in this long now off of the 170. It's running into trouble here for sure at 170.60. So really want to see this breakout. Really want to see the market get past, you know, these levels around 40.66 and 40.68. It's been really struggling with the 50 period and VWAP, right? So still weak on the day. Meta is obviously below the 200 period here and VWAP as well, right? So, you know, these are all weak on the day as well, right? So, you know, it's kind of I'm keeping that in mind. You know, I'm sizing appropriately. I don't have much size on this trade at all. My PLTR trade is doing absolutely nothing for
IBIO
me.
is going here, Ian.
Yeah, go for it.
Let's go to this one because this one was a small cap crapper from this morning. And where is this on? Is it New York? Yeah, no, it's not. Is it Amex? It is. It's Amex, guys. Okay. So IBIO, this was a former runner. This morning it traded below VWAP the majority of the day, and now it's gotten up the schneid, and it just broke through VWAP quite aggressively. That's a big move, dude. 160 break, pumped all the way up to 2. No, it got up to 199, so it didn't quite make it up to 2. Let me put this back over here. I'm going to take out triple U's, IBIO. There we go. So this one's moving. Now, how do we get into this one without, you know, completely putting everything at risk. Now, what I can wait for is the first pullback. All right, so we're developing the first pullback as we speak here. It's creating a bull flag. I know the chart kind of sucks here, but we are creating a bull flag. I can see it on my other chart. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get in here. So I'm going to get in with a half position, and I can add up until 80 into that 80 area. Let's go punched in there. I got 89s. I can add into 80, into maybe even 75. Let's see what happens. Let's have some resting orders hanging out. Quarter position hanging out at 81s. There we go. We'll leave that one there. And that what I'm looking for is a bull flag continuation. I'm looking for to get in on the retracement. That's my move here. And where I'm taking profits, since I got 89s, probably take some in front of 2. And then I'll look for the break of 2, that continuation. So that's the play. Let's see what this one does. It's now, what is this one? How much was it up on the day? Showing up on the scanner here, close to high of days, not exactly high of days. Done 61 million shares of volume. It is a dollar stock, so keep that in mind. The relative volume is 132 times. So a lot of eyes on this one. It's the leading gapper in the entire market, up 147%, 148%, whatever. And a lot of eyes will be on this one. So let's see what this one does. I've got an order waiting at 81. I'm long 89s. We're retracing now, which is fine. What's my out here, though? I got to say, it shouldn't retrace more than half the move. So the breakout area, I'm going to say, is that 60. All right? So, and the top for now is that 99. So it really shouldn't break any, oh wow. It shouldn't break more any than 75. Breaks more than 75, I'm gonna have to be out of this one. Maybe I can add right into 75, 77, then if it breaks at that, I'm out. I may get shaken out of this, who knows? Let's see what happens at the moment. We're holding at least close to my entry and, still holding that bull flag pattern. So IBIO, I'm long. Let's see what this one does. What else is going on here? Futures still very, very range bound between that 4060 to the south and 4070 to the north. That's kind of that 4060 level we've been talking about, and 4070 just happens to be VWAP, and it's really respected that level today for the most part, rejecting and bouncing off it. Meta and some of these other stocks, pumping up as we now continue to possibly retrace into VWAP here on the futures. So more upwardly bound than we are downward bound at the moment. So we'll see what that brings, but now we're preoccupied in this IBIO long.
Guys, we're going to drop this one here. Woo! We're dropping the cash. Meta, so I was in this trade here. I'm offering out my last piece in front of 171, but remember how I talked about that reserve at 170.60? It was reserving pretty hard. I saw the market pushing up. Okay, let me add on this breakout. I did. Quick scalp out for a 20-cent win. Awesome, right? So now, holding the last piece here, basically for the move up to 171, but that was a good trade. I saw it reserving at 170.80 as well on the offer, and that looks like it's broken out now too. So, this is heading to the upside, I feel. And, now I moved up my stop to basically 170.60 off that first reserve. So it's going to be flat for me if I get stopped out of this one, but it looks like my offer is going to hit first. I'm offering right in front of 171. I think that's fair, although some sellers just came in there at 89. Yeah, that was a good trade there. Just taking advantage of this is why I said tape reading is really important around some key levels. When you could spot those opportunities like those reserves, then you can see okay, let me add on this break, right? And for a quick scalp, and that's exactly what I just did there on Meta. So, continuing to do well here into the afternoon and add to my collection of profits on that one. Oh, it looks like I just got a fill there as well. So let's go. Let's just do this. We're keeping it going today. It's been a solid day so far.
All right, building into this IBIO, just got the 80 fills. Let's see what this one does. I'm going to give it to 75. Somebody asked me in the chat, they're like, 80 is halfway. I know, I'm giving it to 2/3. I wonder if anyone's going to pick up on that because I'm looking at my fib. I'm like, no, the 50% retracement's 80. I want to get long at 80 again for continuation. So we'll see. Now back into 85. So let this one work. I've got my profit taker set and my stop set on that one. Muhammad wants to know about Mullen. You know, Mullen, I'm not really a big fan of Mullen. To be honest with you, I'll have a look. MULN, not one that I trade often. 26 pennies at the moment. What do we got here? I have to load it up on another chart. So let's pull MULN over here to be able to give you a better look. Where we got it? One sec. All right, let's bring that one over here. So, oh, wow. Is this the 3-minute on IC? IC is pumping to the high side here. Okay, I'm going to have to put this MULN thing on ice because we got to look at IC. IC is really moving here. I was looking at this one this morning. It's up now. Where are we on IC? We're up how much? 23%. We've done 5.9 million shares. The average is 1.9, so 2. We're really holding VWAP here very nicely on IC. Wow, this was an absolute missed opportunity. Look at that 23.75 dip. Getting into this one will probably be a little risky at the moment as we're extended a little bit. Let's go to the 3-minute chart so we can have more of a macro look. This is that big move, that bull flag VWAP bounce. You know, this is kind of like the VWAP bounce. What's it called? I call it VWAP hold high of daybreak. That's the one. So we're going to break day's highs if we break that 24 3/4 area. Looks like a real good trade. Too bad I'm not in that one. So we'll see how that one materializes. With respect to any retracement levels on IC, how would we get into this one? Where would we get in? This one's kind of hard to see really anything here. I mean, 24, there's really no very clear area of support. You're going to really have to kind of maybe use retracement percentages, but I don't see anything that's glaring at me at the moment. So I'll stay away from this one and just, it'll be sad that I didn't get it. Meta is absolutely pumping to the high side. The guy to my left is probably absolutely printing on that one.
Yeah,
so I'll send it to him.
I covered there in front of that 171, so I got that fill. It ticked up to 171. The reason being, guys, is that we're testing these highs again on the market. We're testing 50 here. We're testing like, you know, close to VWAP here. So, hey, man, I'm gonna take my profits when they're offered to me. I'm not expecting much, obviously. You know, the midday show is basically winding down. It's almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. You know, you're not expecting huge winners. That's what I'm trying to say. So I'm going to take these scalps. 171 looks like it's breaking out. We're getting a VWAP test there, but good trades all around there for Meta. So now I'm up nicely on that name. PLTR, I'm probably just going to cover this like very, very soon, just because, you know, I'm running out of patience with this one. It's just kind of sitting here. It's not doing anything. I'm like flat on the trade. So I'm probably just going to cover that one. Good job, bro. Thank you. So someone's name is Ian's little bro. What? I don't know if you're referring specifically to me, but I don't know. I guess that's cool. Bro. I have at least one fan in the chat here, but that's cool. AMC is pumping. I'll be the judge of that one. I'll be the judge of that one. Let's see here if it's actually pumping. Oh yeah, it actually is pumping a little bit. I mean, it went from 38 cents to 44 cents on a little bit of volume, but 16 mil volume, guys, that's not going to be exciting to me. It hasn't even broken high a day yet, so I'm going to say that okay, it's going up. I wouldn't say that it's pumping. Ain't your little bro? Yeah, I don't know. You guys are just going on in the chat. Bears versus Bulls. Thank you. I really appreciate it. You know, obviously, big shout out to you. You crush it every single day for this show. I know that for sure. Ian is my favorite trader on the show. Much love, guys. Much praise. Thank you so much. But there's so many great traders on this show. I'm just happy to be up here on the same stage as these guys. I think that's you know, the pleasure is always going to be mine. Ian, my brother. Okay, yeah. See, I knew you weren't referring to me. You got a brother named Ian. Ian is too nice to be a trader. I think you could be nice to be a trader. It's about confidence, right? Having the confidence to be a trader, and you know, have confidence in your abilities, and you know, always just trying to improve. You guys are just going off. Much love, guys. Much praise. Much praise. Let's get back to the market, though. Let's see what we're doing. It looks like it was a good cover, guys. So, guys, this is exactly why, you know, I take my profits here. I had the idea here right, you know, for this meta trade, right? We were kind of, you know, testing the 50 period here on the market, and look at exactly where, you know, meta bounced off of. It bounced off of You know what? I'm just gonna cover this position here. Actually, it bounced off of that 171 area very cleanly, right? So you know, I'll be happy to take that trade. You know, basically a 70-cent win from down here, but more so this was a bigger position here, 170.60. So you know, a clean 40-cent, 30-cent win on that one. You know, you can't complain here on the midday.
Yep. All right. So got into a short here on IC. I don't like the candle that closed. Looks like a topping tail candle. So initiating a bit of a short for a possible double top. You know, kind of not front running it. Going to build the position into it, right? So they're short at 24.36. Let me just make sure something here. Yeah, 24.36. That's where I'm short. Let's set up some profit takers, right? Then we want to sit 24.36. So I'll sit at 24 like tens. Yeah, let's hang out at 24 tens. We'll see what she brings there. Quickly back to IBIO. That's it. I'm wrong on this trade. I'm out. That's a boo-boo on me. Shouldn't have been on this IBIO trade because it was, well, I mean, I took a shot. I don't mind it too much. All right, back to IC. I'll get to IBIO and my mistake in there in a second. We're absolutely printing now on this one, about 15 pennies in the money, 20 pennies in the money now. Let's see if we can get back down into my profit-taking area. I'm looking for possible VWAP retracement. VWAP happens to be at that 23.80-ish area. So let's see how that one ends up doing. I've got some profit takers hanging in around there. So we'll let that one work out. IBIO. The idea on this one was the following. Let me bring in the side chart here so I can kind of explain myself. Let's see. Let's switch from this view. IBIO. And let's take this off the 3-minute and put it in the 1. And then pull this one out over here. There we go. And then we can make this one huge. There we go. All right. So the idea here was the VWAP reclaim, and then you had a bull flag pattern set up. You had a pennant kind of shaping out, and basically your out should have been through 180. So, you know, that ends up being on me. I end up screwing myself over here because I said I kind of want to keep it to myself that 180 was a 50% retracement, and I kind of gave it to 175. Yeah, 180 was the breakdown. I think if it broke down below that, that's when you got to cut it, but I didn't, so that's a mistake on me. But the whole idea was just take the bull flag continuation. So it's still valid of a trade, even though it didn't materialize. They're not always going to materialize, right, guys? So that's it for that one. Oh, I got to take this one out and fix this. There we go. So we got to get this one back in. Ian, how do we do that? There we go. Now we got that set up. All right, guys, let's quickly get to the other trade that we're in, which is this IC short. Still waiting on the 10s to print. Still printing well. We're low in the low 20s here, but we need to break 10s. And then look for possible resistance, obviously, at that whole dollar, that 24. And then there's this nice consolidation area here below at that 23.85 area. Look for some consolidation around there.
I was just checking up on some of the other trades that I had, and you know, during the day here. Tesla looks like it just kind of, you know, up to this 202 area now, and just kind of hanging around here above VWAP. So that's been a good trade. You know, if you're holding long from the bottom, that's been amazing. That short, I think that person said they're short like 202.70. It was like back up here. So, you know, that one's good. That level is still intact. So I don't know about adding to that position, but yeah, no, Tesla just kind of hanging around 202. Let's see Apple, because I was in about on that one as well. So it looks like I kind of punched the bottom there on Apple. That one kind of reclaimed the 150, 120 area. I think my price was like 150, 119. So whatever, you know, Apple's gonna be one of two negative names for me today. You know, so that's fine. I'm literally 5 for 7 today, so it's been a good day for me here on the floor. It's nice to, you know, kind of finish the week off strong, so to speak. But we'll see. You know, there could be some action on the close today with options expiring and it being the 3rd Friday of the month. You know, so it could be interesting on the close. Just like kind of looking through the chat here. I was watching Meta too. This Meta trade, solid there, you know, covering at 171. It tested 171 again, actually, and then fell back down. So, that was a really good cover right at VWAP. Meta obviously, a little bit weaker on the day. It's basically just chopping around. That's a 15-minute. Let me expand to the 5-minute. It's basically just chopping around here today. So, I want to take my money if it's offered to me there on Meta. You're probably not going to see me in that one anymore for the rest of the day. Probably just going to take my money and run on that name. What else did I trade here? I'm still in that PLTR position. That one's just doing absolutely nothing. Let's check on DKNG because I know some of you were kind of invested in this name a little bit earlier on. It looks like that 20 level still has held up, but hey man, look at this 2060 area. This has held up very, very nicely. I was talking about shorting against 2050. 2060 has been a good level as well here, testing. But man, it's trading a tighter range now. The 50 period and the 200 or the 200 period and VWAP are basically all at the same place now. So this trade is pretty much done. Volume wise, obviously it's going to be higher on our vol after the earnings today. But in terms of like actual action or trade, it's pretty much done for the day. What else did I trade here? I think that's pretty much it, right? That's pretty much it. So some good trades here today, but man, I don't know what else to say. It's been a great day so far, and continuing on to be a great day. Everyone, have a great long weekend. President's Day in the States, Family Day in Canada. I'm looking forward to this long weekend for sure. Sharif, you got anything going on this weekend?
No, not really, to be honest with you. Just gonna kind of hang out and take it all in, relax a little bit. I'm trying to get this thing to work. It's frustrating. There we go. Okay. All right, we're in the short here on IC, and you know what? It may not be going according to plan here. And I'm going to have to be careful. I'm not going to call this one off, but I definitely don't want to see a new high, and that new high is above that 65, 24.65. So gets above there, I'm going to cut it. I don't want to see a new high. Someone tell me, okay, why? Oh, I just had a look. I mean, we're consolidating below VWAP. I told you it's that compression pattern between the downward sloping trend line and the upward sloping trend line, and it's just a matter of where we're going to break out, whether it's going to be up or down. We're not going to keep compressing to eternity. So this is the chart on it here. Let me bring it in so you guys can see. OKYO, here it is. This is the one over here. Look at this compression pattern here from top to the bottom, and now we're kind of actually even tighter between the 50 period and VWAP for the last little bit. So I won't have a trade on this one until it really breaks up to the up or downside. We'll see which one it ends up doing. We've got a minute and a half. What's the chat up to here? I hope you guys have an awesome long weekend and, still able to kind of grow. I don't know. Do you do any like extracurricular trading stuff over the weekend, or it's just gonna be you time?
I mean, usually, obviously Sundays are nice to kind of review it and prep and kind of get back into the swing.
True.
Of get back into the swing of things for
We got
the
Monday
week.
off though, baby.
But yeah, obviously, so
Yeah.
obviously Sunday prep, Sunday review. That's gonna be Monday instead. But man, I'm just looking forward to some good R&R and just resting up and getting prepared, back set for next week. It's been a decent week so far.
Yeah.
Today,
Good.
why didn't I get triggered out all of it there? That's kind of weird.
So
I'm
Meta's
trying to
knocking on the door of VWAP for a while. I wonder if we get a VWAP break here to the north side in the afternoon on Meta. It's like knocking on the door. How many times is it going to knock on the door?
Yeah, it's still kind of testing that 171
Yeah.
area, right?
Yeah.
But anyways, I'm all out of these positions. I just covered that PLTR trade. I'm done with that trade.
Done.
I'm positive on it, but basically flat on it on that one. But
All right, guys.
it's been a great day. Have a great weekend. It's been a
Absolutely.
pleasure always. Smash the like button, guys.
Smash
We're
that
gonna
like.
send it over to a closing show, brand new show. So, make sure to hit the like button for that one. Arun, Brendan, and Neil on the closing show, guys. Have a great one.
Take care.
Hey guys, 2 o'clock on a Friday afternoon. Welcome back in on what's turning out to be a red afternoon. Unfortunately, we're still kind of lingering around day lows. Bit of an uptick currently, however, for the S&P 500. This is how things are shaping up to kick off the final 2 hours of the day. 0.88 right now for the S&P. The Dow basically flat, 1.5%. We'll call it for the NASDAQ there.